Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
A Fiery Escort for the Roguish Marquess by Scarlett Osborne. Chapter 1. The men leaned forward with snorts of laughter, waiting with bated breath for the punchline. And then he came home to find the little bobtail on his doorstep. A roar of laughter filled the dining room, the sound rising into the great fog of smoke hanging above the men's heads. What do you expect? The man's the king of the bawdy houses. Those cats would all be out on their asses if it weren't for him. Ernest Jackson, Marquess of Dalton, realized his laughter was forced. How long had this been the case, he wondered. How many nights had he sat in this dining room with his father and his acquaintances, and laughed a laugh that didn't reach his eyes? Though he had only just become aware of his strange chuckling, Ernest knew quite well that he had not found the Earl of Landon and his wenching particularly amusing for as long as he could remember. He took a sip from his port glass and leaned back in his chair, contemplating. Is there something wrong with me? Ernest had never thought himself to be a dull man. He was a fine whist player, was fond of a joke, and could strike up a damn good argument at the coffee houses. He loved sharp company, enjoyed a challenge, flourished around other men. And yet, this sorry excuse for humor that unfolded at Greyston Manor on a regular basis made him wish to be anywhere else on earth. Good Lord, he thought. A dull ache was beginning to press behind his eyes as the Earl had gone to fetch the chamber pot. He returned to the room, producing it with a flourish, to a cheer far more befitting a knockout blow at a boxing final. The chamber pot was passed around beneath the table, eliciting an array of happy groans and sighs as it made its rounds. The Earl took a long draw on his pipe and blew a line of smoke upwards. I tried to take her to the cockfighting, he told the men, most of whom were now jacketless, their waistcoats unbuttoned over bloated stomachs. Next thing I know, she's out cold in my lap. Another roar. There it is again. That forced laughter. Ernest had felt this way since his return from the war, 3 years earlier. After facing his own mortality, the flippant concerns of the ton seemed so pointless, so insignificant. How could the man be expected to care about the Earl of Landon's latest exploits when he had watched his friends die around him? Ernest was growing less and less tolerant as his 30th birthday grew near. Then again, there had always been a part of him that had found something mildly cringe-worthy about a group of grown men passing around a chamber pot and pissing beneath the table. His father, the Duke of Armson, who was sitting beside him, reached over to clap his son over the shoulder. All right there, boy. No doubt he'd noticed the strain in Ernest's grin. Ernest nodded, smiled. All right, sir. He raised his glass and clinked it against the Duke's. Ernest had a deep love and respect for his father that even a night with the Earl of Landon could not erase. Outside of the smoking room, the Duke was a well-spoken and intelligent man, deeply committed to preserving the honor of his family name. He had been a strong and imposing figure throughout Ernest's childhood, but it had never been fear that Ernest had felt for the man. Rather, he'd sought to be as much like his father as he could, well-liked, well-respected and brave. You'll notice Dalton here is rather quiet. The Duke boomed, giving Ernest another hearty slap on the shoulder. He's never been one for animal sports, have you, lad? Cockfighting and such? Ernest gave a quick smile. No, sir. The Earl leaned forward, jabbing his pipe at Ernest. What's the matter, boy? The sight of blood makes you queasy? Ernest shrugged coolly and took another mouthful of port. I prefer my sports to involve a little more skill. Did he sound like some conceited fop? So be it. Rather a conceited fop, he thought, than a bawdy drunkard like the Earl of Landon. The Earl snorted. Like what? Bilbercatch? Dalton was a fine fencer when he was younger, the Duke announced, jabbing his butter knife into the air like a rapier. Regional champion and all. His voice swelled with pride, and more than a little port. Fencing. Ernest had not thought of such a thing in years. Had not picked up a saber in years. But yes, he remembered. Once that sword had felt like an extension of his own hand. He smiled to himself, warm with the memory. With the port bottle emptied and the room filled with smoke, the men stood wearily and made their way toward the door. The Duke walked close beside Ernest. "I hope I didn't embarrass you tonight." His voice was low. "Speaking of fencing and the like." Ernest chuckled. "No, sir. It's quite all right." He was glad of the memory. Glad to be reminded of a lost part of himself. Glad to remember a time when he had been far less disillusioned with this cigar-scented, smoking-room life than he was now. Ernest lay in bed with his arms folded behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Despite the healthy serving of port he'd consumed that evening, he felt wide awake. My saber. When had he last seen it? Certainly, before he'd been shipped off to fight. Probably before his days in Cambridge. Was it still in the house? And, more to the point, why had he suddenly become so obsessed with the damned thing? Somewhere in the back of his mind, Ernest knew the answer to that. That sword was a tiny piece of his old, satisfied life, a life he longed to have back. The sense of feeling out of place was growing stronger with each passing year. A strange thing, he thought, to feel such a foreigner in the very house one had been born and raised in. He slid out of bed and pulled on his trousers, tucking his nightshirt into them messily. He lit a candle and made his way out into the hallway. The house was quiet, save for one of the kitchen-maid's soft footsteps in an attic bedroom above his head. Outside the window, he heard the faint coo of an owl. Ernest made his way past the closed bedroom doors of his mother and father, reaching one of the guest rooms at the end of the passage. He slipped soundlessly inside. This room, the smallest of the 4 guest chambers, was rarely used, the large oak bed draped with curtains that he was sure had not been drawn in years. A large wardrobe lined one wall. Ernest set the candle down and opened the large wooden doors. The hinges groaned in protest. This wardrobe, Ernest knew, had become a veritable shrine to him, firstborn son and only surviving child of the Duke and Duchess of Armson. His mother had requested each piece of clothing he had outgrown to be placed in the wardrobe, along with other scraps of his childhood. School books and skittles, a set of faded toy soldiers. Ernest had always known it to be strange behavior, of course, the way his mother had hoarded away every moment of his childhood. But he supposed he couldn't blame her. Though the Duke and Duchess had been married more than 30 years, he and his sister, Unity, had been the only children to arrive. Unity had died in the cradle. Had been and gone before his time. She was rarely spoken about within the household. The only reminder that she had ever existed was the small, worn gravestone hidden amongst the resting places of the rest of his family. Ernest brought the candle close to the rack and pushed aside the clothes. If his fencing sword were anywhere in the house, it would be here. The cupboard smelled musty and neglected, a sudden burst of dust making him sneeze. Had his mother ever once looked at these things, he wondered? Would she notice if he was to give them away? Behind the clothes, he found an old pair of boxing gloves, along with battledore and shuttlecock rackets. No sword. He moved to the other side of the wardrobe. More clothing, boy-sized waistcoats and ruffled shirts, a skeleton suit with a tear at the knee. Beneath the clothes sat a small wooden chest. Ernest peered at it curiously. What is this? He knelt, running his fingers over the delicate carvings on the lid. He had never seen such a thing before. Had it belonged to his mother? He lifted it from the wardrobe and sat it on the floor beside him. He opened the lid. Inside, a pile of clothes was neatly folded. Ernest reached in and took the garment from the top of the pile. It was a child's smock, the neckline delicately embroidered with pink and purple flowers and a garland of intertwined leaves. The linen was soft and smelled faintly musty, but he could tell the garment had barely been worn. He sat it down and reached for the next item. A soft, cloth bonnet, its ribbons matched the pink and purple flowers embroidered on the smock. Girls' clothing. Unity's, no doubt. Ernest stopped abruptly, the bonnet hanging from his hand. Unity had lived mere months, or so he had been told. And yet these were not the clothes of a newborn. These were a toddler's clothes, smocks and gowns and bonnets made for a child to race around the square and play in the manor gardens. He hesitated. Perhaps he was wrong. Perhaps these clothes had been his. He dug into the chest and pulled out the remainder of the garments, searching for something that might trigger a faint memory within him. But no. The clothes in the chest were all gowns and bloomers and embroidered smocks. They had clearly belonged to a girl. Ernest closed the lid of the chest, suddenly feeling an intruder. He slid it back into the wardrobe where he had found it. His thoughts were racing. Sleep, he knew, would not be forthcoming for many hours yet. Those clothes in the chest had belonged to someone. And Ernest was determined to find out who. Chapter 2. Rachel Bell peered around the ballroom, searching for the man whose arm she supposed she ought to leave on. It was well past midnight, and the ball had descended into a noisy, messy affair. Men and women were howling with laughter and cursing like sailors. Most had dispensed with the masquerade hours ago, and now brightly colored masks were strewn across the floor, flattened by footsteps and endless, drunken gavotte. Rachel leaned back against the wall. She had not seen her client for at least half an hour. He had disappeared to relieve himself, then vanished into the crowd with a group of men he had seemed to know. Rachel yawned, tapping her foot impatiently. She'd leave if it weren't for the fact that the bastard hadn't yet paid her. Finally, she caught sight of him ambling across the ballroom, a wide grin on his face and his cheeks flushed. He was wearing his mask. Some unimpressive black thing he'd clearly found on his wardrobe floor minutes before he was due to leave. But it sat crookedly across his face and appeared to cover one eye. He kissed her neck. "My beauty." Rachel forced a smile. He stank of sweat and liquor. "My money?" The man grumbled to himself, but dug into his coin pouch and handed over her fee. Then he slid his arm around her waist and guided her toward the door. Rachel had hoped he might have had a few too many visits to the punch bowl to bother taking full advantage of her services offered, but he was heading to an alleyway across the road with renewed vigor and a gleam in his eye. Soon they were stumbling into the shadows like dogs. "You might at least have found us a decent room." Rachel had come across men like him before. Men who liked the allure of the dark alley, the thrill that they might one day be caught. Men who liked to cast off the restraints of their station and become someone else for the night. This man was all sausage fingers and skin that felt like a wet frog. She looked away as he grunted and puffed and thrust inside her, fat fingers gripping her shoulder and his breath hot on her neck. Rachel willed herself away. She had become adept at letting her mind exit her body, for a few blissful moments. She thought about Christmas time. Chocolate cake. Thought about the sea. What a long time it had been since she had seen the sea. The man finished with an overly dramatic groan. Rachel rolled her eyes, hiding a yawn. He straightened, tidied himself, then gave her a thin smile. And like that, he was gone. She let out an enormous sigh, leaning back against the wall to count the money he had paid her. Her mask lay on the cobbles beside her, the feathers muddied and drooping. She stuffed her coin pouch back into her pocket and made her way out to the street for a cab. As she always did, Rachel asked the driver to take her to Bishopsgate. From there, it was a good mile's walk to her tenement in Bethnal Green, but she hated to admit where she lived, even to a stranger. The area was cramped and filthy, waste in the streets and windows patched with rags. In the red silk dress she had worn to the masquerade, Rachel knew she could have passed for a lady. But to admit she lived in the Bethnal Green slums, it would have become clear she was nothing but an escort. Still, she thought dully, No doubt such a thing was evident from the way she slunk home at this time of night without a husband at her side. Rachel trudged up the stairs of her tenement and pushed open the door to her single-room apartment. She lit a candle and poured a cup of brandy from the bottle on the shelf. She sank into a chair at the rickety table in the center of the room and took a long sip. She felt the alcohol slide down her throat, easing the tension in her shoulders. The flickering candlelight made shadows dance across the table. Outside, she could hear drunken laughter and the distant barking of a dog. The first birds of the dawn twittered noisily. She could smell the faint waft of baking bread coming from the bakery at the end of the road. Rachel closed her eyes, exhausted. One day soon, she told herself, this life would be nothing but a memory. One day soon, she would find a far better way to make her living. She would go to work each morning, and this edge of the night would be a time for sleeping. She laughed to herself as she took another gulp of brandy. Fine ideas. And yet that far better way of making her living remained an elusive, unreachable thing. She couldn't sew, and her reading and writing were messy and uncertain. She had no references that might see her hired in one of the grand houses that many of her clients lived in. Still, plenty of the girls she had worked with had made better lives for themselves. Some had married clients and been swept away into lavish lives of manor houses and motherhood. Ellen Bailey had even scrabbled her way out of the taverns and brothels and masquerade balls and found decent work as a governess. So, Rachel had hope, however faint and fading. Her parents had had hopes for her too. Her father had been a waterman, with a boat all of his own. He had made enough money to give his wife and daughter a comfortable home, a comfortable life. For a few years, Rachel had even attended the local charity school. She had learned to read and write, to do simple arithmetic. She told her parents she would grow up to become a governess. But then a brutal, unending winter had fallen over the city and turned the Thames into a ribbon of ice. With her father unable to work, their money had disappeared quickly. Within months, their comfortable home had been seized by the bank. Her family had found lodgings here in Bethnal Green, a sorry, single-roomed apartment in a building that looked as though it would topple over with each breath of wind. There had been no fireplace in the room. Not that they'd had money for coal anyway. And the patched windows did little to keep the winter outside. Their water jugs had frozen over, and they had shivered in their beds. Illness had seized her father first, then, less than a month later, her mother. Rachel had been 16 years old when she had watched her parents' coffins lowered into the earth. And so, an escort. It was not the life either Rachel or her parents had hoped for. But it was far better than frozen water jugs and a room without a fire. The room she had now was a palace compared to the place she had shared with her parents. She had been living this life for 3 years. And while it often felt as though it had been far longer, Rachel had not lost that faint glimmer of hope that one day things would improve. "You'll be out of this life soon," she told herself aloud. She didn't know how, she only knew she would. Ernest awoke early, determined. He had slept little, but despite his heavy eyes and a lingering, port-induced headache, he felt full of energy. There were questions to be asked. Truths to uncover. Something about that box of clothing in the wardrobe was just not right, and he intended to find out what. There was something strangely pleasant to his determination, something stimulating about having a renewed sense of purpose. With the season upon them, his life of late had been an endless cycle of balls, in which a parade of lacy, feathered, pink and purple potential wives had been thrust upon him. Ernest had danced and chatted and laughed that laugh that didn't reach his eyes. He knew, of course, it was high time he married. After the war, he'd told himself. But he'd been back from the war for almost 3 years. His bachelorhood was a thing he'd become reluctant to dispose of. The women he'd met at the balls had felt like copies of each other, dull and uninspiring. Their conversations had revolved around trivial things like the weather, or so-and-so's upcoming marriage to the Duke of Who cared where. No, Ernest had thought, he did not want any of those women as his wife. If he were to marry, it would be to a woman he would be excited to wake up beside. And the more balls and garden parties he attended, he felt that such a woman simply did not exist. And so, a sense of purpose. Solving the mystery of the clothing in the chest felt far more pressing than finding a wife or entertaining the likes of the Earl of Landon. Where do I begin? Though he knew he was treading on painful ground, Ernest had to speak to his mother. He found the Duchess in her withdrawing room, dressed in a shapeless grey gown. An embroidery sampler lay in her lap, the needle and thread dangling from her listless fingers. She was gazing out the window with faraway eyes. "Mother," said Ernest, "may I speak with you?" The Duchess forced a smile. "Of course." She gestured to the chair opposite her with a limp hand. Ernest sat. "It's about my sister," he said bluntly. "About Unity." The last hint of color drained from the Duchess' face. "Unity?" she murmured, turning back to the window. "Yes, Mother. What can you tell me about her?" The Duchess continued to stare vacantly for moments. She glanced down at her lap. Seeming to remember the sampler, she lifted it up and began to stitch. Ernest saw a faint tremor in her hand. "Your sister died as an infant," she said, her voice low and cracked. "You know that?" Ernest hummed non-committally. "How old was she?" The Duchess paused. "A few weeks. A month, perhaps." Strange that she would not remember such a thing. Surely the date of a child's death would be imprinted in her mother's memory. "A month?" he repeated. "Yes." This time there was more certainty in the Duchess' voice. "A month. That's right." But Ernest knew a lie when he heard one. Ought he press his mother? Tell her he had found the chest of clothing in the wardrobe? Admit he could see through this thin-veiled falsity? He opened his mouth to speak, then hesitated. Regardless of whether or not his mother was lying, his sister was not in their lives. No doubt such a thing brought the Duchess great pain. He needed to find out more, but his fragile mother was not the person to press on the matter. He gave her a short nod. "I see." Ernest found himself pacing across the parlor, his shoes clicking rhythmically across the floorboards. The conversation with his mother had left him even more certain that there were things he didn't know about his sister's death. What if she is not dead at all? The possibility swung at him suddenly. Was it completely mad to entertain such a thought? He had visited Unity's headstone on countless occasions. But was there even a scrap of possibility that there might be no grave beneath? Yes, Ernest decided. He had to consider that such a thing might be the case. If he was to find out the truth, he had to stay open to all possibilities, however strange. So perhaps his sister was alive. She would be 30 years old by now, and would have a life of her own. Perhaps a family of her own. Ernest inhaled sharply at the thought. If his sister was really out there, he had to find her. But how? His mother had all but closed down on the issue, and Ernest knew she would be of no help at all. Where does one begin when he seeks to find a woman within the heaving maze of London? There was nothing, Ernest realized, to say Unity was even still in the city. Perhaps life had taken her to some far-flung county, or even another land. And then, of course, was the far more reasonable possibility that those clothes had belonged to someone else entirely. Perhaps they had belonged to a child of a servant or a cousin. Perhaps his bored mind was finding mysteries, instead of seeking out the most rational explanation. Perhaps finding his sister was just an intriguing distraction from the drudgery of finding a wife. Ernest heard himself laugh out loud at the bizarre path his thoughts had begun to careen down. But then he stopped pacing. Unity was alive. He felt strangely sure of it. There was something stirring inside of him, a restlessness he had always been aware of, yet unable to explain. What if his missing, living sister was the cause of it? He had to search. Had to know the truth. But, where to begin? Why, in the household itself, of course. There was a seemingly endless parade of scullery maids and grooms, stewards and ladies' maids who had come and gone as Ernest had grown up. But there were also those who had stayed. Fresh-faced kitchen maids who had become hunched and greying women as the years had passed. Their butler had seen decades of visitors through the Duke's front door. And the groom, Phillips, was the only person the Duke had ever trusted with his family's horses. Perhaps these faithful servants might have something to offer Ernest about his missing sister. Mrs. Graham, the housekeeper, had been with the household for as long as Ernest could remember. She would be a fine person to ask. He made his way down toward the basement kitchen, feeling very much an intruder. He hurried past the laundry and Mrs. Graham's sleeping quarters, averting his glance in case he should see something not intended for his eyes. As he burst into the kitchen, Mary, the teenaged kitchen chambermaid, snorted a mouthful of porridge in surprise. She leapt to her feet, her spoon clattering against the bowl. She bobbed a curtsy and used the back of her hand to wipe hurriedly at the milk dribbling off her chin. Lord Dalton. Ernest gave her a warm smile. It's all right, Mary. Forgive me. I didn't mean to startle you. He looked about the kitchen. He had not been inside since he was a boy, when he and his cousin Thomas had sneaked in looking for sweetmeats. I'm looking for Mrs. Graham. Mary knotted her fingers into her apron. She's upstairs, my lord. Pulling that new housemaid into line. Shall I tell her you wish to speak with her? Ernest gave her another reassuring smile. That's quite all right. I can find her myself. He nodded toward the porridge. Please. Finish your breakfast. He found Mrs. Graham and the new housemaid in the parlor, exchanging terse, muttered words. Ernest waited in the doorway. At the sight of him, Mrs. Graham let out a gasp. Forgive me, Lord Dalton. I didn't. Ernest made his way toward her, lowering his voice conspiratorially. May we speak, Mrs. Graham? The housekeeper frowned in surprise, the creases on her forehead deepening. Why yes, my lord. Of course. She shot a fierce glare at the housemaid, shooing her away with a leathery, lined hand. Ernest folded his hands behind his back. You were here when my sister passed away. He kept his voice low, not wanting his mother to overhear from the withdrawing room across the hall. Surprise flickered across Mrs. Graham's eyes. Then she nodded. Yes, my lord. It was a sad time indeed. Was the old woman's voice wavering slightly? Or was he simply imagining things? Can you tell me how she died? Mrs. Graham hesitated. Why, she was a sickly baby. Weak from the moment she was born. We was all surprised she lived as long as she did. She gave a sad, dramatic sigh. The same story Ernest had been fed throughout his entire life. No doubt the household staff had been given the same tale. Or told to tell the same tale. Ernest felt that restlessness inside him shift and build. Deciding he would get no more from Mrs. Graham, he made his way out to the stables. Ernest had always liked their groom. As a boy, he had visited the stables often to hear Philip's tales of his time at sea, adventurous yarns populated with pirates and smugglers and cannon fire. Ernest had known, of course, that Philip's stories were most likely made up, but the fact hadn't stopped him from enjoying them. The Duke had frowned upon Ernest spending so much time with one of their servants, determined that his son associate only with people of his own standing. It was one of the few things Ernest and the Duke did not see eye to eye on. How could he come to know of the world, he argued, if he spent his time around people just like him? All the things worth knowing, his father would say in return, can be learned by spending time with people of our caliber. Ernest knew better than to fight with his father. And so, he had always waited until the Duke was out of the house to visit Phillips. His mother had always been too withdrawn to either notice or care. Phillips looked up as Ernest swung open the door of the stables. He was running a comb through the mane of the piebald mare, rubbing the animal's nose and speaking in gentle murmurs. "You're not taking her out again, my lord," he said, in a curt, husky voice. "You ran the poor girl ragged yesterday. She's not as young as she used to be." He turned back to the horse, as she nosed his shoulder. "You and I have that in common, don't we, my girl?" Ernest smiled. "I'll let her rest, Phillips. It's you I came to speak to." The groom raised his caterpillar eyebrows. "Oh yes?" "It's about my sister." Phillips didn't speak at once. "Oh yes," he said again. Ernest heard the strain in his voice. "This time, I'm not imagining it." Ernest hesitated. "I believe she's alive," he said bluntly, watching the old man's face carefully to gauge his reaction. Philip's face gave nothing away. He turned to Ernest. "And why do you think that?" Ernest held his gaze. "I have my reasons." "What can you tell me about her?" "You were here when she—" He paused. "When she left." The old man turned back to the horse, combing her mane with renewed vigor. The back of Ernest's neck prickled. "Phillips knows something." Ernest felt a sudden swell of resentment for the household he had grown up in. There was rarely a hair out of place in all of Greyston Manor, yet there were so many unspoken things lying beneath the surface, Ernest felt sure. Secrets stuffed into wardrobes and pain hidden behind curtains of pipe smoke. Sometimes this place was simply suffocating. He took a step closer to Phillips. "You know something," he said. The groom shook his head. "No. I arrived here just months before you were born. Your sister was already gone." He rubbed his bristly chin, as though deep in thought. "But there's a man you might speak to. George Owen. He used to tend the gardens here when you was just a lad. I heard him speak of the girl on more than one occasion. Said he used to cut the thorns from the roses, so she didn't prick her fingers." He ran a wiry hand along the horse's mane. "I used to think it strange. After all, everybody said your poor sister died when she was just an infant." Ernest's thoughts knocked together. He thought of a tiny girl playing among the rose bushes, dressed in a smock embroidered with flowers. "This man, Mr. Owen. Where can I find him?" Phillips shrugged. "I'm sorry, sir. I ain't got any thought of where he is now. He was an East London man. Came from Bethnal Green. Perhaps you might try asking there." Ernest nodded, full of fresh determination. He nodded at Phillips. "Thank you." The old man narrowed his eyes. "Not a word to anyone about what I just told you. Your father would have me out on the street." As Ernest made his way out of the stable, he heard Phillips call to him. He turned back to face the old man. "Be careful, my lord," the groom said, his eyes hard and determined. "If you go out there looking, make sure you're ready for what you might find." Chapter 3. Ernest stood in front of the mirror, feeling a right fool. The patched grey greatcoat he had borrowed from Phillips hung from his shoulders. Too embarrassed to ask the old man for his unmentionables, he wore a pair of faded corduroy trousers he had found by raiding the laundry room. He eyed himself. The trousers were far too big, and not wanting to give away the game by accessorizing with one of his own leather belts, Ernest had tied them at the waist with a length of rope. Philip's coat, in contrast, was so tight around the shoulders that Ernest could barely lift his arms. He buttoned the greatcoat to his neck, careful to cover the silk shirt he wore beneath. Catch a glimpse of such a thing, and the people of Bethnal Green would know he was a fraud. He combed his fingers through his thick auburn hair, doing his best to untidy it. His thick locks fell neatly back into place, half an inch above his collar. Ernest sighed and pulled on the blue woolen cap he had borrowed from the groom. Perhaps he might pass for a working-class man if he kept his collar up and his eyes down. Out of sight of the Duke and Duchess, Ernest slipped out of the house and hurried through the grounds, careful to trudge through as many mud puddles as possible to take the shine from his boots. It was a long walk from Pimlico to Bethnal Green, but he was determined to play the part, and so dug his hands into his pockets and began to stride through the city. He watched the streets change from whitewashed avenues to winding, lightless lanes. Watched suits and embroidered waistcoats replaced by grimy shirts, flower sellers replaced by beggars. How foreign the East End was to him. Despite his upbringing, Ernest had never considered himself a sheltered man. He had spent 2 years marching across Europe in the army and had seen plenty of his own country on holiday jaunts during his university days. And yet this part of the city felt like another world. Here, houses were crammed together, and were so crooked they looked to be holding each other up. Through the windows that were not patched with rags, he could see countless people in each room. In the late afternoon light, men stumbled out of taverns and argued in the street. Women sat on street corners with wailing babes in their arms. And the smell, good Lord, that smell, that unidentifiable mix of waste and rot and death. Ernest had never come across anything so vile. For a moment, he stood motionless on the corner of the street. How was it possible that so many people might live this way, while the tunts swarmed about comparing vintages of their favorite wines? The injustice of it began to burn inside him. He hoped unity had not ended up in this part of the city. But he was not looking for unity here, he reminded himself. He was looking for George Owen. A man who was little more than a name. Ernest had no idea where to begin. Glancing down a shadowy alleyway, he caught sight of a sign swinging from the awnings. A pawn shop. As good a place to begin as any. Ernest pulled his hat lower over his ridiculously neat hair and made his way down the alley. He pushed open the door. The shop was gloomy, its window bathed in dust and partially blocked by an enormous wooden chest of drawers. The man behind the counter looked him up and down. "Buying or selling?" he asked huskily. Ernest frowned. "I beg your pardon? Are you buying or selling?" the man repeated, impatience in his voice. "Ask." "Neither, I'm afraid. I'm simply after information." The shopkeeper studied him with narrow, flinty eyes. "Information? It'll cost you." Ernest nodded and dug into his pocket. He hesitated. What was an appropriate sum for such a thing? Offer too little, and the man would refuse to speak. But offer too much and his ruse as a working-class man would be destroyed. He pulled a penny from inside his coat and dropped it on the counter. The man took it, sliding it into his pocket. He looked at Ernest knowingly. "You got plenty more where that come from, don't you now?" "I'm afraid not," said Ernest. "I've had little work this week. I've been too ill to venture down into the mines." He could feel his cheeks flushing at the ridiculousness of his lies. "Too ill to venture down into the mines," the man echoed. "You've a tongue like a king, yet can only manage a penny?" Sighing, Ernest dug into his pocket and produced a shilling. He'd only been at this game 5 minutes, and already his cover was blown. The man grinned. "That's more like it." He scooped up the money. "Now what is it you want to know?" "George Owen," said Ernest. "Do you know him?" The man flashed him a row of crooked, yellow teeth. "No, sir. I do not." His smile widened. "But I thank you for your time." Ernest trudged back out to the street. A man stumbled past him, a bottle of brandy swinging from his fist. "Excuse me, sir," called Ernest. "Do you know a man named George Owen?" The man whirled around, stared at him, then burst into a wild cackle. He tossed back another mouthful of liquor. Ernest sighed. This was pointless. What had he been thinking, striding into the city and just hoping someone might be able to help him? He looked about him. In a nearby street, someone had lit a fire, and its orange glow was illuminating the shadows. On the corner sat a crooked stone tavern, men spilling out onto the street. Ernest could hear laughter coming from inside. "Good. I need a drink." Weaving his way through the drunkards, Ernest pushed his way inside. The tavern was dark and noisy, the room filled with loud voices and the clinking of glasses. Lamps flickered at each end of the bar, long shadows lying over the room. A curtain of pipe smoke hung in the air. Ernest removed his hat. It wasn't fooling anyone, he felt sure. It just made him look like more of an idiot. He pushed his way toward the bar and ordered a brandy. Glass in hand, he wove toward an empty table in the corner of the room, too self-conscious to stay in view. He tossed back the brandy. It was hot and fierce in his throat, nothing like the smooth vintages he was accustomed to drinking. But the burn of it made him feel alive. And so did the pulsing energy of this place. Ernest had always known his life had been a privileged one. He had always known, of course, how lucky he had been to have been born into a family with money. He had always had everything he needed: food, clothing, entertainment. And he had always known that there were plenty of others who were not so fortunate. But that knowledge had always been a distant, theoretical thing. A thing he had not realized the full impact of until he had ventured out here to hunt down the mythical George Owen. "I need another brandy." As he made his way back to the bar, a shout rose up from a corner of the tavern. Ernest turned to see a tall, broad-shouldered man waving an arm in the air wildly. The man's other hand was clamped around the wrist of a young woman. She was dressed alluringly in a tightly laced green dress, her blonde hair piled messily on top of her head. A working girl, Ernest guessed, though he'd had little experience with such a thing. The man pulled the woman toward him, her feet shuffling on the floor. Seized with urgency, Ernest shoved his way across the tavern, trying to reach them. But then the woman stepped closer to the man and pinned him with fierce eyes. She hissed at him with words Ernest couldn't hear. The man let his hand fall. Tossing a lock of blonde hair over her shoulder, the woman turned and strode across the tavern. Ernest found himself staring after her, a strange unbidden blaze beginning to take root inside him. Chapter 4. Rachel could feel the man's eyes on her. She was used to men's eyes on her, of course, but there was something different about this man's gaze. It didn't make her skin prickle, the way it so often did when she felt a potential client watching her. She glanced at the man curiously from across the tavern. She had seen him out of the corner of her eye as that big bastard of a man had grabbed her wrist. Watched him approach her, then stop, as he realized she'd had control of the situation. She studied him, as surreptitiously as possible. He was a strange sight. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with dark, intelligent eyes. His clothes were ill-fitting and dirty, yet his hair was smooth and neat. There was a look of permanent bewilderment plastered on his face. Perhaps she ought to approach him. She'd not had a client tonight, and there was rent to be paid, after all. Pressing her shoulders back, she sidled across the tavern toward him. The game was always the same. "Evening, sir. You like what you see?" And yes, the intensity in this man's eyes told her he liked what he saw. But as she drew closer to him, she stopped. There was something different about this man. He was not like the foul-breathed animals which frequented this place. There was that hair, yes, but there was also that shirt she could see peeking out from beneath the collar of his coat. It shone white in the candlelight. The man's cheeks and chin were neatly shorn. And those hands, Rachel looked closer at them, clasped tightly around his glass. Clean hands. Neat nails. A rarity in this place. What is a man like him doing here? And what was he doing dressed in filthy rags that clearly belonged to someone else? She shook her curiosity away. What did it matter? She could never approach a man like that, no matter how intensely he was watching her. She was nothing but a filthy, penniless woman of the night. Not the kind of woman who could ever go near such a man. She turned away and began to walk back across the tavern, heat rising inexplicably in her cheeks. "Pardon me, miss." The man's voice was smooth and gentle. Rachel froze. For a second, she was afraid to turn around. "Pardon me." What a strange thing to hear, after the grunts and curses she was usually gifted by the men in this place. When she dared to face him, the man was looking at her with concern in his eyes. "Are you all right?" Rachel felt something shift in her chest. When was the last time a man had looked at her with concern? She straightened. "Yes, thank you. I'm quite all right." She flicked back a strand of blonde hair that had fallen over her eyes. "I can hold my own against these animals." He gave her a small smile. "I'm quite sure you can." Rachel sucked in her breath, strangely unwilling to walk away. Her feet felt stuck to the floor. Look at him, she thought. A lord, perhaps. Or a duke. Fine stock hidden beneath a poor man's rags. Did he actually think he was fooling anyone? She gave him a short nod. "Thank you for your help. It was good of you." Reluctantly, she turned to leave. "Wait," he said. "Perhaps you might help me." Rachel turned back to face him, arching an eyebrow. "Help you? With what?" He hesitated. "Do you know a man named George Owen?" "He's a gardener." "At least, he used to be." Rachel shook her head. "No, I'm sorry." "So that's what he is doing? Searching for someone?" The curiosity she had been trying to push away was suddenly reignited. And so, she realized, was her reluctance to leave. The man nodded, seemingly unsurprised by her answer. "Then perhaps you might help me with something else." He glanced downwards. "It seems I am rather unable to fit in these parts." Rachel gave him a crooked smile. "Aye," she said. "I've noticed that." The man's cheeks colored slightly. How strange it was, she thought, that he might be ashamed of such a thing. Why would a man be embarrassed about having clean hair and nails? Why would anyone be ashamed of not knowing these filthy streets? "I wondered," he began. "I wondered if you might help me to fit in a little better. Teach me to speak like these people do and the like." His words spilled from his mouth in a flurry, as though he was afraid he might lose his nerve. Rachel frowned. "You want me to teach you to be more of a lowly beggar?" He hesitated, relief falling over his face when Rachel began to laugh. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I suppose I do." He dug a hand into his pocket. "I can pay you," he said. "Whatever you wish." Rachel eyed him. Just how much money was in that pocket, she wondered. She shook her head. "That won't be necessary," she said, surprising herself. "I don't want your money." She glanced over her shoulder. "There are rooms upstairs," she said. "We can start now if you wish." Chapter 5. Ernest's heart was thumping as he followed the woman up the crooked stairs to the top floor of the tavern. A narrow passage stretched out in front of them, lined with doors on each side. From one of the rooms, Ernest could hear a thin peal of laughter. Inside another, a man groaned with pleasure. Ernest's mouth was dry. What was making him so unsteady, so unsure of himself? He felt like a schoolboy who had never so much as glanced at a woman before. Was it this place? The brandy? Or was it this young woman whose help he had requested, without the thought even entering his head? Asking her for help to pull off this ruse, indeed. Was he mad? But Ernest couldn't deny he needed it. If he was going to find answers, he was going to need to fit in here a damn sight better than he did right now. The woman pulled a key from inside her bodice and opened one of the doors. "Do you live here?" asked Ernest. She shook her head. "No. I live a few blocks from here." but most of my regulars like to frequent this place. Innkeeper gave me a key to this room. He thinks I'm good for business." She gave Ernest a cheeky smile, which he found himself returning. He followed her inside. A rusty iron bed was pushed up against one wall. In the corner of the room sat a rickety table with 2 stools. The white paint on the walls was chipped and peeling, the crimson curtains threadbare. The woman gestured to Ernest to sit at the table. "What's your name?" he asked, sitting. She sat opposite him. "Rachel." "Rachel Bell." "Rachel Bell." Ernest rolled the name around inside his head. She met his eyes. "And yours?" "I'm Ernest Jackson," he told her simply, liking the way his name sounded without its formalities and titles. Rachel narrowed her eyes. "What are you then, Mr. Ernest Jackson? A lord? A duke? A prince?" Ernest gave a short laugh. "A prince? No." He sighed. "It doesn't matter what I am. You just need to know that I don't fit in here." Rachel hummed to herself. "I see." She arched an eyebrow. "And how am I to address you?" Ernest hesitated. "Mr. Jackson, perhaps?" he ventured, strangely unsure of himself. Rachel's lips turned up. "Very well then, Mr. Jackson, nobleman in hiding. I shall make it my duty to see you transformed into the vilest of street urchins." Ernest laughed. There was something about this woman. Something about the fierce shine of her eyes that made him want to look into them. Something about her confidence. And something about the way she didn't curtsy and flap and fluster about him like so many of the other women he had met. Rachel tilted her head. "And so," she said, "where do we begin?" She stood and made her way across the room, tapping her chin with a long finger as she looked him up and down. What did she see, Ernest wondered. What did she think of him? A vain and pretentious coxcomb? Or something more? "You knew at once I was not from these parts," he said. "How?" "Your hands," said Rachel. "They're far too clean." She paused in thought, then knelt beside the bed. She reached beneath the mattress and pulled out a small basket. She rifled through the contents, before handing Ernest a small jar of lampblack. She grinned, her eyes shining in the lamplight. "Here. Put a little under your fingernails. You'll look the part in no time." Ernest chuckled. Obediently, he reached a finger into the charcoal and smoothed it over his skin and nails. He looked down at his hands. The hands of a miner, perhaps. He smiled. "Better," said Rachel. "Much better." Ernest grinned. "What else?" She hesitated. "Your hair. It's too neat." He nodded knowingly. "I thought to mess it up. But the damn thing keeps falling back into place like it has a mind of its own." Rachel burst out laughing, a sudden, sweet sound that made his heart skip. "Poor you," she said. "It must be a great trial to be Mr. Ernest Jackson." After a moment, Ernest found himself laughing too. He looked up at her. "Is there anything in that basket that might help me?" Rachel paused and thought. "Face powder," she said, "rose water." She sat each bottle on the table. "A wash ball." She leapt to her feet. "Wait here. I'll not be long." She darted from the room, leaving Ernest bewildered. From the tavern downstairs, he heard the loud crash of glasses and a roar of laughter. After a few moments, Rachel returned with a cooking pot in her hands. Ernest raised his eyebrows. "What do you have there?" She grinned. "Just a little lard." The cook was going to throw it out. I convinced her I had a far better use for it. She set the pot on the table and stood over Ernest, peering down at his thick hair. "May I?" she asked, a little of the confidence suddenly gone from her voice. Ernest nodded. Rachel dipped her fingers into the pot, then slowly ran her hands through his hair. At her touch, he felt a shiver slide down his spine. He swallowed hurriedly. He felt her work the grease through his locks, working them into an unruly mess. All too quickly, she pulled away. She stepped back to admire her handiwork. "Oh yes," she said, a cheeky smile on her lips. "Now you're beginning to look as you should." She reached for the cracked mirror that hung on the wall and handed it to Ernest. He peered at his reflection and was unable to stop a laugh escaping. His auburn hair was wild and dirty, poking from his head at bizarre angles. In the mirror, he could see he had wiped a streak of lampblack across his chin. He looked oddly like another man. Who might he be? Ernest found himself wondering if he had been born into such a life. What adventures might he have had? Who might he have loved? He put the mirror down and smiled up at Rachel. "I'll never be able to replicate such a thing on my own," he said. "I shall have to come and find you each time I come back to." He stopped abruptly, realizing how forward, how presumptuous his words sounded. Rachel said nothing. She wiped her hands on the cloth she had brought from the kitchen and began to set the bottles back in her basket. "Why?" she said suddenly. Ernest blinked. "Pardon? Why are you doing all this?" Ernest hesitated. Ought he keep his reasons a secret? He didn't want to, he realized. Not from Rachel Bell. He wanted to share. Wanted to tell her of that chest of clothes he had found in the wardrobe. Tell her of his mother's lies. Of the things Phillips had heard George Owen say. "I'm looking for my sister," he said simply. Rachel's eyebrows shot up. "I was told she died when I was a child. But I've reason to believe she is still alive." It was the first time he had admitted such a thing aloud, and it made something turn over in his stomach. Rachel slid the basket back beneath the bed and sat back in her chair. "I see." She frowned. "You believe she's here? In Bethnal Green?" "No," Ernest admitted. "But the man I'm looking for, George Owen, I believe might have information. He used to work as a gardener at my father's house in Pimlico some 30 years ago. The last I heard of him, he was living out here." He lowered his eyes. "I know it's a long shot. In all likelihood, the man is dead. But I don't know where else to start." "I don't know George Owen," Rachel told him. "But there are people I can ask. Perhaps someone may have heard something of him." Ernest met her eyes. "You'll help me?" She nodded. "Of course." He felt a smile in the corner of his lips. How refreshing it was to be spoken to this way. Spoken to without formalities, without how do you dos and finely whittled etiquette. For a fleeting moment, Ernest found himself wishing he really were that man with blackened, miner's hands, and unwashed hair. "Come back and see me this time next week," said Rachel. "I'll see what I can find out." Ernest smiled, his heart quickening again. Was it the possibility of his search progressing that was making him feel this way? Or was it the thought of seeing her again? She had lit something inside of him that Ernest knew had nothing to do with finding unity. He pushed the thought away at once. What point was there letting himself think about something that could never be? Best focus on the task at hand. "I have a mystery to solve. Something has happened to my sister. I will not let myself be distracted." Chapter 6. Rachel leaned on the counter of her friend Betsy's bakery. She inhaled deeply, the smell of warm bread making her stomach groan. Betsy laughed. "Hungry, are you? And here I thought you'd come for my sparkling company." She handed Rachel a warm bread roll. She bit into it, savoring the taste of it on her tongue. "Your sparkling company," she said, her mouth full, "and a free feed." She grinned at Betsy. Betsy waved a flour-covered spatula at Rachel. "There's something about you today. Don't know what. A look in your eyes, maybe." She eyed her friend. "Anything you'd like to tell me?" Rachel took another enormous bite of the bread. She and Betsy had become close friends in the 3 years since her parents had died. The day after burying her mother, Rachel had stumbled red-eyed into Betsy's bakery to buy a loaf of bread. Betsy had asked her what was wrong, and Rachel had found herself blurting out the story of the frozen river and her father the waterman, right up to the illness that had claimed both her parents in a single winter. Betsy had taken her to the back of the bakery and made her a pot of tea. Betsy knew it all, of course. Knew how Rachel earned a living, knew of her dreams for a better life. Though Betsy had a husband and 3 children of her own, she had never looked down on Rachel. "I admire you," she'd said once. "I admire your strength. I admire your willingness to do whatever needs to be done. Your willingness to do what needs to be done." Rachel had never thought of things in such a way before. She had never considered herself to possess any great amount of strength. She simply did the things she had to do to survive. Being around Betsy made her feel good about herself. Something that was far too uncommon in her line of work. And so, as she ate, she considered telling the older woman about the events of the previous night. Ernest Jackson had left the tavern with lampblack on his hands and a smile on his face. He had also left a faint warmth in Rachel's chest. She had tried not to think about it. After all, wasn't the most important rule of being an escort never to develop feelings for a client? But Ernest Jackson was not a client. She had accepted no money from him and had not done as much as kiss his cheek. He was most definitely not a client. But he was a nobleman, despite his pathetic attempts to hide it. And letting herself develop feelings for a nobleman, Rachel knew, would be even more foolish than developing feelings for a client. And so she gave a nonchalant shrug and said to Betsy, "I met an interesting man last night. A man looking for his sister." "Oh yes?" Betsy wiped a cloth over the counter, her disappointment thinly veiled. She had clearly been hoping for a juicier story. "He grew up believing her dead," Rachel continued. "But he thinks she may be alive." Betsy stopped cleaning and raised a dark eyebrow. "Interesting." Rachel swallowed the last of her bread roll. "You ought to have seen him," she said, unable to stop a smile creeping over her lips. "Dressed up in some worker's clothes, trying to pass himself off as a miner." She gave a faint snort of laughter. "But he talked like a right-off, so he did. No one was fooled." Betsy smiled. She jabbed a finger at Rachel. "I hope you were kind to the poor man. I bet he had no idea what had struck him when he stumbled across the likes of you." Rachel gave her a coy smile. "I was a perfect lady." She leaned against the counter again. "He was looking for a man named George Owen." "You ain't heard of him?" Betsy shook her head. "Said he was a gardener at his father's house in Pimlico some 30 years ago. Ain't heard from him since." Betsy tilted her head in thought. "Perhaps you could ask my ma if she's heard of this Owen fellow. You know she were a lady's maid out that way many years ago. Perhaps she might know who to ask." Rachel grinned. "That would be wonderful." Here again was that quickening of her heart she had felt when she had led Mr. Jackson up to the top rooms of the tavern, that quickening of her heart she had felt when she had run her fingers through his hair. She had promised to help him with his search on a whim, not wanting that delicious feeling in her chest to go away. She'd had no thought of how she might be of any use. But Ernest Jackson would be returning to the tavern in a week's time. And what a grand thing it might be if she had some news to share. Ernest stood at Unity's headstone, his brow creased in thought. A bunch of bluebells lay beside the grave, tied with a thin pink ribbon. For as long as he could remember, his mother had been laying flowers here at Unity's resting place. He stared at the headstone, rubbing his chin. He could feel the beginnings of a beard. At his toilet that morning, he had foregone the razor, knowing a little stubble would make him appear more working class. He glanced down at his hands. He had scrubbed them free of lampblack, determined to avoid questions from the Duke, yet a faint dark tinge remained beneath his nails. Suddenly, he found himself thinking of Rachel Bell's fingers sliding through his hair. He shoved the thought away. What is wrong with me? Thinking of such things as I stand here at my sister's grave? He forced his mind back to the issue at hand. If Unity was truly alive, as he was beginning to feel more and more sure of, then what possible reason could his mother have had for giving her away? And what possible reason would she have had for denying her existence? His mother had never been a particularly loving woman. For all of Ernest's childhood, she had been nothing more than a distant figure, constantly swathed in grey and black. She never attended festivities and left the house only to attend church. Ernest had been raised by a parade of nurses and governesses. The women hired to care for him had been loving and kind. He had wanted for nothing throughout his childhood, as had been the case for almost his entire life. But he had learned quickly that his mother was not the woman to go to when he was in a morose demeanor. His mother was as bleak as his father was bold, and that was the way things had always been. But what if there was more to it? What if his mother was keeping things hidden? Was it the pain of losing a child that had made her the way she was? Or the unending stress of keeping her living daughter a secret? Chapter 7. Rachel dressed in her best blue woolen gown to speak to Betsy's mother. She stood in front of the tiny cracked mirror in her room, lacing her stays carefully and neatly pinning her hair into a demure knot at the base of her neck. She carefully slid on her bonnet and cloak, then pulled on a pair of embroidered wool gloves. This attempt at dressing like a lady had become something of a ritual. Despite her best intentions, Rachel carried plenty of shame over the way she earned a living. When she was not flitting around the city on a gentleman's arm, or being pounded against some alley wall, she did her best to look a presentable, respectable young lady. Perhaps no one was fooled. Perhaps her eyes had seen far too much to be able to hide behind a bonnet and embroidered wool gloves. She thought of her friend as she walked. Betsy's birth mother had been an escort too. Rachel had often wondered if it was why her friend had accepted her so willingly. Unable to raise her, Betsy's escort mother had given her to a close friend to bring up as her own. It was this friend that Rachel would be visiting today. The woman who may have known the elusive George Owen. Rachel knew Betsy had been lucky. Women, of course, found themselves with child all the time in her line of work. Potions of Queen Anne's lace and pennyroyal went only so far toward preventing such things. Often, the unwanted children were left outside orphanage doors or far worse. For Betsy to have found a loving home to call her own had truly been a blessing. Rachel knocked on the narrow door beside the bakery that led upstairs to the living quarters. Betsy's adoptive mother, Mrs. Miller, had been living with her daughter's family since her husband's death 2 years ago. She opened the door to Rachel and gave her a gentle smile. "Miss Bell, a pleasure to see you." She gestured to Rachel to enter, then shuffled up the stairs, a wrinkled white hand clutching the banister. Rachel climbed the stairs behind her, inhaling the smell of cooking bread that was rising up from the bakery. Her stomach groaned loudly, and she cursed herself. She hoped Mrs. Miller hadn't heard. The house was narrow and crooked, but with 3 bedrooms and a separate kitchen, it felt like a palace compared to Rachel's room at the tenement. The range was cluttered with pots and fish kettles, clothes drying in front of the hearth. Evidence of Betsy's 3 children lay scattered around the house, a pile of knucklebones sitting on the table, a set of 9-pins strewn across the hall. Mrs. Miller led Rachel into the kitchen and gestured to a seat at the table. "Tea?" Rachel nodded, taking off her bonnet and setting it carefully on the table. "Yes. Thank you." She hesitated. "May I help?" Mrs. Miller waved her request away. "Oh no, my dear. I'm quite all right." She hung a kettle over the range and bustled over to the shelf for the teapot. When a thin line of steam began to rise from the kettle, she filled the pot and poured 2 cups. She handed one to Rachel, then eased herself into a chair at the table. "My Betsy says you are after information." "Yes, Ma'am." Rachel realized her heart had quickened. "Am I truly so desperate to help Ernest Jackson?" "I'm seeking information about a man you may have known. His name is George Owen. He worked as a gardener at a manor house in Pimlico many years ago." Mrs. Miller sipped her tea. "I'm sorry," she said. "I don't recognize the name." Rachel felt a faint sinking inside her. "Are you certain?" "Quite certain." Rachel took a mouthful of tea. Perhaps the woman did not know George Owen, but she may have known someone who did. "Betsy tells me you were once a housemaid in Pimlico." Mrs. Miller said nothing. "Is there anyone from those days you are still in contact with? Anyone who might be able to help me?" The old woman frowned. "Just why is it you are seeking this man, Miss Bell?" Rachel hesitated. "It's of no matter." Mrs. Miller peered at her curiously. "Betsy tells me there is a man involved." Her eyes were suddenly sparkling and sly. Rachel glanced downwards, embarrassed. Strange, she thought, that she might feel embarrassed over this, given everything else she had done in her life. But her meeting with Ernest Jackson felt like a thing she wanted to keep secret. A far more precious thing than a tryst with a sweaty duke after a masquerade ball. She had no desire to share the details with the prying mother of a friend. She told Mrs. Miller simply, "Someone has requested my help. That's all." "A client?" Rachel's eyes widened momentarily, surprised at the old woman's boldness. "No," she said hurriedly. "Not a client." She felt a faint flush in her cheeks. "Just a man who is looking for his sister." "A nobleman," she found herself blurting. And then, to fill the sudden, glaring silence, "Who lives in Pimlico?" Mrs. Miller made a noise from the back of her throat. "May I offer my advice, Miss Bell?" Rachel nodded, though she felt quite certain she did not want to hear what the old woman had to say. "You'll do well not to involve yourself in the plights of others," she told her, leaning over her teacup and fixing Rachel with hard eyes. "Especially the plights of the nobility. People like you and I, Miss Bell, we do not belong in their world. And trying to do so will only get you hurt." Rachel said nothing. She knew that everything the woman had said was right. She had enough troubles of her own. Why was she scratching around in this quest for Ernest Jackson? But of course, as much as she was trying to convince herself otherwise, she knew Mr. Ernest Jackson himself was the reason she was involving herself in his plight. Don't forget what he is. Because, despite his casual demeanor and insistence he address her as a man of her own class, she knew he was far from the kind of person she ought to allow herself to have feelings for. All the lampblack and lard in the world could not change that fact. Ought she just walk away? Not show herself at the tavern on the night Mr. Jackson had told her he would be returning? Forget involving herself in his quest, forget helping him fit into her world, forget. Such a thing would be wise, for certain. But such a thing would also be impossible. Ernest Jackson had worked his way beneath her skin far too deeply for her to just turn away. She gave Mrs. Miller a short smile. Mumbled something in a syrupy voice about understanding and moving forwards. The woman made that strange half-cough again. She emptied her teacup and stood abruptly. "Betsy is mistaken, Miss Bell. I never worked in Pimlico. And I do not know George Owen. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help." Chapter 8. Rachel was determined not to be discouraged. She had promised Mr. Jackson she would help him, and that was exactly what she planned to do. So, Mrs. Miller did not know George Owen. But she came across countless men in the tavern every week, each of them with their roaming fingers and jangling pockets, determined to secure her attentions. Surely one of them might know someone who knew someone. Surely one of them might provide her with a snippet of information so she might offer Mr. Jackson more than just a blank expression when he came calling that Friday. And so, she turned herself into the most social of butterflies, greeting and sweet-talking every man that walked through the tavern's doors. There were the men who loved the attention, puffing themselves up with pride at the fact she had bothered to seek them out. "No, my love, I don't know no George Owen. But if I do, you'll be the first to know." Sly grin, wink, wink. And then there were the self-righteous ones, the ones who looked at her like she was a mess scraped off the bottom of someone's shoe. Rachel knew this type of man well. In public, they puffed on pipes and preached about whoring and the fires of hell. Then they'd seek her out in the street once she'd left the tavern, offering her extra for a promise of silence. Ah yes, the self-righteous hypocrite was one of Rachel's favorite type of clients. Surely no one was fooled by their behavior? Did any man truly fearing the fires of hell spend his nights in the White Lion of Bethnal Green? But none of the self-righteous hypocrites or the puffed-up men knew anything of a George Owen. Sunday passed, then Monday, and Tuesday, and Rachel began to fear she'd have nothing to share with Mr. Jackson when he arrived. "I'm sorry," she'd tell him, "but I've been unable to find anything out." And he would be momentarily unable to hide his disappointment, before telling her it was quite all right and thank you for her help, it was most appreciated. And then off into the night, he would go with his polished words and lamp-blacked hands, and she would never see him again. But then on Thursday, came the elusive yes. "George Owen? I know the fellow." Rachel's face lit up. The man she was talking to was a regular in the tavern, but it was the first time they had ever exchanged a word. She leaned over the bar, feeling her breasts push against her tightly laced stays. The man's eyes were bright as they lingered on her chest. His face was as lined and wrinkled as she imagined George Owen's must be. "You know him?" she gushed, unable to hide her excitement. "He was a gardener." "Do you think it the same man?" The man at the bar shrugged, taking a long mouthful of ale. "The George Owen I know's done nothing but sit on his ass in the ale-houses for as long as I've known him. But that don't mean to say he weren't ever a gardener." Rachel nodded. "Do you think I might speak with him?" The man looked at her with a sly grin. "And exactly what does a pretty lass like you want with an old coot like George Owen?" "I just wish to speak with him," she said. "To help a friend." The man chuckled. "You just wish to speak with him?" "Well, he will be disappointed." George Owen came to the tavern early the following evening. With plenty of daylight left in the day, the inn was still quiet, and Rachel was watching from a stool at the bar when the old man came shuffling through the door. He was dressed in a green tailcoat with patches on the elbows, a battered top hat sitting crookedly on his head. "I've been sent for," he announced loudly to the barkeep. "By a Miss Rachel Bell." Rachel slid from her stool and made her way toward him as demurely as possible. She was unsure as yet whether George Owen fell into the puffed-up with pride or self-righteous hypocrite category. Best she keeps her options open. "Mr. Owen," she said, peering at him from beneath long dark lashes. "I'm Rachel Bell. Thank you for coming." Owen's face broke into a wide grin. His remaining teeth were crooked yellow pegs, his tongue flicking in and out of the gaps like a lizard's. He looked her up and down, his gaze lingering on the bare skin at the top of her bodice. "Ah, it seems we have ourselves a Category 1 gentleman." "Excellent." She pressed a light hand to his arm and batted her lashes. "Perhaps we might speak, Mr. Owen?" She gestured to a table in the corner of the tavern. Mr. Owen nodded eagerly, following her across the creaking floor. He sat heavily on one of the stools and grinned up at her again. "A drink perhaps?" asked Rachel. He nodded. "Brandy." Rachel smiled and flitted her way across the bar. She was not in the habit of fetching drinks for men, flat out refused on most occasions, but for George Owen, she would make an exception. She returned with 2 glasses full of the amber liquid and slid onto the stool beside him, her knees pressing lightly against his. Mr. Owen took a large mouthful, not taking his eyes from hers. "My friend says you need my help." He grinned at her. "Yes, definitely a category number 1 gentleman." His chest was so puffed out he looked as though he had swallowed a cat. "Indeed," she said smoothly. She eyed him. "Could you tell me of your profession, Mr. Owen?" He took another mouthful of brandy. "I was a gardener, Miss Bell. And a very fine one too." He held out a wiry hand. "These old fingers have been making the land beautiful since before you was born." Rachel smiled, her heart beginning to quicken. Could it be that she had found the right man? "Did you ever work in Pimlico?" she asked. "Half my life," Mr. Owen announced proudly. "Plenty of work for a gardener in those parts, so there is. Manners for lords and ladies everywhere you look." He gave a snort of a laugh. "Different world to this place," he told Rachel, as though it were brand new information. She nodded, trailing a finger over the coarse stitching on the arm of his coat. She leaned closer. "Mr. Owen," she said, "I wonder if you might do me the honor of meeting with me again tomorrow evening. There's someone I would like you to meet." Chapter 9. Ernest was a jittery mess. This feeling, he told himself, was all down to the possibility of him discovering something about Unity. Finding proof that his sister was alive would upturn everything he had known to be true. His entire life would have been built on a lie. And so he told himself, and told himself, and told himself again. But the truth was inescapable. This jittery feeling was far more about Rachel Bell. The excitement he was feeling had far more to do with seeing her again than the faint possibility that she may have tracked down the mysterious George Owen. The fluttering in his stomach was inescapable. It had been there the moment he had woken on Friday morning. Had been there while he forced down his breakfast, had not settled when he'd taken a long walk around the grounds. And now, as the sun was beginning to sink, it had begun to build in intensity. Ernest welcomed the feeling. "How long has it been since I felt excitement like this?" This was the delicious sensation of anticipation, the thrill of stepping into the fencing ring or facing a man in a duel. Anticipation and excitement were things that had become far too foreign. He'd never felt this restlessness inside him at the thought of seeing any of the young women who had been foisted on him as potential wives. He smiled to himself as he made his way upstairs to his rooms. This feeling made him feel alive. He took Philip's greatcoat from his wardrobe, along with the corduroy trousers. Had their owner any thought they were missing, he wondered distantly? He'd offer the man a shilling or two for the trouble if he weren't too embarrassed to find out who they belonged to. He hung the clothes over the chaise in the corner of the room. How strange they looked, draped over the lavish gold-threaded upholstery. He hesitated. Lamp black and lard. When he turned up at the tavern that evening, he would be the struggling miner Rachel had turned him into. He would follow her instructions to the letter. But how on earth did a man go about procuring lamp black and lard? He crept downstairs toward the basement kitchen, holding his breath as the floorboards creaked beneath him. Past Mrs. Graham's quarters he went, past the laundry, his heart pounding as though he were about to march into battle. The kitchen was empty. Ernest let out his breath in relief. He tiptoed inside and looked about him. The room was a miasma of delicious smells, the bread loaf cooling on the edge of the bench, the lamb and herb stew bubbling on the range. The shelves above the range were neatly arranged with tools Ernest had never seen before. Who could have imagined the preparation of food might require such an array of bizarre instruments? He turned in a circle, utterly bewildered. Where among all this might a man find a little lard for his hair? "My lord?" He whirled around, to see their kitchen maid, Mary, hovering in the doorway, a look of bewilderment plastered across her face. "Can I help you, my lord?" she asked in a tiny voice. "Lard," Ernest blurted. He felt color rising in his cheeks. Mary's eyebrows shot up. "Lard, my lord?" He nodded. "If you please." "And bread, my lord?" "No," said Ernest, "just the lard." Mary eyed him quizzically but scurried across the kitchen to the cool room. She reappeared with a small hunk of lard wrapped in a cloth and handed it to him. Ernest nodded his thanks and hurried back upstairs. He sat the lard on his dressing table and scratched his bristly chin in thought. Lampblack. Where would he go about getting such a thing? Many women wore it on their eyelids, he knew. Women like Rachel Bell. But he could hardly imagine the Duchess doing such a thing. And he dare not venture into the rooms of any of the servants. Imagine the scandal. He paced back and forth across the room, rubbing his bristly chin. And then it came to him. He didn't need lampblack, he could simply use charcoal. Smiling to himself, Ernest went to the hearth and carried a lump of coal back to the dressing table. He chuckled to himself. This, he was quite sure, was the strangest toilet he had ever undertaken. Ernest dressed himself in a torn trousers and greatcoat, then sat in front of the mirror with the lard in front of him. He rubbed the grease between his fingers to warm it and began to work it through his hair in the same careful manner he remembered Rachel doing. Soon, his hair was filthy and rising from his head at an array of strange angles. He rolled the coal about in his palms for a few moments, until his hands and nails were sufficiently blackened. He looked at his reflection and smiled. A miner indeed. Rachel would be proud of him. Ernest strode through the city, brimming with fresh energy. The churning in his stomach had intensified. Perhaps, behind this excitement at seeing Rachel, there was a small part of him that was worried about what he might find out. After all, Phillips had warned him to be careful. What was it the old man had said? Make sure you're ready for what you might find. Ernest wasn't entirely sure if he was ready, but he was going to do this anyway. He shoved open the door of the White Lion. The tavern was noisy and thick with pipe smoke. A crash of glasses rose up from a group of men in one corner, followed by a loud peal of laughter. Ernest caught sight of her immediately. There she was in a corner, a hand boldly on her hip as she stood close to a man in a blue broadcloth coat and a shiny silver scarf. Ernest felt a strange, unbidden rush of jealousy. And then she looked past the man in the scarf, her eyes catching his across the room. A wide smile appeared on her face, and she began to sashay across the room toward him. Chapter 10. Rachel's heart was thumping as she crossed the tavern. She could hear the man in the broadcloth coat calling after her. "Where are you going, wench?" "I got money." Yes, yes, they all had money. Piles of it, even the men in this place. When women were willing to lift their skirts, even the poorest of men managed to scrabble together a few pennies. Ernest Jackson was early. Rachel had fleetingly considered taking the man with the scarf upstairs. The silk at his neck was clearly stolen, so she'd guessed he had some pilfered money in his pocket too. Presuming it would be hours until Mr. Jackson arrived. But at the sight of him hovering by the bar in that ridiculous greatcoat, any thoughts of other men had immediately left her. She smiled broadly, looking up and down at his tousled hair and filthy nails. "Look at you. A street urchin if ever I saw one." He laughed. "Lard," he explained, gesturing to the greasy chaos of his hair. "You're a fine student," said Rachel. Her face broke into a wide smile. "I found him," she announced. "George Owen." Mr. Jackson's eyebrows shot up. "You found him?" She nodded excitedly. "Aye. He's coming to meet us tonight." "You found him?" Mr. Jackson repeated, his smile broadening. He laughed. "You're a marvel, Miss Bell, truly." He gripped her shoulders, planting an impulsive kiss on her cheek. I'm amazed. Rachel's cheeks flushed at the unexpected contact. As soon as he pulled his hands away, she found herself craving his touch again. She cleared her throat. He ought to be here shortly, he said huskily. I told him to meet us here at 9. She glanced around the tavern. The place was rammed with bodies and filled with laughter and the crashing of glasses. She thought of the quiet bedroom above their heads. Such a place would be a far better one for them to speak than the noisy tavern. But she felt an odd reluctance to take Mr. Jackson up there again. Would such a thing seem too forward? Rachel almost laughed. How many men had she taken upstairs to that filthy bedroom? And now she felt guilty? To hell with it. Mr. Jackson knew well what she was. No doubt George Owen did, too. Everyone in this place did. And it was far too noisy for them to speak in the tavern. Besides, stay down here and she'd be harassed all night by that beast in the stolen scarf. She sucked in her courage. Perhaps we might go upstairs. I can have the barkeep send Mr. Owen up when he arrives. She realized she was holding her breath. But Mr. Jackson smiled and nodded. Rachel led him up the staircase, ignoring the hot glare of the man in the scarf. She slid the key into the lock and pushed open the door. Her heart was thudding, and her palms were hot. She'd never felt nervous bringing a man up here before. Not even the first time. Then, she just resigned herself to the pain, closed her eyes and imagined herself at the seaside, while the owner of the local pawn shop had grunted and juddered on top of her. It had all been over in less than 3 minutes. There'd not been time for nerves. She gestured for Mr. Jackson to sit, then reached beneath the bed for the bottle of brandy she kept beneath the mattress. She turned to him and held up the bottle. A drink? Wonderful. Rachel poured 2 glasses, then sat at the stool beside him. She took a tiny sip, feeling the liquor slide hot down her throat. She looked across the table at him. Candlelight was flickering on his cheeks and highlighting the sharpness of his jaw. Dark stubble had begun to darken his chin. Rachel smiled to herself. It suited him. She pulled her eyes away hurriedly, suddenly aware that she was staring. How did you find him? He asked finally. Rachel looked into her glass. Just asked around till I found someone who knew him. She gave him a cautious glance. I meet plenty of men in my line of work, Mr. Jackson. He smiled. I'm sure. I met with Mr. Owen last night. He told me he was a gardener in Pimlico for many years. I'm grateful to you. The corner of Mr. Jackson's lips turned up. For both finding Mr. Owen and for helping me fit into this place a little better. I made it all the way to tavern without anyone staring. Perhaps people do really believe I'm a minor. Rachel gave a short laugh. Keep your mouth shut, and I'm sure they will. Mr. Jackson looked down, chuckling at himself. He took a long mouthful of brandy and met Rachel's eyes. She felt something turn over in her stomach. Why am I feeling like such a jittery debutante? I've taken more men to this room than I can count. She was yanked from her thoughts by a loud thumping at the door. She stood to let Mr. Owen inside. The old man was wearing another memorable ensemble, this time a cloak and waistcoat with a patchwork scarf knotted at his neck. She looked between him and Mr. Jackson, decked out in his ill-fitting servant's clothes, and laughed to herself. Life as an escort may not have been the most decent of ways to earn a living, but it was certainly always interesting. Mr. Owen leered at her. Good evening, Miss Bell. It's been far too long. I even saw you in my dreams. She gave him a stiff smile, far less willing to play the coquette now. She had a handsome nobleman sitting on the other side of the table. Mr. Jackson stood, offering the old man his hand. Thank you for meeting with me, sir. He gave Mr. Owen's hand a firm shake. My name is Ernest Jackson. I believe you were employed at my father's home many years ago. Mr. Owen raised a thick eyebrow. Mr. Jackson leaned forward, his eyes shining with nervous anticipation. My father's name is Algernon Jackson. I believe you were hired to work in his gardens many years ago. Mr. Owen gulped his wine. That's right. Albert Jackson. Algernon. Mr. Owen took another drink. Mr. Jackson wrapped his hands around his own glass. I hoped I might speak to you about my sister, Unity. There was a sudden seriousness in his voice, and Rachel felt her chest tighten. How she hoped Mr. Owen might be able to provide Mr. Jackson with the answers he sought. Unity, Mr. Owen said brassily. Yes, I remember the lass. You do? Of course. Lovely little thing. Looked just like her mother. He scratched his beard. How is she doing these days? Mr. Jackson sighed and looked into his glass. For a long time, he said nothing. Rachel's stomach turned over. Mr. Owen. Mr. Jackson said carefully, do you remember the name of my father's manor? The old man squinted. Remember the name of the place? Course not. It were a lifetime ago. Do you remember anything about the place? The way it looked, perhaps? Or anyone who worked there? Mr. Owen gulped down the last of his brandy. Why, there was old Mrs. Green, the housekeeper, and young Betty in the kitchens. William's working out in the stables. He chuckled. And the place, it were grand. A right palace. 27 chimneys and 12 stories. Turrets on each corner. He broke out into a roar of wild laughter. Rachel watched Mr. Jackson's face fall. She turned to Mr. Owen and shot him a fierce glare. The old man laughed harder. All right, he said, stumbling to his feet. I ain't no gardener. I never worked in no manor house. When my friend told me there were some shapely wench were asking for me, I thought I'd best do all I could to keep her happy. He winked at Mr. Jackson. You can hardly blame me now, can you? Rachel marched him toward the door. Leave, she said icily. Now. Owen stumbled out the door, his footsteps thumping down the stairs and disappearing into the tavern. Rachel stood in the doorway for a moment, too ashamed to look back at Mr. Jackson. What a fool she had been. She had fed Mr. Owen the answers he had needed. Had been so excited at the thought of having something to offer Mr. Jackson that she'd not stopped to consider whether or not she was being played. She cursed herself. She never let men get the better of her this way. Ernest Jackson was turning her into a right fool. She heard footsteps behind her. Finally, she dared to turn around. He was standing close to her, trying to catch her gaze. Beneath the brandy and tobacco smell, she caught the faint scent of musk soap. It wasn't your fault, he said gently. Please don't blame yourself. Rachel pulled her eyes from his. I behaved a fool. I ought to have seen he was telling lies. Mr. Jackson gave her a cheeky smile. Well, like the man said, I can hardly blame him. His eyes were shining in the lamplight. She felt her heart quicken slightly. She looked at the man, longing to step closer. How she wanted to feel his touch again. She imagined the way it had felt when he had taken hold of her shoulders. She wanted to feel it again. Wanted to feel far more. Wanted to feel those fingers slide up her arms, along her collarbone, over the bare skin on her neck. How she wanted those fingers to work at the lacing at her chest, to work their way beneath the endless froth of her underskirts. She stayed planted in the doorway, her feet strangely unable to move. Mr. Jackson looked back at the table. There's plenty of brandy left, he said after a moment. It seems a shame not to finish it. Chapter 11. By the time his glass was empty, Ernest's disappointment had faded to nothing. So George Owen was a fraud. It had been a stretch anyway. He would keep looking. Rachel would keep looking. He would continue to have a reason to see her. Good Lord, she is beautiful. The way the candlelight flickered over those high cheekbones. And those piercing blue eyes. He could stare into them for hours. Something was endearing about the way her cheeks had colored when she'd learned she'd been duped by that fool Owen. But she was sighing to herself, refusing to look him in the eye. "Miss Bell," Ernest said gently. "You needn't feel ashamed. You had every reason to believe he was the George Owen who worked at my father's manor." Rachel gave him a small smile. "I just wanted to be of use." Ernest let out his breath. He longed to tell her just how much value she had brought to his life. Wanted to tell her of the fluttering he had felt in his stomach that day, of the way he had felt lit up for the first time in years. But what would such a confession lead to? A man could not just say such things to a woman and then simply turn away. Not that he wanted to turn away from Rachel Bell, of course. But the reality of the thing was there, staring him down. Rachel Bell was, well, she was most definitely not the kind of woman the Duke had had in mind when he had pushed his son toward marriage. Ernest felt quite sure of that. In fact, she was the exact opposite of each one of those ladies he had waltzed and chatted and sipped wine with in the seasons since he had returned from the war. The first lady he had spent time with who had not left him cold. Ernest had replayed their meeting in his head 100 times. And none of those 100 times had he been left feeling cold. But what chance was there of taking this thing further than this crooked, candlelit room? What chance did he have of making Rachel Bell part of his life once he was wearing his own coat and trousers? Ernest pushed those thoughts away. Those thoughts dragged him back into the mire he had been trudging through for the past 3 years. Here in this room, he was not the Marquess of Dalton. He was just plain old Ernest Jackson, would-be miner, with filthy hands and unruly hair. In this room, there was just him and Rachel, and the rest of the world could fall away. He filled their glasses. He planned on staying here in their secluded, tallow-scented world for as long as he possibly could. Rachel took a sip of brandy and looked over the top of her glass at him. "Are you not ashamed?" she asked. "To spend your time with a woman like me?" Ernest held her gaze. "Why should I be ashamed?" She gave a short laugh. "You know, surely, of how I make my living. Does it not concern you?" "Does it concern you?" Ernest asked. Rachel hesitated, clearly thrown by his question. "I should like to earn an honorable living one day," she admitted. "I don't want to be doing this forever." She glanced downwards. "It is the hope of breaking free that keeps me alive." "Then I very much hope you find a way." Ernest could see her eyes were glossy. "I'm not ashamed at all," he told her. "I'm very glad to have met you." He reached out suddenly and clamped his hand over hers. She looked up at him in surprise. "Very glad indeed." Chapter 12. "You'll come on the hunt, won't you, Ernest?" said the Duke at supper 2 days later. It was not a question. Ernest emptied his wine glass. He hated hunting. His father knew he hated hunting. Hunting, as far as Ernest was concerned, was only a few rungs up from cockfighting. But he had always hated disappointing his father. Ernest knew how proud the Duke had been of him when he had gone to fight for his country. On his safe return at the end of the war, his father had had a bull thrown in his honor. But in the past few years, Ernest knew he had done little to make his father proud. He had become morose and distant, critical of the fine, luxurious life he had been lucky enough to be born into. The Duke didn't understand his son's discontent. How could he, when Ernest barely understood it himself, and the closeness the father and son had shared had gradually become a thing of the past? Ernest could feel himself drifting further from his father. He didn't want such a thing to happen. A hunt, he knew, would not fix everything. But it might at least make a start. He nodded his assent to the Duke and poured himself another glass of wine. The men in the Duke's hunting party were dreadful riflemen. After 3 hours in Richmond Park, they'd managed to shoot 6 oak trees and 1 unfortunate squirrel. Ernest watched as his father squinted down the barrel of his rifle and lined up a buck. "Venison," said the Duke. "There'll be venison tonight, mark my words." The shot whirled over the deer's head and sent a flock of starlings fleeing. The deer charged off into the trees. The Duke swore under his breath and flung down his rifle in disgust. He jabbed a finger at Ernest. "Next shot is yours, boy. Perhaps you'll have more luck." Ernest gave an unenthused chuckle. He'd managed to get through the morning without firing a shot, and he intended to keep it that way. He did not much enjoy venison anyway. The Duke eyed him, gesturing to the beginnings of a beard that was sprouting on Ernest's chin. "What's all this about anyway? You lost your razor?" Ernest dug his hands into the pockets of his greatcoat. "Who am I shaving for? The wildlife?" The Duke snorted. "I don't like it. It makes you looks like the help. Get rid of it." Ernest said nothing. They began to walk back toward the coaches. Somewhere in the distance, Ernest heard the booming laugh of the Earl of Landon floating through the trees. No doubt another flock of starlings had just been frightened into oblivion. "Father," Ernest said suddenly, "can I ask you something?" The Duke looked at him sideways. He nodded hesitantly. "I went looking for my fencing saber last week," Ernest began. "And in the wardrobe in the guest room, I found a box of clothing." He paused. "Girls' clothing." For a moment, his father said nothing. He watched his feet as they marched through the muddy undergrowth. "They belong to your sister," he said finally. "You know what your mother's like. Can't bear to throw a thing away." "But that's the thing, father. These weren't clothes for a baby. They were clothes for a little girl." The Duke made a sound from the back of his throat. "Have you spoken to your mother about this?" he asked Ernest after a moment. He nodded. "I did. But she was unwilling to speak." "You're not to raise such things with her again," the Duke said, with sudden sharpness. Ernest arched his eyebrows, taken aback. He grabbed his son's shoulder. "Ernest? Do you hear me? You're not to mention your sister to your mother. You know she's in a fragile state. Speaking of your sister will only upset her." Ernest nodded. "I understand. But, father, why were those clothes in the chest? Why little girl's clothes? Unity died in the cradle." The Duke walked in silence. What is he thinking? Was he about to reveal that missing piece of information that had so far eluded him? Or was he simply thinking of his long-lost child? Ernest felt a sudden flush of guilt at speaking of Unity. After all, the Duchess had not been the only one to lose a child. Ernest was sure Unity's loss pained the Duke just as deeply, though he knew his father would never dare speak of it. Finally, he said, "Your mother had those clothes made when your sister was born. While I had wanted a son, she had hoped for a girl. She was excited to have the clothes made for her. Sadly, most of them were never worn. So there it was. The most logical of explanations. A mother overjoyed at the birth of her daughter, excited to have clothing made for her new baby." Ernest thought of the embroidered smock he had found in the chest. It had been in fine condition, yes. The Duke's explanation seemed a likely one. Far more likely, Ernest realized, than his mother hiding dark secrets. He let out a short chuckle. What a fool he had been, scrabbling to make this into a mystery when the logical explanation had been sitting in front of him the whole time. Unity was dead. She had died in the cradle before he was born. That chest of clothes was nothing but a precious keepsake owned by their mourning mother. "Where is the chest?" his father asked suddenly. "Pardon?" "The chest," he repeated gruffly. "What did you do with it?" "I put it back in the wardrobe where I found it." The Duke turned up his collar. "Good." He eyed Ernest. "Remember, not a word about any of this to your mother. Leave the past in the past where it belongs." Chapter 13. Algernon Jackson, Duke of Armson, took himself to his study with a large glass of brandy. He lowered himself into the creaking leather chair at his desk and filled his pipe from the tobacco box in the top drawer. He felt edgy and bothered, and it had little to do with the fact that they had come home empty-handed from that morning's hunt. To hell with the venison, he'd just have Mrs. Graham find a decent leg of lamb from the market instead. No, it had far more to do with Ernest's mention of Unity. The boy's questioning had caught him by surprise. It had been almost 30 years that Unity had been gone, and Ernest had spoken of his sister, 3 times. She was a distant character in their lives, a shadow, a bad memory. What was the boy doing prying into these things? The Duke knew, of course, that something was not quite right with his son these days. Ernest had been detached and distant when he'd returned from the war. Algernon had blamed it on the stress of fighting. But months had passed, and then years, and Ernest had become more and more distant. Increasingly withdrawn from the lavish life the Duke had always sought to provide for him. He took a long draw on his pipe and blew a line of silver smoke toward the ornately carved picture rail. He had hope. This coming Saturday was the Earl of Landon's ball. Algernon had high hopes of seeing his son coupled with Landon's daughter, Catherine. The girl was young and beautiful, of highly respected stock. A fine match indeed, and just the thing Ernest needed to yank him back into this life and make him forget all about his long-gone sister. Algernon knew his son was far too choosy. In the past 3 years, Ernest had had countless women paraded in front of him, and he had found flaws in each of them. What was he hoping for? The women had been beautiful, well-bred. Would give the boy a fine family. But none of them had been enough. The Duke had begun to suspect that Ernest was holding out for that most idealistic of sentiments, love. The concept was laughable. How many men truly loved their wives? Certainly, Algernon himself never had. But who could blame him? Sarah Jackson was a difficult woman to love. Even before losing Unity, she had been quiet and withdrawn, prone to sadness. Still, once upon a time, she had been a great beauty, a great prize. The Duke still prided himself on the fact that he had been the one to secure her hand, the one to make that great prize his own. He stood abruptly, the old desk chair groaning in protest. He tossed back another mouthful of brandy and strode determinedly toward the door. He didn't want that damned chest of Unities in the house. I'll get rid of it, and it will put an end to this nonsense. He made his way upstairs to the guest room at the end of the hall. Pulled open the wardrobe and let out his breath. The cupboard was overflowing with clothing and toys, all of which had belonged to Ernest. The racks were crammed full of tiny shirts and waistcoats, the shelves crammed with boots and hats. Had the Duchess kept everything the boy had ever owned? He had known his wife was something of a hoarder, but this was plain ridiculous. He yanked an armful of clothes from the rack and tossed them on the bed so he might hunt down that cursed chest. Sitting on the floor of the wardrobe, he found battledore and shuttlecock rackets and a pair of old boxing gloves. An array of wooden toys he remembered Ernest playing with by the hearth as a child. There was no wooden chest. Look harder, he thought. It has to be there. He removed the rest of the clothing from the rack and threw all the toys and boots into the middle of the room. The wardrobe was almost empty now. Still, there was no chest. The Duke cursed under his breath. Had his son taken it? Damn the boy. He had made it clear Ernest was not to go digging into the past. Had he no regard for his mother's feelings? But the Duke knew he could not raise the matter with his son again. Such a thing would only serve to keep Unity fresh in the boy's mind. and it would be best for everyone concerned if that poor girl remained forgotten. Ernest brought a gloved hand to his mouth to stifle a yawn. Good Lord, he was bored out of his mind. If he had to listen to another self-satisfied toff regale him with his hunting prowess, he was going to poke out his own eyes. He'd come to the Earl of Landon's ball begrudgingly, knowing his absence would earn him weeks of hounding from the Duke. He envied his mother. She had not attended a social event for years, and no one asked any questions. It was simply the way it was. Ernest smiled dryly to himself. I'm jealous of my mother. Oh, that is fascinating. Lady Catherine, the Earl's daughter, twittered, as the latest hunting story finally drew to a close. Her eyes darted across the table to Ernest, then quickly back to her plate. Beside him, Ernest's oldest friend, Archie Worthington, the Marquess of Eastbury, stretched back in his chair. He grinned at Ernest. What do you say, Dalton? Time you stopped clinging to your bachelorhood and joined the rest of us in married bliss? Archie had married a Marquess' daughter 2 years ago and had welcomed their first son in the winter. Neither marriage or fatherhood had changed his lifelong friend much, and Ernest was glad of it. Archie was as outgoing, daring and funny as he'd ever been. His wife, Lady Penelope, was sitting demurely at his side, taking minuscule sips of wine and observing the festivities with shrewd eyes. Ernest found himself wondering that which he'd not yet found the courage to ask Archie. Did he love her? There he was thinking of that foolish notion of love again. He tossed back his brandy and poured himself another. Archie roared with laughter. Shall I take that as a no, then? Ernest took another hurried mouthful. Can you blame me for my reluctance? Would you have the Earl of Landon as your father-in-law? He was dimly aware that his voice was too loud. Another laugh from Archie. It's Lady Catherine you'd be marrying. Not her father. Ernest mumbled non-committally. He dared to glance across the table at her, careful not to catch her eye. She was beautiful, yes, even though he felt as surly as an old sea captain, Ernest couldn't deny it. Her blonde hair was piled neatly on her head, delicate curls framing a heart-shaped face. She wore a pale pink gown, the neckline low enough to show just a hint of the creamy white skin below her collarbone. Beautiful, yes, but Ernest felt nothing. Nothing. For a second, he saw it, life as Lady Catherine's husband. A life of endless, mindless festivities and making small talk to a lady he had not a thing in common with. He'd sit in smoking rooms and share a chamber pot with the Earl of Landon, while Lady Catherine and her friends whispered behind their hands about the failings of their husbands. Suddenly, the air seemed to grow hotter, and he felt the bucket load of brandy he'd quaffed swirling in his stomach. He needed some air. He stumbled out onto the terrace, turning up the collar of his coat against the cool spring air. Behind him, he could hear the tuneless mewling of the string orchestra as they tuned up for their next set. He inhaled deeply, trying to slow his thoughts, but there was far too much brandy in his system to be sobered by a little cold air. He turned to look back at the Earl's house. Lamps glowed in every window. Suddenly Ernest wanted to be anywhere but here. Before he knew what he was doing, he was halfway down St. James's Street. Faster and faster he walked, weaving through carriages and crowds spilling out of the theatres. His blood pumped hard, spurred on by brandy and the thrill of escape. Before he could make sense of it, he was stumbling through the door of the White Lion. Where was she? Rachel. His head was suddenly full of her. Rachel Bell. He felt suddenly unable to think of anything else. He looked dizzily around the tavern. Men were hollering, thumping on tables. A crowd was pushing up against the bar. Ernest was distantly aware of the fact that men were staring at him. He glanced down and remembered that this time, he was not dressed in Philip's tatty greatcoat. Instead, he was decked out in a dark silk tailcoat and gold-threaded waistcoat. The first gold-threaded waistcoat, he felt sure, ever to pass through the door of the White Lion. Out of the corner of his eye, Ernest caught sight of a woman's skirt sweeping across the inn. He whirled around. His heart sank. It was not Rachel. He made his way toward her anyway. The woman looked up and down at his fine clothes. She smiled broadly. "You got an itch that needs scratching, my lord?" "Rachel," he said, slightly breathless. "Rachel Bell. Is she here?" The woman's face fell. "She's upstairs," she huffed. "With a client." Ernest felt a strange coldness in his chest. Upstairs, with a client. He had known from the beginning, of course, how Rachel made her money. It had bothered him only because he knew she longed to escape it. But knowing she was upstairs with some other man's sweaty hands all over her made his stomach turn. He nodded his thanks to the woman and shoved his way to the bar. "Brandy?" he said shortly, sliding onto a stool and ignoring the curious looks dished out by the men around him. A glass appeared in front of him, and he downed it in a mouthful. "Another?" "Of course, my lord." Ernest scowled at the barkeep. He was not my lord. Not in this place. This place was his escape from the ton and all their feathered finery. In this place, he was a lowly miner. Except that tonight, of course, he wasn't. He took off his coat and waistcoat. At least he might be a little less conspicuous in his shirt sleeves. He found himself wondering exactly what was going on in that little room upstairs. Who was lying in that creaking iron bed, watching Rachel's live body move above him? Was he watching her narrow fingers dart in and out of the lacing of her bodice? Was he feeling the tautness of her breasts through the thin fabric of her shift? Or were his hands roaming the expanse of her white skin, as her blonde hair tumbled over bare shoulders? Ernest gulped his liquor and hurriedly shifted the coat across his lap to hide the evidence of his arousal. "Good Lord, I am lost." Lost. No doubt his absence from the ball had been noticed by now. He'd not yet had his dance with Lady Catherine. Both his father and the Earl of London would thrash him into next week when he finally dared show his face. He found himself laughing at the ridiculousness of the situation. He had literally run away from a fine marriage to hunt down an escort in one of the filthiest taverns in London. "Mr. Jackson?" At the sound of her voice, Ernest felt something leap in his chest. He whirled around on his stool, almost losing his balance. Rachel's hand shot out and grabbed his arm to steady him. "What are you doing here?" she asked. This was hardly the place for propriety, Ernest knew, so he blurted, "I had to see you." Rachel's lips parted, but she said nothing. Her cheeks were flushed, and the skin on her neck was red in places, as though some wild animal had been gnawing on her. She glanced at his empty glasses, which were now lined up along the bar. "Are you drunk?" "Yes," said Ernest. "Yes, I believe I am." Rachel managed a small smile. She tugged gently on his arm. "Come on. We'd best get you home. You pass out on the bar, and the thieves in this place will think it's Christmas. You'll probably wake up to find even your unmentionables gone." Ernest lurched off his stool and stumbled toward the door, Rachel's hand around the top of his arm. Outside, the cold was bracing, and he heard himself inhale sharply. Rachel began to walk brusquely, tugging Ernest along behind her. "We'll not find you a cab in this part of the city," she said. "I'll take you to Spitalfields." Ernest's thoughts knocked together. A cab? No. No cab. No way in hell was he going back to Greyston Manor. He stumbled, thudding heavily into the wall of a house. Rachel stopped walking, her eyes studying him. After a moment, she let out an enormous breath. "Come on then," she said finally. "Come with me." She began to walk in a different direction, her hand firmly around Ernest's elbow. She stopped when they reached a crooked tenement at the corner of the street. "Where are we?" he asked. Rachel slid a key out from inside her bodice and unlocked the door. "My home," she said. Her fingers slid from his arm and into his back, prodding him gently up the narrow, lightless staircase. "Careful now," said Rachel. "Hold the railing. You'll crush us both if you fall." Ernest felt suddenly, strangely focused. I'm in Rachel's home. The thought of it made something swell in his chest. Never mind the dark, or the cold, or that faint smell of piss. I'm in Rachel's home. When they reached the second landing, she unlocked a door to one of the rooms and gestured for him to enter. She made her way through the darkness and lit a candle, setting it on the rickety table in the center of the room. Ernest glanced about him. A narrow sleeping pallet was crammed against one wall, a blackened cooking pot hanging on a hook over the hearth. A loaf of bread wrapped in a cloth sat in the middle of the table. Rachel lowered her eyes. "I'm sorry," she said. "This place must seem the greatest of slums, compared to what you're used to. But I thought it's safer to bring you back here, rather than put you in a cab in your state. Lord knows where you would have ended up." "The greatest of slums?" Ernest exhaled sharply. No. He thought to tell her of the way he had felt nothing but curiosity and fascination, the moment she had led him through the door. Not for a second had he thought to judge or criticize. "I'm in Rachel's home." "May I sit?" he asked, nodding to the stools at the table. "I feel as though I might fall down." Rachel smiled slightly. "Of course." She broke an end from the loaf of bread on the table and handed it to him. "Here. It's good. From my friend Betsy's bakery." She grinned at him. "It's probably a little stale by now, but it ought to soak up a little of that brandy." Ernest devoured it. "It's good," he managed. Rachel nudged the loaf toward him, and Ernest broke off another enormous piece. Her friend Betsy's bakery, he reminded himself. Next time he saw her, he would bring her a loaf of bread to replace this one he was scarfing through like a man who'd been lost in the desert for weeks. Hell, he'd bring her 5 loaves of bread. And whatever else she wanted. His eyes met hers across the table. She was watching him intently, her blue eyes shining in the candlelight. Good Lord, I want to touch her. He longed to tug away the lacing at her chest, longed to feel every curve of her, feel her hot skin against his own. Rachel pulled her eyes away quickly. She nodded toward her sleeping pallet. "You ought to sleep a little." Her voice was husky, trapped in her throat. She stood, taking his arm and leading him toward the bed. She eased him downwards onto the thin straw pallet. Ernest lay on his back, looking up at her. While lying down, the room had begun to spin slightly. "I've taken your bed," he said. "What will you do?" She flashed him a quick smile. "It's still early. I couldn't sleep this time of night even if I tried." "What will you do?" he asked again. "Read, perhaps." She nodded toward the small pile of books sitting in the corner beside the sleeping pallet. "You like to read?" She nodded. Ernest looked again at the pile. On the top sat Robinson Crusoe. He tapped the cover with a light finger. "This was my favorite as a child." Rachel's eyes lit up. "And mine. I used to read it with my papa every night before I'd go to sleep." She picked up the book, running a finger over its worn surface. "It's falling apart, I've read it so many times. But it reminds me of him. I couldn't bear to part with it." Impulsively, Ernest reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, holding his thumb against her warm cheek. Her eyes were close to his. He felt her breath tickle his nose. "Thank you," he said huskily, "for all this. It seems I'm something of a disgrace." Rachel's eyes flickered. "We're all allowed our moments of weakness." Ernest swallowed heavily. Felt his gaze lingering on her lips. Were they as soft as they looked, he found himself wondering? Would they taste as sweet as he imagined? Rachel held his gaze. With a gentle hand, Ernest eased her downwards, feeling the heat of her as she drew nearer. He realized he was holding his breath. Suddenly, Rachel pulled away as her lips grazed his. "You're drunk," she said, her voice caught in her throat. "You ought to sleep." Gently, she kissed his temple. Ernest felt his skin burn. "Good night, Mr. Jackson," she said, her voice little more than a whisper. Then she stood soundlessly and carried her book toward the table. Chapter 14. Greyston Manor was silent. Sarah Jackson, Duchess of Armson, liked it best that way. Silent and dark. Silence and darkness helped her thoughts to still. The men would be back from the Earl of Landon's ball soon. They'd come crashing through the front door in a cloud of pipe smoke and wake the entire household. How long had it been since the Duchess had attended a ball on her husband's arm? Years, perhaps a decade. Both she and the Duke liked it best that way. He'd not have to bother himself with his miserable wife, and she could enjoy the manor in all its dark and silent glory. The Duchess slid into her bed, pulling the curtains closed around her. Then she opened the chest. Almost 30 years since she had first tucked the trunk into the wardrobe, and still it brought an ache to her chest each time she looked inside. She'd thought she was the only one who had known of the chest, this little shrine to her daughter. But Ernest had been asking about it, and questioning his father too, the Duchess felt sure. She had decided the trunk would no longer be safe in the guest room. No, from now on, Unity's chest would stay right here with her. She reached into the trunk and took out the tiny gown sitting on top of the pile. She ran her fingers over the delicate stitching along the neckline. She had done the embroidery herself, an elaborate pattern of pink and purple tulips and intertwined leaves. She had drawn out the pattern the day she had discovered herself with child. She had known from the very beginning that Unity would be born a girl. Sarah could still remember so clearly the day she had received the little gown from the dressmaker. Her daughter had been just weeks old, and the thought of her fitting into the garment had seemed such a distant thing. What grand plans Sarah had had for her little girl back then. Unity would have the finest governesses, be educated as well as any boy. When the time came, she would marry well, have a family of her own. Now, thinking of such plans brought a deep ache to her chest. How much had been stolen from her? How much has been stolen from my daughter? The Duchess pushed aside a stray tear as it slid down her cheek. She shoved the chest beneath her bed. Then, carefully, she folded the tiny, embroidered gown and slid it beneath her pillow. The morning sun was pushing through the patched curtains, and Rachel Bell still had not slept. Though her body was exhausted, her mind was alert. She found herself watching Ernest Jackson as he lay motionless on her sleeping pallet. Rachel was dimly aware that watching a man in his sleep was not the most honorable of exercises, but she was entirely unable to help herself. He lay on his side, breathing deeply and rhythmically. His thick auburn hair hung over one eye, impossibly shiny without its helping of lard. Though he had shaved, Rachel guessed for whatever event he had been fleeing from last night, a dark shadow of stubble was already darkening his jaw. How handsome he is! And how strange he might be lying here in my bed. It was a bizarre thing indeed, to see that silk shirt against the grimy cover of her sleeping pallet. No doubt he would have refused to go near such a thing if he hadn't been so blind drunk last night. Last night. He had tried to kiss her. And she had almost let him. Hell, how she had longed to. And yet she was unable to forget Mrs. Miller's warning. Involving herself with a man like Ernest Jackson would only see her hurt. For they could hide in the White Lion all they wanted, pretending he was naught but a minor, but it would never change the truth. He was a man of the nobility. And look at me. I'm nothing but a lowly escort. He opened his eyes and Rachel hurriedly pulled her gaze back to her book. It had been sitting on the table, open to the same page for at least an hour. She tried to focus on the words. Right now they were nothing but a jumble of letters. She heard the blanket rustle as he climbed to his feet. Good morning, Miss Bell. he said sheepishly, sliding on his waistcoat and buttoning it with hurried fingers. She stood abruptly. Mr. Jackson. She put the book on the table, then completely unsure what to do with her hands, picked it back up again. Mr. Jackson rubbed his eyes and used his fingers to comb back his hair. He lowered his gaze. "You must forgive me," he said. "I behaved dreadfully last night." Rachel managed a small smile. She had seen men behave far more dreadfully than Mr. Jackson had last night. His cheeks had colored slightly. How entirely endearing. He nodded toward the book sitting on the table. "Did you read much while I was sleeping?" "Oh yes," Rachel lied. "It kept me engrossed for hours." Silence hung between them. Rachel opened her mouth to speak but found herself lost for words. It was a rare event that she could not think of anything to say. "I'd best be on my way," Mr. Jackson said after a moment. "I've bothered you for far too long already." He slid on his coat and made his way toward the door. "I have tea," Rachel blurted. "Would you like a cup?" Mr. Jackson turned to face her. Rachel hesitated. Had she gone too far? Perhaps not. The man had collapsed drunkenly onto her bed last night, after all. But I was the one who brought him here. Her heart was knocking ridiculously quickly. "Pull yourself together, Rachel. It's a pot of tea. Not a marriage proposal." Mr. Jackson smiled. "Tea," he said. "Yes. I would love a little tea. Thank you. You're very kind." Rachel grinned and looked around for the tinderbox. She lit the fire and hung the kettle on the hook above the grate. Immediately, she wondered why she'd offered this invitation. Look at this pitiful fire in the warped and twisted grate. Look at the blackened kettle. Look at those tin cups without handles. And she had no milk or sugar. Mr. Jackson was no longer blind drunk. He would see this filthy hovel with fresh eyes. See the dreadful place in which she was forced to live. Would he see that this was all she truly was? Rachel heard the floorboards groan as he moved about behind her. She kept her eyes glued to the fire, too edgy to turn around. What is he looking at? The rags patching the window? Or the grimy mattress he slept on last night? He's probably inspecting himself for insect infestations. She felt her cheeks grow hot. A thin line of steam began to rise from the kettle, and Rachel poured the boiling water into a chip teapot. She filled 2 cups and handed one to Mr. Jackson. "I'm sorry," she coughed. "I've no milk or sugar." He gave her a smile. "I don't take milk or sugar." He perched on the edge of one of the stools and blew gently to cool his tea. Rachel felt some of the tension in her shoulders slip away. He wasn't looking at the patched window, she realized. He wasn't looking at the blackened kettle or the warped and twisted grate. "He's looking at me." She took a mouthful of tea. The warmth of it began to steady her. "So," she began, giving him a playful smile, "what had you fleeing last night?" Mr. Jackson gave a heavy sigh, his cheeks coloring afresh. "The Earl of Landon's ball," he admitted, giving her a sheepish smile over the top of his cup. Rachel laughed. "How dreadful." Mr. Jackson joined in her laughter. "You must think me a right fop. Complaining about a night spent dancing and eating jelly." Rachel grinned. "Truly, I don't know how you manage such horrors." She eyed him. She needed to know more about this man. Needed to know exactly who it was that was sitting here at her crooked little table. His right to secrecy, she reasoned, had been taken away when he had collapsed on her sleeping pallet in a fug of brandy. "So what are you then?" she asked. "A duke?" He looked into his teacup. "Marquess," he said, his voice low. "The Marquess of Dalton." There was thinness to his voice, as though shamed by his admission. Marquess, Rachel repeated to herself. Marquess of Dalton. She had had dalliances with the nobility before. While most of her clients were the bristly men of the White Lion, she had crossed paths with the upper class several times in the past. Men in silk paid her well for a night at the Montague, or at a masquerade ball, where they could forget their lives and wives until the morning. Yes, she had had dalliances with the nobility before, but none of them had ever ended up passed out on her sleeping pallet. And none of them have ever made my heart thud like this. She said nothing. She sensed, from Mr. Jackson's lowered eyes, that his title, his nobility, was something he did not wish to discuss. Sensed entirely, in fact, that his nobility was something he wished to run away from. Running all the way from the Earl of Landon's ball to the White Lion of Bethnal Green. He took a mouthful of tea, his eyes grew serious. "Do you ever feel trapped?" he asked suddenly. "Do you ever feel as though your whole life has been planned out for you before you've even had a chance to live it?" There was an intensity to his gaze now. An intensity Rachel remembered from the night he had questioned George Owen over his missing sister. "Yes," she admitted. "I know what it's like to feel trapped. I know what it's like to be stuck in a life you desperately wish to escape from." Mr. Jackson swallowed heavily. "Forgive me, Miss Bell," he said. "I didn't." The corner of his lips turned up slightly. "A right fop indeed." "No," Rachel garbled. "No, I." There was so much she longed to ask him. Why did a man at the top of society feel so trapped? Why did he feel as though his life weren't his to live? What had been so damn awful about the Earl of Landon's ball? "Your sister," she said instead. "Have you had any more luck in finding her? Or George Owen?" Mr. Jackson sipped his tea. "I believe I may have been wrong about my sister," he said after a moment. "I believe I may have gone looking when there was nothing to find. Seeking a mystery when one simply didn't exist." He looked into his cup. "The simplest explanation is usually the right one, is it not, Miss Bell?" She hesitated. "Often, yes," she said finally. "But not always." He held her gaze for a moment, making color rise in her cheeks. Then he swallowed the last of his tea and stood. "I'd best be going," he said. "I'm sure I've burdened you enough." He reached for her hand and held his lips against it for a moment. "Good day, Miss Bell," he said. "Thank you again for your kindness." Rachel pressed her hand to her chest as he left, feeling her skin burn at the place his lips had touched. Chapter 15. Ernest slunk back to Greyston Manor with all the shame of a dog caught stealing a sausage from his master's table. His head was pounding, and he felt as though he had licked a carpet. Could he slip in through the servants' entrance, he wondered dully? Anything to stop the Duke catching sight of him. Reluctantly, he opted for the front door, slipping inside and hurrying upstairs toward his rooms before anyone noticed his arrival. He needed water. And he needed to wash. He wrinkled his nose. "Good Lord, I smell foul." No doubt Rachel had noticed. At the thought of her, his heart began to quicken. Last night was a haze, but he remembered her finding him at the bar. Remembered her easing him up the stairs to her room. And he remembered lying on that thin straw pallet that smelled like her, that faint scent of rose water and a lavender washball. Ernest's heart gave a sudden thump. Did I try to kiss her last night? He had remembered wanting to. Remembered her kneeling close to him. He could still remember the feel of her breath against his nose. And then what? Then she had stopped him, yes. "You're drunk," she had said. Ernest rubbed his eyes. "I'm a disgrace. And I really need to wash." As he made his way down the hall, he heard a faint singing coming from his mother's room. He stopped walking and listened. A lullaby, Ernest realized. The song had a faint familiarity to it. Perhaps he had heard it as a child. Perhaps the Duchess had sung it over his cradle. Perhaps the Duchess had not been as distant a mother as he had remembered. At least not at first. He took a step closer, pressing his ear to the door. His mother's singing was tuneless and flat, her voice thin. It gave the lullaby a strange, haunting feel. Ernest hesitated. Ought I knock? He felt a knot of worry for his mother, but it felt wrong to intrude. He sighed to himself. The Duchess had seemed even more withdrawn and fragile since he had asked her about Unity. He wished he had kept quiet. He went to his room and emptied the water jug into the washstand. He splashed his cheeks, letting the cold water bring back a little of his clarity. He became dimly aware that his mother's lullaby had stopped. Perhaps he might check on her now. Make sure her sadness was not getting the better of her. He made his way back down the hallway and tapped lightly on the door. Mother? No response. He tried again. Mother, may I come in? At the Duchess's silence, Ernest turned the handle and crept into the room. He let out his breath. His mother lay asleep on top of her bed covers, her grey hair unpinned and spilling over the pillows. Beside her lay Unity's embroidered smock, smoothed flat against the bedclothes. And on all sides of her were scraps of white fabric, each embroidered with the same floral pattern as his sister's gown. Pink and purple tulips. Intertwined leaves. His mother's needle and thread sat on the nightstand. She had clearly been stitching at these scraps of fabric all night. Had adorned each square with those same tulips that had decorated Unity's gown. Ernest lifted one of the fabric scraps and squeezed it between his hands. This is all my fault. If only he had left the trunk in the wardrobe where he had found it. If only he had not asked such painful questions. The mention of Unity had clearly shaken his mother deeply. Drawn her further into the sadness that had plagued her for Ernest's entire life. He caught sight of the glass on his mother's nightstand, along with a small glass vial. He lifted the vial, sniffed its contents. Laudanum. He exhaled sharply. He knew his mother had a history of using the drug. Knew it gave her relief from aches both physical and mental. But he also knew she would come out from under its spell and feel her grief more deeply than ever before. He tucked the bottle into his pocket. He would have to go to his mother's lady's maid and see she kept the Duchess away from such things. Ernest hesitated, looking at the pieces of embroidery the Duchess had strewn around her. Ought he move them? Surely it would not be good for his mother to wake among such things. But he knew she would not be happy to see her things disturbed. Unity? The Duchess murmured. Ernest froze. He looked down at his mother. Her eyes were still tightly closed, her eyelids fluttering. Unity? She said again. Mother? Said Ernest gently. He touched a soft hand to her shoulder. Forgive me, Unity. She breathed. I had no choice. Ernest felt suddenly cold. He stared at the Duchess as she writhed in her sleep. Why does my mother need Unity's forgiveness? A ball of fear began to grow in his stomach. What has she done? Not daring to make a sound, he turned and disappeared from the room. Chapter 16. Rachel woke with her stomach grumbling. After Mr. Jackson had left, she had managed a few hours of sleep, covering her head with her blanket to block out the daylight and the constant shouts and clattering on the streets of Bethnal Green. She stood wearily. Her legs were still aching from tiredness, and her eyes were bleary and unfocused. She looked dazedly around the room. He had been here. He had seen her filthy sleeping mat and her rag-patched windows, and still he had stayed and drank tea with her. She felt a smile at the corner of her lips. As her stomach growled again, she grabbed her cloak and set out for Betsy's bakery. It was late in the day, and Rachel knew all the fresh bread would be gone, but if she were lucky, she would leave with armfuls of unsold goods. Betsy looked up as Rachel entered. "You got that look in your eye again?" she said. Rachel felt her cheeks heat. Betsy gave a loud laugh. "Well now," she said brassily, "I do believe Miss Bella's blushing. I don't think I've ever seen such a thing in my life." She dug a hand beneath the counter and handed Rachel 2 large bread rolls. "Seen your interesting man again, have you?" Rachel stuffed a piece of bread in her mouth so she wouldn't be required to speak. "Is he still looking for his sister?" Rachel shook her head. "He thinks he was wrong about her being missing," she told Betsy, her mouth still half full of bread. Betsy leaned against the counter, meeting her friend's eye. "Ma said this fellow is a nobleman." Rachel hummed non-committally. "Rachel?" She lifted the roll to her mouth again, but Betsy's hand darted out and snatched it away. "Tell me about this man." Rachel hesitated. Though a part of her desperately wanted to tell Betsy everything, there was something about her relationship with Mr. Jackson she felt she ought to keep secret. Relationship? When had that happened? A flicker of excitement began to bubble inside her. "Stop that," she told herself. "You're being a fool. There's nothing between us. He's no longer looking for his sister. You'll most likely never see the man again." Betsy fixed her with motherly eyes. Though she was barely a decade older than Rachel, she had taken the younger woman under her wing, often giving her the same gentle guidance she did her children. Usually, Rachel was glad of it. Today it felt like her friend was prying. "Just be careful," said Betsy. "I don't want to see you get hurt. Women like us shouldn't go around involving ourselves with noblemen. It ain't where we belong." Rachel snorted. "You sound like your mother." "Well, sometimes my mother has her wise moments." Rachel took the last of her bread from Betsy's hand and popped it into her mouth. "You have any more?" she asked, swallowing. "I'm starved." Betsy handed her 2 more rolls. "You listening to a word I'm saying? Or you just here for the free food as usual?" Rachel flashed her a grin. "A little of both." She touched Betsy's arm. "I'll be careful," she said. "I promise. I'm always careful." She left the bakery, eating as she walked, and began to make her way toward the tavern. As she turned the corner, she felt the back of her neck prickle. Something didn't feel right. "Am I being watched?" She stopped and looked about her in the street. 2 men were hurrying past her with their hands in coat pockets, a scrappy dog trotting behind them. On the corner sat 2 little girls dressed in rags, staring up at Rachel with wide, expectant eyes. She dropped a penny into the cup at their feet, hoping the good deed might still the restlessness inside her. She kept walking. There was that feeling again. That feeling of eyes on her. "It's naught but my imagination." These streets at dusk were full of shadows. It was easy to conjure up things that weren't there. She dug her hands into the pockets of her cloak and, head down, hurried into the tavern. In the early evening, the place was quiet. A few regulars sat on the crooked chairs at the bar, some calling to Rachel as she entered, flashing her lecherous eyes and toothless grins. She greeted them with a smile that felt more forced than usual. "Evening, Miss Bell," smiled the barkeep, as she pressed herself against the counter. Rachel gave him a short smile. "I need a drink." "The usual." He filled a glass with brandy and handed it to her. "You all right there, lass?" Rachel glanced over her shoulder to peer out the windows. She could see nothing untoward, though the glass was so filthy she couldn't see much of anything at all. "Just a little on edge," she admitted. "Mind's playing tricks on me." She took a quick gulp of brandy. It slid hot down her throat and took away a fraction of the tension in her shoulders. The barkeep frowned, following her gaze. "There's someone after you?" She shook her head. No, I'm just being foolish." She carried her glass out into the tavern, her eyes panning across the men gathered inside. She drew in her breath. I can't do this. Not tonight. She couldn't bear the thought of those gnarled hands on her skin. Couldn't bear the thought of hot, liquored-up breath punching in her ear. Not now. Not tonight. She made her way upstairs and unlocked the door to her room. She lit the lamp and sat on the edge of the bed, the brandy glass in her hand. This reluctance. Where is it coming from? There was rent to pay, food to buy. She had even hoped to save a few shillings to buy herself new clothes for the mop fair. It was an idea that had been playing about in her mind for the last few months. 6 months ago, she had thought to attend a mop fair in Clerkenwell. She had put on her best blue dress and her lacy bonnet and embroidered woolen gloves, pinned her hair neatly at the base of her neck. Had looked at herself in the cracked mirror before she had left. Yes, she'd thought, she looked almost respectable. Looked like a lady a man might hire to scrub dishes in his kitchen. But when she had arrived at the church hall, she had taken one look at the other job seekers and felt her stomach sink. The other ladies were not dressed in embroidered gloves and bonnets with lace. They wore demure dresses of black and grey, their hair tucked beneath mop caps, clothes that showed potential employers they could vanish into the halls of a manor house and go about their business without causing any trouble. Rachel looked down at her colourful skirts. She didn't look like a respectable lady, she realized. She looked like an escort. She ran from the mop fair, without setting foot inside, a ball of embarrassment growing in her stomach. Since then, she had been saving her pennies, hiding them in a jar beneath a loose floorboard beside her sleeping pallet. One day soon she would have money to buy those grey skirts and mop caps. Those drab, inoffensive clothes that would have no woman worrying that her husband might be eyeing the dish maid. One day soon. And then this cursed life will be a memory. She had no references, of course, but perhaps if she were dressed in clean new clothes she might find a man willing to take her on as a washerwoman or scullery maid. How gladly she would scrub clean another woman's underclothes if it meant she might never be forced to take another stranger to her bed. Rachel tossed back her brandy, trying to find the will to go back down to the tavern. Scrubbing another woman's underclothes was a dream for another day. Is it Mr. Jackson that is causing this reluctance in me? Could he be the reason I can't bear the thought of being touched by another man? He had kissed her hand as he had left her room. A tiny, chaste kiss. Nothing more than a gesture of thanks, but it had left a blaze inside her. She tried to wrestle him from her mind. After all, he was not just Mr. Jackson. He was the Marquess of Dalton. His reluctance to admit the fact did not change a thing. And what was she but a working girl who couldn't afford a cloth cap to wear to the mop fair? Betsy was right. Betsy's mother was right. Allowing herself to develop feelings for the man would only see her hurt. Rachel smiled dryly to herself. It's a little late for that. Her head was full of him. She sucked in her breath and stood abruptly. This foolishness needs to stop. Mr. Jackson had told her he was no longer searching for his sister. Most likely, she would never see him again. Rachel went to the window, as orange light began to filter into the room. She pulled back the threadbare grey curtain and peered down into the street. Someone had lit a fire in a steel vat on the corner. Men and women stood huddled around it, warming themselves against the cold spring evening. And again came that uncomfortable prickling at the back of her neck. That feeling that she was being watched. She squinted, trying to look into the street. As she peered down, a man from below looked up, their eyes meeting. Seized with fear, Rachel yanked closed the curtains. She pressed a hand to her chest to slow her racing heart. It's nothing. Just a man catching my eye. She drew in a long, deep breath. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. The room around her felt suddenly, eerily silent. She grabbed her empty glass and hurried back down to the tavern. Chapter 17. Ernest managed to avoid his father until supper time. The Duke strode to the table with hard eyes and sat opposite his son without speaking. At the sight of him, Ernest was a child again, cowering in his chair while the Duke ranted and raved. He pushed the thought away. Good Lord, I'm a grown man. Why does my father have the power to make me feel this way? And why did his father's opinion matter so much? The last thing Ernest wanted was to live the life of the Duke of Armson, that mindless circus of hunting, smoking, and drinking. That endless drudgery of a loveless marriage. And yet the thought of losing his father's respect was unbearable. "How is your head?" his father asked finally. "Fine." In truth, he felt he was being clubbed over the temple with a blunt object, but there was no way he was going to admit to it. The Duke picked up his knife and fork and began to slice his pork into minuscule pieces. "I trust you'll make your apologies to the Earl," he said stiffly. "And to Lady Catherine." When Ernest said nothing, the Duke's eyes darted up from his plate and fixed on his son. "Did you hear me, boy?" he demanded. Ernest sighed heavily. Mary had filled his wine glass, he noticed. Despite the pounding in his skull, he took a long drink. "Yes, sir. I heard. I'll make my apologies." The Duke made a noise from the back of his throat. "It seemed Lady Catherine rather enjoyed the company of Lord Harrow in your absence." Ernest hid a smile. He could think of no better match for Lady Catherine than the puffed-up and pompous Lord Harrow. "You might well have missed your chance with her," the Duke spat. Ernest tried to look suitably chastened. He took a bite of his pork. It wasn't sitting well in his stomach. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The metallic clatter of cutlery was loud in the silence. In the wordlessness, Ernest could hear the haunting strains of his mother's lullaby swirling through his head. The song had stayed with him all day, as had the feeling of unease. He had spoken to his mother's lady's maid and asked that she keep a close eye on her mistress. The embroidered pieces of fabric he had left the Duchess' room. He was regretting it. "I ought to have taken them away. Taken them and the chest away where they'll not haunt her any longer." "Forgive me, Unity," she had said. "I had no choice." What had she meant by that? What had she done? There was a sick feeling in the pit of Ernest's stomach that had nothing to do with his hangover. 2 days later, Ernest escaped to the bar at the Montague Hotel. He sat playing cards with Archie Worthington, drinking a brandy only a slight step up from the White Lion's throat-searing brew. "I'm surprised you've had the nerve to show your face in high society," Archie teased, thumbing through his hand of cards. Ernest's smile was crooked. "I don't consider this high society." Archie gave a snort of laughter. He tossed down 2 queens and took a mouthful of brandy. "Anyway, your disappearance was all anyone could talk about. I'd suggest you lay low for a while." "Good Lord," said Ernest, rubbing his eyes. "Was it dear?" "It was amusing. Lady Catherine was watching your seat like a hawk, her face getting redder and redder. I thought she might explode at one point. Penelope told her you'd taken ill, but I don't think she believed her." Ernest sighed heavily. He placed a jack on the table. Archie scooped up the cards and began to deal again. "Why did you leave?" he asked finally. Ernest took a mouthful of brandy. "Why exactly did I leave?" He'd been to countless balls. Why had this one felt so unbearable? Was it the fervor with which the Earl of Landon was pushing his daughter toward him? Or was the restlessness inside him reaching the point of no return? "I just had to," he told Archie, realizing it was a lame attempt at an answer. "The whole mess of it, he stumbled, trying to put his tangled feelings into words. "It's just all so forced, so damn contrived. Everyone is hiding behind these formalities that have been drummed into us since birth." His voice began to rise. It's just so bloody exhausting. No one is being their true selves. They're all too afraid to show anyone who that is. Archie raised his eyebrows. The trifle was good. Ernest looked away, embarrassed by his outburst. Do you truly enjoy it? He asked finally. Trifle? Ernest flashed his friend a wry smile. Being in such places. Archie shrugged. What's not to like? Plenty to eat and drink. Women to admire. That's not enough though, is it? Archie eyed him curiously, running a finger over his shorn chin. What are you not telling me, Dalton? He arched an eyebrow. Where exactly did you run off to the other night? Ernest shook his head. Nowhere. Archie snorted. Nowhere. He jabbed a finger under Ernest's nose. There's a woman involved. I know it. Ernest said nothing. Archie let out a booming laugh. You sly devil. Who is she? Is this why I went bolting away from the Lady Catherine the other night? Because you had somewhere better to be? It's not like that, said Ernest. Isn't it? Exactly what is it like? All he knew was that Rachel Bell had made the restlessness inside him 1,000 times worse. Rachel Bell had turned his faint dislike of the ton into a raging abhorrence. Archie slammed his glass on the table emphatically. He flung down his cards. Tell me everything. And Ernest found himself blurting out the story of the night he had gone looking for his sister in Bethnal Green. Found himself telling Archie of how Rachel had taught him to fit in, and about her search for George Owen. And then he found himself telling Archie about the way he had stumbled drunkenly onto her sleeping pallet. Told him of the way he had fallen asleep to the sound of her breathing. Bloody hell, Dalton, Archie said, then took a big gulp of his whiskey. He took another mouthful for dramatic effect. You're a right fool. Ernest nodded slowly. Indeed I am. She's an escort, he said, deciding there was little point keeping anything from Archie now. His friend said nothing. Ernest had been expecting another snort of laughter or a tirade of insults at his stupidity. He was grateful for the silence. Finally, Archie said, What are you going to do? What can I do? I'm expected to marry a lady of the nobility. Doing otherwise would dishonor my family. My father would never forgive me. So you'll marry the likes of Lady Catherine to keep your father happy? Spend your life miserable for the sake of honor? Ernest hesitated, taken aback. He had not expected Archie to take this angle. Archie had done what any young nobleman was expected to do, marry the woman with the highest-placed connections and produce an heir. As far as Ernest could tell, his friend was happy with his choices. Are you miserable? He found himself blurting. Archie sipped his drink. Miserable, no. But when I speak about Penelope, I know my eyes don't light up in the same way yours did when you told me about this Rachel. Ernest inhaled sharply. Is it that obvious? And yet, what was he to do? His eyes had lit up when he had spoken of Rachel, yes, but it didn't change the fact that they were more than a few rungs apart on the social ladder. If he were to turn his back on the fine marriage his father had engineered for him, he would be cast from the family. He would lose his father's respect. Perhaps even his love. Not even Rachel Bell was worth that. Chapter 18. Ernest arrived home to find the house quiet. The smell of roast meat was lingering in the dining room, and the remains of a fire were smoking in the grate. The downstairs rooms were dark. No doubt his father had retired, mercifully, to his study. Ernest felt a need to check on his mother. He made his way upstairs and knocked gently on the door of her bedroom. Her lady's maid poked her head out from the Duchess' dressing room. She's sleeping, my lord, she said. She's not been at all well today, I'm afraid. He nodded. And you've kept a close eye on her? Yes, my lord, just as you asked. I've seen she's had no more laudanum. Ernest nodded his thanks. He waited until the maid had disappeared, then opened the bedroom door quietly and slipped inside. His mother was breathing rhythmically. He could tell her sleep was deep and untroubled, unlike it had been after he'd heard her singing the lullaby. He stopped as the floor creaked noisily beneath him. I feel an intruder. He was doing what was best for his mother, he reminded himself. He needed to get rid of those embroidered squares. He glanced around the room, squinting in the darkness. He could make out the pile of fabric sitting folded on the nightstand. He grabbed it hurriedly. Then he knelt to peer beneath the bed. There was the chest. He pulled it out silently and carried it from the room. Ernest took the chest to his own rooms and sat at his desk with the box in front of him. He opened the lid. The clothes had been placed back inside haphazardly, no doubt by the Duchess lady's maid. Ernest scooped them out. The least he could do for his mother and sister was see the clothes folded neatly. As he placed the clothing back in the box, he stopped. He could feel the bottom of the chest shifting beneath his fingers. He took out Unity's gowns and ran his forefinger along the bottom of the chest. Definitely loose. He ran his finger around the edge until he felt a tiny groove in the wood. He grabbed a nib pen from his desk, dug the tip into the indentation and pried up the false bottom of the trunk. Ernest let out his breath. Beneath it sat a pile of yellowing envelopes. He lifted them out curiously. There were 5 letters in total, 4 of them addressed to his mother. The 5th envelope bore no seal or postmark, the name of the addressee written in the Duchess' hand. George Bishop, Viscount of Annerley. Ernest felt something tighten in his chest. The Viscount of Annerley? Ernest had met the man on several occasions throughout his life. Had he and his mother been exchanging letters? He paused, the envelopes in his hand. I ought to put these back where I found them. I ought not pry into my mother's business. He ought not pry, yes, but Ernest knew there was not a chance in hell of him putting the letters back where he had found them. There were things he needed to know about his sister. Things he needed to know about his mother. And perhaps there might be something in the letters to point him in the right direction. He opened the first of the envelopes and unfolded the letter carefully. The paper was soft and old, the ink faded to a pale blue. The date at the top of the page told him the letter had been written more than 30 years earlier. My dear Sarah, these days without you have felt interminable. I am counting down the hours until we see each other again. Ernest let out his breath. This is a love letter. The Viscount of Annerley had been in love with his mother. Had my mother loved the Viscount of Annerley? He opened the rest of the letters the Viscount had written to his mother. Each, an outpouring of love and devotion. Each telling Sarah how much he longed to see her. Then, Ernest pulled out the letter his mother had written. The hand was flowery and elaborate. Very different to the neat, careful writing he was used to seeing from the Duchess. My dearest. I miss you more deeply than I can express. Ernest could barely imagine his mother writing such things. These were passionate words that seemed out of place with his mother's cold and stony demeanor. What had changed her? He knew the answer, of course, the moment the thought crossed his mind. Unity. Unity had changed her. Unity and whatever sorry fate had befallen her. The sick feeling that had lodged in Ernest's stomach began to intensify. He kept reading. I have done a terrible thing. A thing of which I can barely manage to write. The letter stopped abruptly, punctuated by a large blotch of black ink. And so it seemed the Duchess had not managed to write about whatever cursed thing had plagued her conscience. Ernest heard himself breathing heavily. He looked at the date of his mother's letter. It was written almost 2 years after the love letters from the Viscount. Written, in fact, after his mother had married his father. Written after Unity had been born. He stood and began to pace across the room, his boots clicking rhythmically on the polished floorboards. This letter to the Viscount had never been sent. The Duchess had never managed to finish the letter confessing this darkest of deeds. Perhaps the Viscount had never learned of whatever sins the Duchess had been able to confess. But perhaps he had. Either way, Ernest needed to find out more about this man. needed to find out more about his relationship with his mother. Ernest knew the Viscount of Annerley had been abroad for some time, building an import and export business on the continent. But he had many acquaintances among the men of London's nobility, Ernest's father among them. Does my father know about these letters? Does he know the Viscount had loved my mother? And then, the more pressing thought. Does he know my mother loved the Viscount? But of course, Ernest knew he could not ask the Duke about such things. The secrecy of the issue aside, his father was still wild with rage at his snubbing of Lady Catherine. Ernest began to pace faster. His thoughts were beginning to knock together. He needed to discuss this with someone. Needed to order his thoughts. He reached into his wardrobe and grabbed that filthy greatcoat of Philip's that he'd been strangely reluctant to return. I need to see Rachel. Chapter 19. Ernest hurried through the crooked streets of Bethnal Green, Philip's greatcoat buttoned to his neck. He pushed his way inside the White Lion. Would he find her in the bar? Or had she taken another man upstairs to that little room? He thought of it made his shoulders tense. But the moment he slipped through the door, he caught sight of her in the corner of the tavern. She stood with her back to the wall, her eyes darting edgily around the room. As her gaze fell to him, a sudden smile lit her face, and she hurried toward him. Mr. Jackson. I didn't imagine I'd see you again. Her eyes darted to the door again. He frowned. Are you all right? You look concerned. She shook her head. No, everything is all right. She flashed him a smile. There's nothing to worry about. I hoped I might speak with you, said Ernest. About my sister. Rachel raised her eyebrows. Your sister? I thought you believed you were wrong about her being alive. I thought you said there was no mystery. Perhaps I was wrong. I've recently learned some things. And I hoped I might discuss them with you. He paused. It's like you said. The simplest explanation is usually the right one, but it's not always the case. Rachel hummed to herself. No doubt she was wondering why on earth he couldn't speak to someone else about such things. Ernest was glad she didn't ask. He was not entirely sure of the answer. He only knew he felt things around Rachel Bell that no one else made him feel. Her gaze shifted again. Perhaps we might speak upstairs, she said. There's. She shook her head, as though trying to toss bad thoughts away. Ernest took her arm impulsively. Miss Bell? Is something wrong? I had the feeling I was being followed, she admitted. Last night and again today. But I'm sure it was just my imagination. Every time I look, there's never anyone there. She gave him a smile that looked a little forced. Still, if you don't mind, I'd rather speak in private. Of course. Feeling suddenly protective, Ernest followed her up the staircase to the room with the iron bed. She locked the door behind them and gestured for him to sit at the table. He sat, sliding off his greatcoat and letting it fall in a heap on the floor. At the sight of the bed, his thoughts darted back to the rose water and brandy scent of her. He thought of her hot breath on his skin, thought of the desperate longing he'd had to kiss her, to touch her. Focus, damn it. Don't lose sight of why you're here. Rachel sat opposite him and met his eyes. Ernest felt suddenly hesitant. If word got out about his mother's love letters, it would be the greatest of scandals. I ought to keep this to myself. He was unable to silence that voice in his head, reminding him that the nobility kept their dark secrets tucked away. Tucked away where no one could find them. Tucked away in wardrobes and chests with false bottoms. He had grown up in a world obsessed with appearance and social standing. A world where scandal was to be avoided at all costs. And, he was beginning to believe, he had also grown up in a world where lies became truths and truths were buried away. The strain of it all was stifling. Oppressive. He couldn't keep the things he had discovered inside. He had traipsed his way across London to seek Rachel out. Felt a burning need within him to tell someone all he had discovered. And he wanted that someone to be her. I can trust her, he thought, looking into her expectant blue eyes. I'm sure of it. I found some letters, he blurted before he could change his mind. In my mother's things. Love letters. Between her and the Viscount of Annerley. When Rachel didn't respond, he added, The Viscount of Annerley is not my father. She nodded. I see. I had no idea my mother had ever met the man. But it seems they carried on quite the dalliance in the years before she married. He folded his hands in front of him and spoke slowly, trying to make sense of the things he had uncovered. And then there was a letter written by my mother to the Viscount after my sister was born. She was married to my father by then, of course. But she was trying to tell the Viscount about something she had done. Something dreadful. Rachel's sharp blue eyes were fixed on him. She nodded for him to continue. I don't know what it was. The letter finished abruptly. As though she couldn't bear to write the words. Ernest drew in his breath. I fear my mother did something to harm my sister. There. I've said it. He felt a terrible person. For a long time, Rachel didn't speak. What was she thinking? Was she wondering how a man might make such dreadful accusations against his own mother? But she said, The Viscount. Do you know how to find him? He's been abroad for many years. Ernest told her. I thought to perhaps ask one of his acquaintances about him. Find out whatever I could about him and my mother. He rubbed his chin. I know he was good friends with the Baron of Clement. He sighed heavily. But I know if I were to ask the Baron about such things, he would go straight to my father and tell him everything. You don't want your father finding out for your mother's sake? Asked Rachel. Ernest gave her a crooked smile. And my own. He gave a short chuckle. My father can be quite the tyrant when he wishes to be. If he had any thought that I was prying like this, he would put an end to it at once. He looked Rachel in the eye. I need to find out what happened to my sister, Miss Bell. There are things that have been kept hidden from me, I'm sure of it. And I need to know what they are. Rachel nodded her understanding. She tapped a long finger against the edge of the table. I could speak to the Baron, she said finally. She gave Ernest a playful, coquettish smile. I can be most persuasive when I wish to be. Ernest shook his head. Miss Bell, he said. That's most kind of you to offer. But I don't want you to get involved. Especially not if it means you have to. Bed the man? Rachel finished. Yes. Ernest coughed. Indeed. He felt his cheeks flush. I'm no stranger to bedding a man, Mr. Jackson. Rachel said matter-of-factly. And I'm more than willing to do so if it will help you learn what you need to know. Ernest shook his head. No. I couldn't ask such a thing of you. She leaned close to him, and he caught that faint waft of rose water. He swallowed heavily. I will do it happily, said Rachel. I want to make things up to you for bringing you that dreadful George Owen. She hesitated, fixing Ernest with a sly smile that made something move in his chest. But in exchange, you will answer me one question. His heart began to knock against his ribs. He nodded. Why did you come to me? She asked. Why did you wish to speak to me about all this? Was it because you were hoping I might visit the Baron on your behalf? No. Ernest said hurriedly. No, of course not. I would never. He stopped, drawing in his breath. He looked across the table and met her eyes. Honestly, he began. I don't know why I came. I just needed to speak to someone about this. And I wanted that someone to be you. Rachel's lips parted. She held the silence for a moment, then mumbled, "I see. If I've burdened you," said Ernest, "you must tell me. And I will leave." He shifted in his chair. Rachel's hand shot out and grabbed his wrist. Ernest felt a sudden pulse of energy shoot up his arm at the unexpected contact. "No," she said. "I don't want you to leave." Her hand slid down his wrist until her fingers lay on top of his. "I would hate for you to have to go back out and face your dreadful world of balls and jelly." There was light in her voice. A teasing smile turned her lips. Ernest shifted his fingers, so they were intertwined with hers. He could feel his heart thudding against his chest. He felt afraid to move, afraid to speak, in case any word from him might bring the rest of the world crashing back in. And then there were footsteps thundering up the staircase. A drunken man's laughter echoed through the passage, followed by the sharp click of an escort's footsteps behind him. Rachel pulled her hand from Ernest's, as though suddenly aware of it. "So," she said, her voice caught in her throat. "Tell me how to find this Baron." Chapter 20. Tracking the whereabouts of the Baron of Clement was proving more difficult than Ernest had anticipated. He had tried the coffee houses and whist halls. No Baron. Worked his way across the gentlemen's clubs of London. No Baron. Ernest was growing edgy. Ask around too much, and word would get back to his father. There was only one thing for it. He would have to attend the Marquess of Embree's garden party. "A garden party?" said Rachel. They were upstairs in her room at the White Lion. Downstairs, someone had produced a fiddle and was scratching out broken tunes to howls of laughter. Ernest nodded. "It's possible the Baron will be there. And, if not, there will at least be people who know the man. People, I'm sure, can point me in his direction." He glanced downwards into his folded hands. "There's just one problem." Rachel raised her eyebrows. "You can't be seen asking." Ernest nodded. "I'm afraid so." Rachel tapped a finger against her chin. "It sounds as though you need someone to infiltrate this garden party and seek information." She gave him a playful wink. Ernest grinned. "That I do." She slid her stool toward him, her knee pressing against his. "I'll do it." "There are few things I find more amusing than watching people of your class swan around each other. It's like watching wild animals disguised in silks and laces." Ernest laughed. "Wild animals indeed." He eyed her curiously. "How do you plan to get in? You can't just stroll on through the gates. A woman cannot simply attend a garden party without a chaperone, and well." He looked at her apologetically. "If you and I were to be seen together, it would cause all manner of a stir. Word would get back to my father far more quickly than if I were asking after the Baron myself." Rachel pressed light fingers to his forearm. "Don't you worry. No one will have any thought that you and I have ever met." There was a smile on her face that told Ernest she had a plan. He raised his eyebrows. "What are you thinking?" She smiled to herself. "You just leave that to me." Rachel stared up at the manor house and let out her breath. The place was a great 4-story monstrosity, with whitewashed walls and a ridiculous mock turret cobbled to one wall. She tried to count the windows. Tried to count the chimneys. She could do neither. She rolled her eyes. How many fireplaces does one household need? She found herself thinking of her neighbors, the Allens, who lived with their 6 children in the single-room apartment above hers. They'd not been able to afford an apartment with a fireplace. On the coldest winters, Rachel would bring them into her room so they might warm themselves by her warped and twisted grate. What, she wondered, would the Allens make of this place? Still, she was not here to ogle at the house. She was here to infiltrate the garden party. Determine the whereabouts of the Baron of Clement. She darted behind a tree as a carriage rolled through the gates of the manor. Through the window, she could see a woman in a bonnet trimmed with pink lace, fluttering a fan in front of her face. Beside her sat a man in a dark suit, a bored expression plastered to his face. The coach rolled down the long front path, then disappeared behind the house. Rachel could hear voices coming distantly from the expanse of the garden. Time for action. Keeping to the thick grove of trees lining the path, Rachel slipped through the gate and edged her way toward the house. She hurried past the front door, then continued along the line of trees until she reached the back of the house. With her back pressed against a thick trunk, she squinted in the sunlight, trying to locate the door to the servants' quarters. Over there, beside the water pump. She glanced about her. At the bottom of the garden, she could see a grand white tent standing on the grass. Inside it was an array of tables and chairs. She could see several well-dressed men and women inside the tent, glasses in their hands. The door to the servants' quarters swung open suddenly and out marched a parade of kitchen maids, all dressed in black, with white aprons and caps, each holding a tray of food or wine. As they made their way to the tent at the bottom of the garden, Rachel seized her chance. She darted toward the servants' door and slipped inside the house. The door closed behind her with a click. She grinned. "I'm in." She hurried down the stairs. She was standing at the beginning of a low corridor, a row of doors before her. She could smell the rich aroma of roasting meat and garlic coming from the basement kitchen. With so many workers attending the party, she would easily be able to blend in amongst them. She could sashay through the party with a tray of wine glasses in her hands and pull information on the Baron's whereabouts from the men as she served them. But first, she needed to look the part. She hurried past the kitchen and peered through the next door. A bedroom. She tried the next. Finally, she opened a door to reveal a room with a large clothes wringer sitting in the center of the room. The laundry. She slipped inside and locked the door behind her. Strung from one end of the room to another was a thin line of twine, on which several pieces of clothing had been hung up to dry. She worked her way along the line. Men's shirts, a pair of trousers, a woman's underskirts. Finally, a black twill dress. Grinning, Rachel pulled it from the line. It was still slightly damp, but she didn't care. She slipped off her own blue skirt and pulled on the black dress. It was miles too big, hanging over her like a shapeless sack. But at least it was black. She would have some chance of blending into that colorless parade of kitchen maids. Now. An apron and a cap. Nothing on the line. Next to the wringer sat a basket of rumpled sheets. Rachel dug through them until she reached a pile of soiled clothes at the bottom. She pulled on a string of white fabric, letting out a tiny cry of delight when an apron revealed itself from within the mess of the basket. She held it up for inspection. There was an enormous, unidentifiable stain down the front. She hesitated, then turned the apron over and tied it at her waist, using the strings to bundle the enormous dress tighter around her body. Rifling through the rest of the laundry basket, she was dismayed to discover she could find no mop cap like the other maids had been wearing. She began to pace, tapping a finger against her lips in thought. Perhaps she could sneak into one of the bedrooms she had passed and see if any of the workers had a spare. No. You ain't a thief. Borrowing clothes from the laundry room was one thing. Hunting through another woman's bedroom was quite another. She wouldn't lower herself to that, not even to help Ernest Jackson. Hanging at the end of the washing line, she caught sight of a large white cloth. She pulled it down to inspect it. Yes. This will do nicely. She folded the cloth into a triangle and then tied it neatly over her hair, careful to tuck in any stray strands. Then, she folded her own skirts into a pile and tucked them carefully behind the wringer. She smoothed her apron and smiled to herself, then made her way out into the kitchen. As she hurried back along the corridor, she could hear the maids had returned to the kitchen. There was a loud clatter of plates and pot lids, and a woman barking out orders in a sharp, gravelly voice. Rachel slipped through the kitchen door to stand behind the throng of maids. No one noticed. The woman with the gravelly voice thrust a plate of deviled eggs into her hand. Their overpowering scent rose up to meet her, and Rachel heard her stomach grumble. "Don't just stand there," the woman barked. "Go." Tray in hand, Rachel hurried out the door, making her way toward the party. The crowd in the tent had grown, she noticed. Men and women were spilling out onto the manicured lawn, hands full of glasses and feathery fans. She could hear the clatter of hooves, as yet another carriage rolled through the manor gates. First, a silent scope out of the party. She knew there was a chance there would be men here she had met before. Men who would, of course, never admit to knowing her in public, but who would bend to her questioning if she were to press them in a sly, silent aside. Especially if she were also to press a gentle hand to just the right place on their arm. Yes, if there were men she recognized here, it would make her job much easier. She made her way into the tent, keeping her eyes down as the other maids were doing. On the edge of her vision, she tried to take in the party's attendees. No familiar faces. At least, not yet. And then she saw someone she knew. At the sight of Ernest Jackson, her heart gave a sudden thump against her ribs. He was standing beside an older man, nodding politely as he listened to him speak. All thought of keeping her eyes down suddenly left her, and she looked up to meet his surprised stare. Quickly, he turned his eyes away. Rachel thrust the tray toward him. "Deviled egg, my lord?" Her voice was husky. He shook his head. "No, thank you." She held the tray out to the man Mr. Jackson was speaking with. He grabbed an egg and popped it in his mouth. Seemed to swallow it without chewing. There it was again, that strange inability to move her feet she had felt when she had first met Mr. Jackson at the White Lion. She dragged herself out from under his spell and forced herself to continue her rounds of the tent. If he didn't want her deviled eggs, she would simply move on to the next man. She could feel his eyes on her as she wove through the crowd. She willed him to stop looking. Does he mean to blow my cover? The tray emptied, Rachel hurried back toward the house. A kitchen maid? What is she thinking? Ernest hadn't known what he had been expecting Rachel to do, but it hadn't been this. He hadn't expected to see those piercing blue eyes when he'd glanced at the maid carrying a tray of eggs. He watched her disappear into the manor. Lord Whitby was still droning on about his summer house in Devon, Ernest realized. "I'm sorry, my lord," he interrupted. "Will you excuse me a moment?" He began to walk toward the house. "What am I doing? I can't just walk into the kitchens." But he had to speak to her. He jogged to catch up with her, clutching her arm before she reached the door, and pulling her around the side of the house. Her eyes widened. "What are you doing?" she hissed. He gestured to her uniform, which was far too big for her. "What are you doing?" "What does it look like?" "I'm going undercover to find out where your baron is." She gave him a hard stare. "And you're going to ruin it if someone sees me with you." Ernest shook his head. "This will never work. No one here would be seen dead speaking to a kitchen maid. You'll never get the information we need this way." Rachel flashed a cheeky smile. "How little faith you have in me, Mr. Jackson." Her eyes twinkled. "I can be quite persuasive when I wish to be. These men will tell me what I wish to know. They just need a little coaxing." She gave an airy burst of laughter. For a moment, Ernest found himself wishing that he was the man on the end of Rachel Bell's coaxing. "Just be careful," he said finally, his voice trapped in his throat. "If anyone finds out you're not supposed to be here, they'll suspect you a thief." She planted a hand on her hip. "If anyone finds out I ain't supposed to be here, it'll be because a certain Marquess dragged me off into the shadows." She nodded toward the party. "Go," she told him, "before anyone suspects anything. We'll speak tonight. I'll tell you all I found out." and before Ernest had a chance to speak, she had disappeared into the house. He stood for a moment with his back pressed against the wall of the house. He felt strangely breathless. Rachel was right. I'd best get back to the party, or people will begin to get suspicious. He walked slowly back toward the tent. Lord Whitby had, mercifully, moved on to tell another unfortunate soul about his summer house. And then his stomach plunged. Hell. There, beside the tower of champagne glasses, was Lady Catherine. She was speaking with a group of ladies, fluttering a fan and nodding demurely as she listened to her friend speak. Ernest made his way to the other side of the tent, determined to stay out of her sight line. Behind him, he was acutely aware of Rachel heading back toward the tent with another tray of food. Don't look at her. Pretend she's not here. But pretending she was not here, Ernest knew, would be an impossibility. Trying to ignore Rachel Bell was like trying to ignore a gazelle galloping through the tent. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her sidle up to Lord Whitby. She held out her tray and flashed him a smile. To Ernest's surprise, he saw Lord Whitby grinning in response. Rachel was chattering away to him, he realized. And Lord Whitby was chatting back. She really does have a way about her. He tried to edge closer. He wanted to hear what she was saying. Wary of getting caught up in Lord Whitby's summer house spiel again, Ernest found himself darting behind the back wall of the tent. He found himself chuckling. What strange situations I have found myself in lately. What strange situations I have found myself in since I've met Rachel Bell. From behind the tent wall, he could hear her twittering to Lord Whitby. Why is a girl like me looking for the Baron? She gave a playful giggle. Well, I'm afraid, my lord, that's between the Baron and myself. I'm not one to share a man's secrets. Lord Whitby gave a booming laugh. That sly dog. I can only imagine what he gets up to behind closed doors. I wish you luck, he told Rachel, and I'll have a little more of that caviar before you go. Ernest tried to peer through a gap in the wall of the tent. Where is she going now? Who is she speaking to? Dalton, boomed a familiar voice. Ernest whirled around to see Archie behind him. What the devil are you doing hiding behind there? Ernest cursed under his breath and made his way out from behind the tent. Don't ask. Archie chuckled. His wife, Lady Penelope, lifted her fan to hide her smile. Archie clapped Ernest over the shoulder. A drink, then. They made their way into the tent, Archie scooping up 2 glasses of wine from a passing tray and handing one to Penelope. Ernest grabbed one too. I need a drink. He took a quick mouthful, then followed Archie wearily across the garden. He was headed straight for the table on which Lady Catherine sat. Wonderful. Ernest took another hurried gulp of wine and shot his friend a fierce glare. Archie put a hand to the back of Ernest's neck and pulled him close. You'll thank me for it later. Ernest raised his eyebrows. He doubted it. Archie's eyes grew serious. I have to say, Dalton, I'm a little concerned about you, after what you told me the other night. He dropped his voice. Lusting after an escort is one thing, but I must say, it seems to me you've developed something of an attachment to this woman. He sighed. And I can't fathom what in hell you were doing hiding behind the tent like that. Ernest rubbed his eyes. It's a long story. I'm sure. Archie reached for a caviar toast as Rachel swanned past with a tray. Ernest noticed his eyes linger on her. He felt a sudden, unbidden flare of anger. Good Lord, what's wrong with me? He took another gulp of wine and sat heavily at the table. He could feel Lady Catherine's eyes drift over to him. He didn't look at her. Ernest felt a knot of guilt in his stomach. Ignoring the woman was hardly the decent thing to do after he'd fled her father's ball without so much as an explanation. He had no thought of marrying her, but nor did he want to be this dismissive bastard. He sucked in his breath and stood, making his way toward her. He cleared his throat. "Good afternoon, my lady." Lady Catherine peered up at him coyly from beneath the brim of her bonnet. "Good afternoon, Lord Dalton." He hesitated. "Perhaps we might speak?" She gestured with a gloved hand to the empty chair beside her. "Please." Ernest sat. The ladies on the other side of Catherine had begun to talk amongst themselves, but he could see stray glances being shot in his direction. His disappearance from the ball had indeed caused quite a stir, he could tell by the looks in their eyes. "I must ask your forgiveness," he told Lady Catherine, "for my behavior last Saturday night." She arched an eyebrow and nodded for him to continue. The ladies' conversation had stopped, Ernest realized. "I was not myself," he pressed on. "In fact, I've not been myself for longer than I can remember. I'm not even sure who myself is any longer. I hope you did not take my disappearance as a personal affront." Lady Catherine said nothing. She took a minuscule sip from a glass of white wine and set it back on the table. She peered up at him from beneath her long lashes. "I'm sorry if you felt my father was forcing your hand," she said finally. Her voice was high and girlish. "I know there has been much talk about you and me as a match. And I'm sorry if such talk had you feeling like you had no choice but to flee. Christ, I feel a right dog." "Forgive me," he said again. "I didn't mean you any offense." He caught sight of Rachel in the corner of the tent, giggling and pressing a light hand into the arm of a gentleman Ernest didn't recognize. How has she managed to do such a thing? How has she persuaded these noblemen to spill their secrets to a lowly kitchen maid? He couldn't pull his eyes from her. He watched her hand work its way up the gentleman's arm. Felt the back of his neck prickle with heat. He tugged edgily at his collar. Lady Catherine followed his gaze, then, seeing no one of interest, turned back to him. "My father had all manner of dreadful things to say about you," she told him. "But I stood up for you. I told him you didn't seem well on Saturday." She gave him a coy smile. "The thing is, my lord, if I'm not to marry you, my father has the Duke of Harrington in mind for me. I'd be his third wife. I can't imagine anything worse. I'm barely a year older than his daughter." "Third wife?" Ernest said distantly. "How dreadful." His eyes followed Rachel across the garden. "Have you found another match?" Lady Catherine asked suddenly, her words rising in pitch. Ernest turned to look at her. "Another match? No, I know by taking me as your wife you'd be marrying below your station." He heard a slight tremor in her voice. "I'm sure I could not blame you if you sought to make a better match." Ernest watched as the man pressed a firm hand into the small of Rachel's back. He shifted uncomfortably. "That's it, isn't it?" sniffed Lady Catherine, producing a lacy handkerchief and dabbing her eyes. "Your silence tells me everything." "Who is she?" She tried to cover a sob. "Just tell me, Lord Dalton." "Who is she?" "It's no one," Ernest said hurriedly. "It's nothing like that." "Then what?" she asked tearfully. "What is so dreadful about me that you felt you had to go tearing out into the night?" Ernest's stomach tightened. Tearing out into the night had been about his own restlessness, his own discontent. He had never imagined it might upset Lady Catherine so much. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he had assumed she would just move on to the next man at the table. "It's just I have no plans to marry." As soon as the words left his lips, he could not believe he had said them. "I beg your pardon?" said Catherine, blinking away her tears in surprise. "No plans to marry? Whatever do you mean?" Rachel darted out of the tent, flashing a cheeky glance at the man she had been speaking with. After a moment, he followed her. Ernest's heart began to quicken. What in hell is she doing? He stood abruptly. "I'm sorry, my lady," he garbled. "We must continue this conversation another time." There's something I must do urgently. He hurried out of the tent and peered around the garden. Where was she? He caught sight of a flash of black skirts between the trees at the edge of the property. There was Rachel with her back pressed against a tree trunk, the man from the party leaning over her. Heart thudding, Ernest edged closer. For a moment, he thought to intercept but caught sight of a smile on Rachel's face. It was a forced smile, he realized. An act, a persona. She trailed a narrow finger down the line of gold buttons on the man's front. The man leaned toward her, eyes hot with desire. Ernest felt a blaze inside him. Anger? Or something more? He swallowed heavily. Am I jealous? Rachel darted suddenly out from beneath the man's arm and called out a bubbly farewell. The man cursed at her, his cheeks flushing scarlet. Rachel raced through the trees, catching hold of Ernest's arm as she ran. What are you doing? She demanded, as they both hid breathlessly against the side of the house. I told you to stay away from me. I thought you were going to be discreet. Ernest whispered. I hardly think taking a gentleman behind the garden tent for a little tending to is discreet. He felt color rise in his cheeks, as his words fell out of his mouth without censure. Rachel gave a slight laugh. She stepped closer, her eyes meeting his. Honestly, Mr. Jackson, anyone would think you were jealous. Ernest swallowed. He was being jealous, he realized. And foolish. After all, he was the one who had asked for Rachel's help. I'm sorry. He managed. I just don't want to see you get yourself in trouble. He held her gaze for a moment. I found your Baron, she said after a moment, a smile lighting her face. You did? She nodded. Recently moved to Covent Garden. Likes to frequent the Grand Hotel in Piccadilly. Ernest's face broke into a grin. You truly are a marvel. Rachel shot him a playful smile. Of course I am. Now I'd best get out of here. If anyone saw me take that man down the back of the tent, they'll throw me out in an instant. Chapter 21. Rachel peered through the window of the Grand Hotel. That's him, said Mr. Jackson beside her, pointing to an enormous, wide-shouldered man with a green and gold waistcoat straining across his middle. You see him? Rachel gave a snort of laughter. It's a little hard not to. He grinned, then turned to face her, his eyes grew serious. Are you sure about this? Of course. She hesitated. Are you? I'm sure, said Mr. Jackson. I know you're a professional at this and I'm sure you know how to handle such a man without. Rachel smiled slightly. I meant, are you sure you want to find out what he knows about your mother and the Viscount? Oh. Mr. Jackson's cheeks colored slightly. Yes. Yes, I'm sure. She smiled to herself. She smoothed her skirts and tucked a stray strand of blonde hair back into the knot at her neck. Mr. Jackson took her arm. Be careful. She nodded. I'm always careful. She pushed open the door and sidled into the lavishly decorated bar, weaving her way through the throng of tail-coated men toward the Baron. She sidled up to him. You need a little attention, my lord? Standing beside him, he felt impossibly large. Seated, he reached past her shoulder. The skin hung from his neck in rolls, and he smelled of sweat and brandy. Grey hair hung lifelessly at his collar. He looked at her sideways from beneath his thick eyebrows. Perhaps, he said. I've a game of whist planned. Will you still be about when I'm done? Rachel looked at him from beneath her lashes. I'll still be about, my lord, but I can't guarantee I'll be free. The Baron hesitated, raking her pale skin with his eyes. Perhaps you might find us a room? Rachel suggested, fluttering her lashes. Finally, The Baron nodded, scooping his glass from the table and easing himself from his chair. He disappeared into the foyer, returning moments later with a sly grin stretching his cheeks. He wrapped his meaty hand around Rachel's and led her toward the staircase. Rachel paused. The glass in his hand was almost empty. She had no idea how much he had drunk earlier in the night, but she knew a man with liquor in his blood was far more likely to spill his secrets. "Perhaps a drink?" she asked the Baron, giving him a coy smile. "After all, we don't want tonight to be over too soon now, do we?" He chuckled. "A drink's a fine idea." He slid a key from his pocket and pressed it into her hand. "Room 12. He told her. "I'll be up shortly." He looked up and down at the crimson gown she wore whenever she ventured into high society. "And I expect to see that gown on the floor." Rachel pushed away her revulsion. "Of course, my lord," she twittered. She tossed her cloak alluringly and made her way up the stairs. She walked down the hallway until she found room 12, then slid the key into the lock. The room was elaborately decorated, with gaudy velvet curtains and a wide, ornamental picture rail. A large painting of a seascape hung on one wall. She slid off her cloak and laid it over the crimson-colored chaise in the corner of the room. Then came her dress, her underskirts. She stood by the chaise in her shift and stockings. The Baron, she guessed, was a man who took great joy in removing a woman's stockings. The door swung open and in he ambled, a bottle of fine French whiskey swinging in his fist. Rachel managed a wry smile. "At least I'll get a decent drop to drink out of all this." He grinned at the sight of her, shuffling across the room and planting a wet kiss on the side of her neck. Rachel's skin crawled at the contact, but she managed to keep the smile plastered on her face. How adept she had become at keeping a smile plastered on her face, she thought dully. She reached for the bottle and took it from the Baron's hand, letting it slide alluringly across her thigh as she made her way toward the table. She filled 2 crystal glasses. A small one for her, just enough to take the edge of this sickening debacle, and a large one for the Baron so he might develop the loosest of tongues. She clinked her glass against his. "Tell me about yourself," she said. "I've always been so fascinated by men of your standing." Rachel feigned interest as the Baron rattled on and on about his family, descended from Danish royalty, no less, sliding off his monstrous coat and waistcoat as he did so. Soon he stood before her in all his naked glory, a juddering mountain of white flesh. Rachel forced herself not to look away in disgust. And then he was coming toward her, his flinty eyes shining with anticipation, sweat already sheening his forehead. Rachel lay back on the bed and closed her eyes, clenching a fist around the edge of the pillow as he pushed his way inside her. The seaside, she thought hurriedly. Chocolate cake. Christmas time. She felt tears prick her eyes. She swallowed heavily. The seaside. Chocolate cake. Christmas time. The tears persisted, tightening her throat and making her eyes burn. What is this? She had lost count long ago of how many men she had bedded. But she knew for certain that she had never before felt like crying. But now the shame of it was welling up inside her, threatening to escape as a torrent of tears. How had her life come to this? She had been a good, honest child, with decent, hard-working parents. This was not the life she was supposed to have had. She was supposed to have finished her studies at the charity school and found good honest work as a governess. And then she was supposed to have found a man who loved her enough to make her his wife. A tear escaped down her cheek. Who would ever make me their wife now? Marriage was something she had not allowed herself to think about since she had begun to work as an escort. Women like her rarely married, and when they did it was out of desperation. That fairy tale of finding a man she loved had become nothing but an illusion. A dream that had died along with her parents. She had resigned herself to a life of being alone. Truly, it had never really bothered her. Her work as an escort had made her see that love was little more than a fantasy. Men came to her because they didn't care for their wives. They came to her because they'd grown bored of the woman they had pledged to spend their lives with. Why would she bother to marry, Rachel had thought, when she'd be tossed aside the moment her husband grew restless? Why should she give herself to a man when he'd just end up in the arms of an escort? 3 years in this business had made her hard and made her strong. And it had also taught her that there was no such thing as love. But now, she realized, she did not feel quite so certain. Because Ernest Jackson made her heart speed and her insides flutter. He made her words come out sounding like an innocent, tongue-tied schoolgirl. Ernest Jackson, of course, was not the type of man she could even dream of marrying. She had enough sense to know that. But since she had met him, she was unable to stop the thought from entering her mind. Could it be possible that love is real? Ernest Jackson, she thought. I'm doing this for him. And she had best not let the Baron see her crying her eyes out beneath him. She was sure such a thing would dampen the passions of even the most lecherous of men. She brought a hurried hand to her eyes and swiped away her tears. The Baron finished with a grunt and rolled off her, Rachel drawing in an enormous, desperate breath. She lurched toward the nightstand for the whiskey and took a generous gulp. Then she turned back to the Baron, sitting up on her elbow and giving him the silkiest of smiles. "Did you ever meet the Viscount of Annerley?" she asked airily. The Baron snorted, a line of sweat trickling down his forehead. "Why are you speaking of another man when you're lying here in my bed?" She shrugged. "I met him once, is all. When he was back in London for a visit. I seem to remember him speaking of you." The Baron raised his caterpillar eyebrows. "He did he? And what exactly did he have to say about me?" "He mentioned your name in passing," said Rachel. "Nothing more?" She shuffled across the mattress, so she lay closer to the Baron's panting body. "I heard it was love that had the Viscount fleeing London." She rolled over and reached for a glass, pressing it into his meaty hand. "Heard it was quite the scandal." The Baron chuckled, downing the whiskey and handing the glass back to Rachel. "Why are you so interested in the Viscount?" "Just like a good piece of gossip," she said. "Don't we all?" The Baron nodded at the glass. "Get me another. There's a good girl." Rachel slid from the bed and refilled the glass. "Didn't seem like the type to be involved in a scandal," she said, sitting back beside the Baron and letting her breasts graze his pasty chest. Well, he used his free hand to run his fingers over her thigh. "Time hasn't been kind to any of us. But the Viscount was quite dashing in his day. Caught the eye of many a lady." "And one in particular," said Rachel, trying for a sly, knowing grin. The Baron sighed wistfully and gulped the liquor, drifting into a haze of nostalgia. "Yes, indeed. Lady Sarah Edwards. She was quite the catch back then. I even fancied my chances with her for a while, but she was swept up by the Duke of Armson." Rachel sipped her whiskey. "Do you think Lady Sarah loved the Viscount?" The Baron shrugged. He claimed she did. But then, what man would admit to being jilted? Rachel gave a knowing smile. "But she didn't marry him. She married the Duke." "Why?" The Baron lay back on his pillow, folding his arms behind his head. "She wanted a finer husband for herself, I suppose. Better to be a duchess than a viscountess." "Do you think that's truly why the Viscount left London?" Rachel asked. "Because Sarah chose to marry another man?" Word was she cast him aside without a second thought. He believed she loved him, but then she up and married the Duke of Armson. Barely gave the Viscount an explanation. He jabbed a fat finger beneath Rachel's nose. "I tried to warn him." "The Viscount?" "I tried to tell him. Said only fools marry for love." Chapter 22 Rachel sat opposite Mr. Jackson at her kitchen table in Bethnal Green. A pot of tea sat between them, along with a candle that was hissing and spitting its way toward the brass holder. Rachel could still feel the Baron's hands on her. She gulped the tea, the warmth of it helping settle her a little. It was worth it. I finally have something worthwhile to tell Mr. Jackson. She dug a hand into her pocket and felt the coins inside her pouch. She'd been paid well for the night too. The Viscount left London because of my mother? Mr. Jackson repeated, his eyes wide. Apparently his love was unrequited. She chose to marry your father instead. He hummed to himself, deep in thought. He gave a short, humorless chuckle. It's hard to imagine my mother being the source of such heartbreak. It sounds as though she's had a difficult life, said Rachel. Mr. Jackson looked into his cup. Yes, he said. Yes, I suppose she has. He held the silence for a moment, then looked up at her. The theatre, he blurted. Do you like it? The theatre? Rachel hesitated. Her only experiences of theatre were the impromptu bawdy shows that burst into the White Lion late at night and a handful of plays she had attended on clients' arms. The nights usually ended with quick, cursory applause before she was hauled off to some seedy Covent Garden hotel. But she found herself saying, I enjoy the theatre, yes. Mr. Jackson hesitated, as though suddenly unsure of himself. I should like to thank you properly, he said, for your help tonight. I'm sure it wasn't pleasant. Rachel managed a crooked smile. Will you join me at the theatre tomorrow night? Julius Caesar at the Theatre Royal? Rachel paused. For a moment, she saw herself walking up the theatre stairs on the Marquess' arm, dressed in silks and a fine lace bonnet. Saw herself sitting beside him on plush velvet seats, fluttering a fan and clapping politely. She shoved the thought away. What was she thinking? She was not that woman. She never would be. She was a woman who missed the final curtain call to service a man beside the stage door. I've no chaperone, she said. He gave a light shrug. Does that bother you? Rachel hesitated. I thought perhaps it may bother you. No, he said firmly. It doesn't bother me at all. She felt her heart beginning to thud. Ain't you embarrassed to be seen in such a place with a woman like me? He looked into her eyes with a sudden intensity. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Tomorrow night, he said finally. I will have a coach come for you. Be ready by 6. Ernest left Rachel's tenement with his heart knocking against his ribs. What have I done? He couldn't take Rachel Bell to the theatre. What if someone were to see them? What if word got back to his father? He had been so filled with gratitude for all she had done for him, had been so eager to show his thanks, that he had blurted the invitation out without thinking. But he knew it was a mistake. A sizable one. If he were seen in the company of a woman outside the nobility, it would be the greatest of scandals. He would have to go back to Rachel's apartment and tell her he had made a mistake. Bestow her with apologies and suggest they spend the night drinking in the White Lion instead. Ernest stopped walking. He felt strangely reluctant to move. If he were to go back to Rachel and renege on his invitation, what would that tell her? You're not worthy. You're not good enough. He couldn't bear to have her think such things. And then there was the other issue. The fact that, when Rachel had accepted his invitation, his heart had leapt in his chest in a way he had never felt before. For the past 3 years, he had felt trapped in this monotonous, mind-numbing existence. He could barely remember feeling anything more than dull flickers of emotion. Obligatory smiles and forced laughter. But Rachel Bell had his heart leaping in his chest. He was excited at the thought of spending the evening with her. He longed to spend the evening with her. Ernest dug his hands into his pockets and kept walking. He was heading back toward Pimlico, he realized. Away from Rachel's tenement. I'm doing this. I'm actually doing this. Tomorrow night, he would venture to the theater with Rachel Bell on his arm. Perhaps they would be seen. Perhaps word would get back to his father and Ernest would be forced to explain himself to the Duke. But the nagging fear of such a thing happening was pushed out by his excitement at spending a whole evening in Rachel's company. He would walk with her proudly on his arm. Let her know she was worthy. Let her know she was good enough. Let her know she is far better than just good enough. He drew in a long breath, his heart thudding with a heady mixture of nerves and excitement. I'm doing this, he told himself again. And he felt a smile creeping across his face at the thought. Rachel made her way to Betsy's bakery, jittery and sleepless. After Mr. Jackson had left, she had lain awake on her sleeping pallet and stared at the ceiling until dawn. She was glad for the warm spring morning. The feeling that she was being watched had not gone away, but the sun flooding the streets took away a little of her unease. I've been invited to the theater, she told Betsy. By a marquis. Betsy lifted an eyebrow, wiping her floury hands on her apron. You have raised your standards. Hope he's paying you well for the privilege. No. Rachel wound a coil of hair around her finger. I've not been invited as an escort. I've been invited as... She hesitated. I don't know exactly. But I've been asked, nonetheless. Betsy's eyes were wide and expectant. Is this the man who's been asking you about his sister? Rachel nodded. Betsy made a noise from the back of her throat. She opened the oven and pulled out a tray of loaves, their aroma flooding the tiny shop. Rachel felt her mouth begin to water. She longingly watched as Betsy moved the loaves to the cooling racks. She turned and jabbed a finger in Rachel's direction. Thought I told you to be careful. I told you to stay away from him. Rachel let out an enormous sigh. I know. And I tried. Truly. But I've not stopped thinking of him since the moment we met. He came back the tavern, she told Betsy. Asked for my help again. And did you help him like he asked? Rachel nodded. And did you stop to think that maybe that's what he's after? Your help and nothing more? Rachel bristled. What do you mean? I mean, did you stop to think that maybe he's just using you and your talents to get the information he's after? Rachel felt something turn over in her stomach. No. That's not true. He's not using me. He wants to take me out to thank me, she said indignantly. Betsy narrowed her eyes. Something ain't right about this. Marquises don't just go around taking women like us to the theater. Women like us? You mean escorts? The corner of Betsy's lips turned up. I'm a baker. She grabbed a bread roll from beneath the counter and tossed it to Rachel. She took an enormous bite. I know you're right, she said, chewing. Believe me, I know. But there's something different about him. He's not like any man I ever met before. Oh, Rachel. Betsy looked at her with pity in her eyes. You've gone and fallen for the man, haven't you? You're a damn fool. Yes. I'm a damn fool indeed. Betsy shook her head firmly. You can't go to the theater with him. And that's that. Rachel's eyebrows shot up. I can, she said. And I will. Betsy planted her hands on her hips. And where do you imagine this is going to lead? What do you imagine he'll do with you at the end of the night? Whisk you off to his grand manor house and make you his bride? She snorted. Not likely. Her voice softened slightly. You're nothing but a little entertainment for him, Rachel. I'm sorry to be the one to say it, but you need to hear it. He'll take what he needs from you, then cast you aside. What else can possibly come of it? Rachel lowered her eyes. I'm not just a little entertainment for him. I'm sure of it. I've seen the way he looks at me. I'm going, Rachel said defiantly. And that's all there is to it. Betty snorted. Don't say I didn't warn you. And don't speak with your mouth full. Chapter 23. Ernest had his driver pull up the coach as they arrived in Bishopsgate. Wait here, he instructed, climbing from the carriage. He made his way across the street towards St. Helen's Church, where he and Rachel had arranged to meet. He found her waiting in front of the stone arches, looking from side to side into the street. She was wearing a simple blue woolen gown and cloak, her blonde hair pinned neatly beneath her bonnet. She was completely devoid of the feathers and finery he was used to seeing on women. How lovely she looks. Good evening, Miss Bell. She started, pressing a hand to her chest. Forgive me, Mr. Jackson. You startled me. Ernest thought back to the night at the White Lion when she had insisted they hide away upstairs. He frowned. Is everything all right? You seem on edge. Rachel glanced over her shoulder again, before flashing him a quick smile. No. Everything is fine, she said, a little too brightly. Everything is wonderful. She's nervous. So am I. He offered her his arm. Shall we? My coach is waiting at the end of the street. She slid her slender fingers around his elbow and walked close beside him. Ernest caught the faint scent of rose water. His mouth felt suddenly dry. As they approached the carriage, his driver pulled open the door and offered Rachel his hand. Ernest followed her into the coach, sitting close beside her on the velvet-lined bench. They began to clatter through the streets. Ernest could feel the warmth of her body beside him, and it made his heart quicken. He found himself churning through potential topics of conversation. Sweat prickled beneath his collar. He'd never struggled for conversation around Rachel before. When they had been in the White Lion, their discussions had flowed freely and easily. But now he was trying to bring her into his world. He felt utterly unsure of himself. Ought I speak about the play? Or perhaps tell her about the horse that's pulling the carriage? Each topic of conversation felt pompous and forced. Fine weather tonight, he said finally, cursing himself the moment the words were out of his mouth. Rachel gave a sudden laugh. Is that what the done thing is, Mr. Jackson? To speak of the weather on the way to the theatre? He managed a smile. It's always the done thing, he told her. Speak of the weather and you can never offend someone. Rachel nodded. I see. Much safer than discussing the virility of the Baron of Clement. Or lack thereof. Ernest burst out laughing, the tension between them suddenly dissipating. What had he been thinking, making small talk with her about the weather? Rachel Bell was far better than small talk. He suddenly questioned his bringing her here. Rachel was his escape from the stiffness and etiquette of the upper class. Why destroy a night with her by thrusting her among these people? You know, he said, we don't have to go to the theatre. We could go anywhere we wished. Rachel looked out the window. They were approaching the West End, and the streets were filled with finely dressed men and women milling about the theatres. Are you embarrassed to take me here? She asked suddenly. Embarrassed? No. Of course not. She pressed a gloved hand over his, silencing him. Then take me to the theatre. The coach rolled to a stop, and Ernest's driver opened the door for them. Rachel climbed out carefully, smoothing her skirts and looking about her at the sea of people. Ernest watched a look of uncertainty settle over her face. She drew in a long breath. Was it the fact that she was here with him that was making her so edgy, he wondered? Had he been too forward? He had only wanted to spend some time with her. He had only wanted to show her an enjoyable night, The last thing he had wanted was to make her uncomfortable. He was suddenly aware that the ladies around them were dressed in lavish silk gowns, their hair glittering with combs of diamonds and pearls. Their skirts were full, their bodices elaborately decorated. Ernest had never thought anything of it. The women he had been around had always been dressed in silk and lace. He had always thought such frippery unnecessary. Dressed in her simple woolen skirts, Rachel Bell was far more beautiful than any of the other women. Far more striking. But did she see it that way? Or was she comparing herself to these ladies who had draped themselves in silk and satin? Ernest felt suddenly ill. His thoughts were pushed out suddenly by Rachel's soft hand against his arm. "Let's go inside," she said. Her voice was husky and low. Ernest covered her gloved hand with his and led her into the theater. The audience was filing in quickly, and the place was a sea of chatter and gentle laughter. He could hear the orchestra tuning up from inside the pit. He watched Rachel's eyes widen as she took in the red velvet curtains and elaborately decorated boxes. Ernest had been inside the Theatre Royal many times, yet he felt as though he was seeing the place for the first time. How often had he walked past those exquisite boxes and never noticed them? How often had he seen the beautiful carvings above the stage and paid them no attention? With Rachel on his arm, he felt as though he was seeing the world through fresh eyes. He guided her up the stairs and into one of the small boxes above the stage. Gestured for her to sit. "Oh," said Rachel, perching on the edge of one of the two chairs. "Is this it?" She nodded toward the large, gilded royal box. "I was hoping we might be sitting in there." Ernest opened his mouth to speak, then caught the playful shine in her eyes. She began to giggle, making him laugh too. "Just imagine the scandal," he said, "if a lowly marquis were to sneak into the royal box." Rachel laughed. With an escort on his arm, no less. Ernest let out a loud chuckle. And then the thought came to him. Real laughter. This was not a forced, obligatory chuckling. He felt a lightness inside him he hadn't felt for longer than he could remember. He glanced sideways at Rachel. She was biting her lip to control her giggling, her blue eyes alight as she looked around the theater. And for a second, Ernest let himself imagine it. A life of waking up beside Rachel Bell each morning. A life of real laughter and sharp, quick-witted conversations. He longed for it. He longed for her. Darkness fell over the theater. Without the thought entering his head, Ernest reached over and plucked Rachel's hand from her lap, gently sliding his fingers between hers. The curtain rose to a smattering of applause. Rachel couldn't concentrate. All she could focus on was the feel of his hand in hers. She was still wearing her embroidered woolen gloves. All the other women had been wearing gloves of silk and satin, and Rachel had not wanted to be the only woman in the theatre brazen enough to show her hands. She wished she had taken them off. Wished she could feel Mr. Jackson's skin against her own. Their clasped hands were resting on the arm of the chair between them. They were alone here in the box, hidden in the dark. And yet sitting here with a marquis's hand in hers felt like the greatest of scandals. Rachel glanced out at the finely dressed ladies in the box opposite them. It felt like they were watching her. Judging. It felt as though they knew everything. A faint smile turned her lips. "Yes, just look at me. Here I am in a working girl's skirt and foolish woolen gloves. Here I am with a nobleman's hand in mine. Here I am taking up a seat intended for a lady with diamonds in her hair." She smiled to herself. Taking up a seat intended for a diamond-studded lady was a most enjoyable thing. Especially when that seat was beside Mr. Ernest Jackson. Before she knew what she was doing, she had lifted their clasped hands from the arm of the chair and settled them on his thigh. She could feel him trying to catch her eye, but she kept her gaze straight ahead, watching the actors as they strode around the stage. Her fingers began to move gently against his thigh. The tiniest of movements. Like a breath on skin. In the corner of her vision, She saw his chest rise and fall as he drew in a deep breath. Her fingers kept dancing. Mr. Jackson's lips parted. He shifted in his seat. And then, abruptly, he lifted her hand from his leg and fixed her with hot eyes. He returned their clasped hands back to the arm of the chair. Rachel felt a smile in the corner of her lips. She turned back to the stage and tried to focus. Caesar let out a great cry and stumbled dramatically to the floor. Rachel's heart was pounding. She knew it had nothing to do with what was going on stage. Focus. Watch the show. When are you ever going to be in a place like this again? But then, when am I ever going to be in the company of a man such as him again? He slid his hand from hers, and Rachel felt a pang of disappointment. And then his fingers came to rest lightly above her knee. Rachel held her breath. And, just as she had done to him, he began to move his fingers, almost imperceptibly, over the soft fabric of her skirts. Rachel swallowed heavily. All chance of concentrating on the play had vanished. She felt her breathing quicken. The touch of his fingers was almost imperceptible, but it was impossible to ignore. And the thudding of her heart. That was impossible to ignore too. As was the heat that had begun to build in her core, a heat that was quickly moving down between her legs. How is it possible that I can take men to my bed and feel nothing, yet the slightest twitch of his fingers has me on fire? She dared to glance at him. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, watching every movement of the actors. But Rachel could see a tiny smile in the corner of his lips. Slowly, he slid his fingers higher up her thigh, and it was all Rachel could do not to squirm in her seat. And then his hand was gone. He clasped his fingers in his lap and fixed his eyes on the actors, leaving Rachel with an unquenched fire raging inside her. Chapter 24. The play seemed interminable. Throughout the performance, she could feel Mr. Jackson shooting her sideways glances. She kept her eyes focused on the stage, sure she would explode if she managed to catch his eye. Finally, after what felt like days, the performance drew to a close. Mr. Jackson rose to his feet, applauding heartily until the final curtain call. Now, of all times I stay until the final curtain call. He offered her his arm, and they made their way back out to the street. Her fingers rested lightly against his forearm, her hand tingling at the contact. "I hope you enjoyed the evening, Miss Bell," he said stiffly, looking up and down for his coach. "Yes. Very much." "What's wrong with my voice? Why am I having such trouble speaking normally?" "I'm glad of it. Julius Caesar is quite a confronting work, but it's always been one of my favorites." "Hell, does he really want to discuss Shakespeare?" She nodded demurely. "I've known very little of his work. I read a little at the charity school, but nothing more." Her eyes met his for a moment, and she felt the blaze inside her intensify. Mr. Jackson cleared his throat. "The carriage is this way." She pressed her fingers harder into his arm as they walked. His pace toward the carriage quickened slightly. They reached the coach, and he opened the door, offering her his hand. Holding her skirts in her fist, she climbed inside, perching on the edge of the bench and feeling her heart thump hard. "Bishopsgate," she heard him tell the driver. And then he was in the carriage beside her, his knee pressing hard against hers. Rachel stared straight ahead as the coach began to roll away from the theater. She felt hot and breathless. On the edge of her vision, she saw Mr. Jackson turn to face her. Could feel his eyes burning into her. Finally, she dared to face him. His dark eyes seemed to burn into hers. Rachel's lips parted. She held her breath. He lurched toward her suddenly, his mouth meeting hers. His lips were hot, his tongue sliding over hers and bringing a sigh from deep inside her. Too quickly, he pulled away, kissing her ravenously at the edge of her shoulder. His lips worked their way along her neck, and she threw back her head, allowing him better access. He kissed his way along her collarbone, sliding her cloak from her shoulders in one fluid movement. His hands worked their way across her body with agonizing slowness. She felt his hot fingers slide their way up her side, over her ribs, squeezing her breast gently beneath the stiff lacing of her bodice. Rachel heard a soft moan escape her lips. This wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly enough. Bedding a man had only ever been about money. A necessity. A way to survive. Bedding a man had only ever been a thing of pain, discomfort, shame. Drinking brandy to blot out the memories and scrubbing her skin at the washstand. It had never been a thing of desire, or longing. Never a thing of love. But with Ernest Jackson's hands on her, she felt a new heat well up deep inside her and spread through her entire body. Even the lightest touch had her struggling for breath. She pressed herself hard against his body, feeling the evidence of his own arousal. His hand slid down her thigh, seeking the hem of her gown. Deftly, his fingers darted beneath her underskirts. Up they slid, over the coarse wool of her stockings, over the garter at her knee, up to the bare skin on her thigh. Rachel sighed into his mouth, feeling dampness pooling between her legs. He gripped a fistful of her skirts and pulled it up over her knee, pressing his lips to her neck to stifle a groan. Then he stopped suddenly. He snatched the edge of her underskirt and peered at the embroidery stitched along the hem. "What's this?" "What?" Rachel demanded, breathlessly. She tried to snatch the skirt from his fist. She wanted his hands back on her thighs where they had been before. Wanted them higher, faster. Not letting go, he tugged insistently at her hem, gesturing to the neat stitching. "This embroidery. This pattern. I've seen it before." Rachel straightened. She stared at him incredulously, yanking the skirt from his grasp and pulling it back over her knee. "You've seen the stitching on my underskirts before? And you thought to tell me now? Who do these skirts belong to?" He pushed. "Are they yours?" Rachel exhaled sharply. "Who do these skirts belong to?" "Are you mad?" "Of course, they're mine." "Where did you get them?" "I've no idea." Mr. Jackson reached for her skirts again, peering down to look at the pattern of tulips embroidered along the hem. He ran his thumb over the delicate stitching. "Please, Rachel. I need you to think. Did you buy them from the market? A tailor?" "Who?" "I don't know," she hissed. "Why is it so important?" He let out his breath and sat back against the padded wall of the carriage. "This same pattern, I've seen it among my sister's things. And I've seen my mother stitch this design over and over." "Your sister?" said Rachel. In the back of her mind, she could hear Betsy's words. "Maybe he's just using you to get the information he needs. You're just a little entertainment for him." She folded her hands in her lap and stared straight ahead. She had told herself Betsy was wrong. Had told herself again and again, even though her common sense had screamed at her otherwise. But perhaps Betsy had been right. Perhaps she truly was nothing more than a little entertainment to him. A little entertainment and a means of finding his sister. "What a fool I've been." Mr. Jackson turned on the seat to face her, but the fire in his eyes was gone. He was businesslike and restrained. "Rachel, please. I need to know where the skirts have come from. I need to know who sewed the design." Anger flared inside her. "I've not had money for new clothes in years," she said icily. "And I'm to remember where my underskirts came from?" Her voice began to rise. "Perhaps they're not even mine. Perhaps they belong to some other poor girl at the tavern who's forced to undress to survive." She heard the tremor in her voice. Cursed herself for it. "What am I doing here? What was I thinking surrounding myself with all these lords and ladies? This entire night has just been a reminder of all the things I'll never have. I'm sorry. said Mr. Jackson. He reached for her hand, but she pulled away sharply. "I didn't mean to upset you." He paused. "Is there anything I can do?" Rachel shook her head stiffly. "You can stay away. Stay away from me so I might never forget my place." After a moment, Mr. Jackson said, "If you think of anything about the skirts." "The skirts?" Rachel cried. "Will you damn well forget about the skirts? I don't know where they came from." She felt tears pricking her eyes and hurriedly blinked them away. "That's all you care about it, isn't it?" she hissed. "Finding your sister. All I am is a means of getting the information you need." "That's not true," he said, his voice thick with regret. "Of course, it is." She turned to look at him, her eyes flashing. "Why did you even bring me here tonight? What did you hope to achieve? Were you just trying to remind me of all the things I'll never have?" She felt her words spilling out wildly, but felt powerless to stop them. "Were you trying to remind me that I have no place near a man like you?" He rubbed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Rachel. This was a mistake." "I know. I never meant to hurt you." "Well, you did, my lord. You managed to hurt me. And make me feel like a right fool in the process." She pounded on the wall of the carriage. "Stop the coach. I can make it the rest of the way on my own." "Rachel, please. You can't walk all the way back to Bethnal Green." "Of course, I can." She threw open the door and leapt out into the night. She heard Mr. Jackson calling after her, but kept walking, without looking back. The tears she had been fighting back spilled down her cheeks. "How blind and foolish I've been." For a fleeting moment, she had let herself think that she and Mr. Jackson might actually have a future together. Now, she laughed aloud at the thought. She and a nobleman? Such a thing was insanity. "This is why I ought to forget about love." Perhaps love was real, but it was a brutal, vicious thing that made your chest ache and had you crying in the night. Best she forget about love and forget about Ernest Jackson. Best she forget about the way he made her heart speed and her skin ablaze. Best that bedding a man remained nothing more than business. Rachel wished suddenly for the wise, hard-shelled woman she used to be. The woman she had been before she had met Mr. Ernest Jackson. She strode through the streets with her head down, swiping angrily at her tears. Suddenly, she felt the skin on the back of her neck prickle. There was that feeling again. Someone is following me. She whirled around. There was no one there but an old man sleeping beneath the awnings of a shop. A fox darted across the road in front of her. "Who's there?" Rachel called, emboldened by her misery, but she heard nothing but the distant clatter of hooves. Head down, she turned and marched back toward her tenement. Chapter 25. Ernest woke feeling wretched. He'd had not a drop to drink, yet his head was thumping as though he'd quaffed a river of brandy. And the ache in his chest, that was 1,000 times worse. He rolled onto his back and stared at the ceiling. How had things taken such a dreadful turn? In spite of himself, he was replaying the night in his head. He thought of Rachel's fingers sliding, ghost-like up his thigh. Thought of the fire it had lit inside him. From that moment, the play had seemed endless. A part of him had longed to grab her by the hand and drag her from the theater halfway through the first act so they might continue what they'd started. And then he'd had the chance. She had wanted it as much as he had, he knew. And he'd ruined everything. He rubbed his eyes. He longed to take it all back. And yet, he couldn't get the thought of that embroidered skirt out of his mind. Pink and purple tulips, intertwined leaves. It had been exactly the same design he had seen on Unity's baby gowns. He felt certain it was no coincidence. How had Rachel Bell ended up with those tulips on her underskirts? Ernest let out an enormous sigh. What does it matter? She'll never see me again. He had been so surprised to see the stitching on her skirts, he had not stopped to think how his questioning might come across. He was well aware Rachel had done all the work in his search for unity. She had tracked down the Baron and pulled information about his mother and the Viscount from him. Of course, it must have seemed to her that he was using her to find his sister. Ernest sat up in bed, suddenly seized with determination. He had to show her she was wrong. He had to make this right. He yanked off his nightshirt and splashed his cheeks at the washstand, the cold water causing him to gasp in surprise. I have to make her see just how important she is to me. The streets of Bethnal Green, Ernest realized, all looked strikingly similar. Each tenement was colorless and crooked, the windows patched and the chimneys crumbling. Each street corner was clustered with beggars, each shop window barricaded. Where is Rachel's apartment? He tried to sift through his memories. Both times he'd been to her apartment, it had been dark. Once he'd been blind drunk. And he'd been hungover when he'd stumbled, squinting into the sun the morning after. Suddenly, from between the stench of waste and rot, he caught the smell of baking bread. Her friend Betsy's bakery. He could ask the baker for directions to Rachel's tenement. And buy her those 5 loaves of bread. He followed the smell to the small shop on the corner of the street. He pushed open the door. The shop was crammed into a narrow building, its walls peeling and one of the windows covered with a wooden board. The counter was laden with bread loaves and rolls, along with an array of cakes and sweetmeats. An enormous oven took up most of the space behind the counter, the fire beneath it heating the entire shop. Despite its ramshackle appearance, the delicious smells emanating from the place made Ernest's mouth water. The woman behind the counter was around his age, the coppery threads of her hair tucked beneath a white cap. She wiped her hands on her apron. "Can I help you?" "5 loaves of bread," said Ernest, digging into his pocket and handing over a few coins. The woman pocketed them, then wrapped the loaves in a cloth and slid them across the counter. "Rachel Bell," he blurted. "Do you know her?" The woman's eyes hardened suddenly. "Why?" "I need to find her." He felt the baker's eyes on him, taking him in. Ernest turned up the collar of Philip's coat to hide his silk shirt. "You're that nobleman," the baker said suddenly. "The one she's been talking about." Rachel had spoken of me? He pushed away the ridiculous fluttering in his chest. Rachel would likely never speak to him again. "Do you know where she is?" He pushed. "I need to see her. Urgently." "Why?" she demanded. "You need her help looking for your sister again?" Ernest blinked in surprise. Rachel had obviously told this woman plenty. "I just need to speak with her," he said. The woman's eyes narrowed. "You and Rachel are not well suited," she said. "I'm sure you know that. Don't you think it's best that you just leave her be?" Ernest felt his anger flare suddenly. "No," he said stiffly. "I don't think it's best. Now, please, just tell me how I can find her." The baker folded her arms and let out an enormous sigh. "Next street along," she said. "Building on the corner. 3rd floor." She poked a floury finger under his nose. "If I find out you've hurt her, I'll come after you. I'll hunt you down in your grand house and make you sorry you were ever born. Do you understand?" Ernest swallowed. "Yes," he said, meeting her eyes. "I understand." He scooped the bread loaves from the counter and tucked them under his arm. "Thank you for the directions," he said stiffly. "And the bread." The knock at the door yanked Rachel from her broken dreams. "Miss Bell?" She stiffened at the sound of Mr. Jackson's voice. In spite of herself, she felt tears pricking behind her eyes. She willed him to go away. "Miss Bell? Are you there? Please open the door." Miss Bell. Last night, she had been Rachel. Best this way, of course. Best she never forgets her place. She lay motionless. She would not answer the door. She would not entertain this foolish thing between them any longer. Betsy had been right. Where was this ever going to lead but heartbreak? She swiped at a tear that slid down her cheek. Rachel, please. I just need to speak with you. She hesitated. A part of her longed to open the door and throw her arms around him. A part of her longed to drag him to her sleeping pallet and finish what they had started last night. But what when it was over? They would have no choice but to be coughed back out into the world, he a Marquis and she a lowly escort. And he had used her. She could not let herself lose sight of that. She had been nothing to him but a means of finding his sister. Hadn't she? She felt a faint flash of doubt. Would he be standing on her doorstep if he were only using her? Yes, she decided. No doubt he simply wanted to hound her about that cursed stitching on her underskirts again. She closed her eyes. Let him leave. Finally, she heard the landing creak and his footsteps disappeared down the stairs. Rachel climbed to her knees and peeked through the rag covering the window. There he was, hands in the pocket of that ridiculous greatcoat, head down as he trudged back through the street. She felt a stabbing pain in the back of her throat. What is that smell? She opened the door to see 5 loaves of bread sitting on her doorstep. She scooped them up and sat them on her table. She pulled an enormous piece from the end of the loaf and began to chew. Betsy's bread. So Mr. Jackson had been to the bakery. She wondered what Betsy had made of him. She swallowed the bread and stood abruptly. She needed him out of her mind. Tonight, she would go to the tavern and be more charming than she had ever been before. She would take her usual clients and find new ones and earn the money to buy those new clothes for the mop fair. Hell, she would buy some new underskirts too. Ones without tulips embroidered on the hem. The White Lion was busy. Rachel was glad of it. She had taken 2 men to that creaky little room before the sun had even gone down. She made her way back to the bar, running her fingers over the coins in her pockets. The money felt good in her hands. A reminder that all this would be over soon. She caught sight of a man striding across the bar toward her. He was tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in a fine black suit. A silk scarf was knotted at his neck. Rachel hesitated. She'd had enough of men with silk scarves. But his eyes were firmly fixed on her. I bet there's plenty of money in those pockets of his. Plenty of money to buy me new clothes. She flashed him a smile. What's your name? He asked, not returning her smile. Rachel swallowed. Something in his eyes made her shift uncomfortably. Annie, she lied. Annie Turner. The man looked her up and down. Annie Turner. His eyes felt as though they were boring into her. I'm looking for an escort, Annie Turner. The muscles in her shoulders tightened. I'm sorry, she blurted. I'm not available. I can pay you well. He dug into his pocket and flashed her a glimpse of a £1 coin. Plenty more where that came from. Why such a good price? Rachel asked stiffly. What do you want from me? He smiled a thin smile that didn't reach his eyes. You're a beautiful woman, Miss Turner. I just want what all men want. A little company. Rachel hesitated. The man's flinty eyes made her muscles tighten, but she could not deny the coin between his fingers was alluring. £2. She said hurriedly, before she changed her mind. £2 for the night. That's the sum for my company. The sum was ridiculous, she knew. A part of her expected him to laugh in her face. But he simply shrugged and handed over the coin in his pocket. £1 now, £1 at the end of the night. Seems a fair deal, does it not? Rachel slid the coin into her pocket. "Indeed, sir," she said throatily. "A fair deal indeed." She eyed the man cautiously. Threads of grey hair hung over his temples, his face lined and leathery. His eyes were like black marbles, set back deep in his worn cheeks. "What's your name, sir?" she asked, her voice trapped in her throat. The man raised a woolly eyebrow. Rachel didn't blame him for his surprise. She was not in the habit of asking clients their names. Best if a man and his escort knew as little about each other as possible. Best they be strangers, ghosts, passing, fleeting images that were forgotten come the morning. But there was something unsettling about this man. Naming him made him somehow less frightening. Somehow more human. He paused. "Burns," he said finally, pinning her with those hard black eyes. Rachel gave a slight nod. Something tightened in her throat and she pushed it away. £2, she reminded herself. All the things £2 could buy. £2 would bring that elusive new life closer than it had ever been. She held out a hand and let him slide his rough fingers into hers. "I've a room upstairs, Mr. Burns. Shall we?" And she led the man up the creaking staircase, ignoring the churning in the pit of her stomach.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 26. In the morning, Rachel awoke with fresh enthusiasm. The ache in her chest over all that had happened between she and Ernest Jackson was still there, but the coins in her pocket made it possible to push it aside. Coins in her pocket. They would get her new clothes. Clothes she might wear to the mop fair and find a position at a manor house. Clothes that would earn her a life that did not involve selling her body to anyone with a penny in their pocket. She rolled onto her back and stared up at the rough beams of the ceiling. She could see a dark patch above her head where dampness had softened the wood. A position at a manor house would also see her in new lodgings. She would have a room of her own with a proper bed and a fire that did more than hiss and spit. No longer would she sleep on this damp straw pallet, while East London clattered and groaned around her. She reached an arm out from beneath her blankets and felt for the money pouch she had tucked beneath the mattress. She pulled out the £2 she had earned last night. She rolled the coins between her fingers. They felt solid and satisfying. They left a small smile in the corner of her lips. Burns had not been the most pleasant of clients. Beyond the unsettling sharpness of his eyes, he had been cold and demanding when she had taken him upstairs to her room. Firm hands and a rough, possessive body. She had come across plenty of men like him before. Men who needed to be in control. Still, she could not deny he had paid her well for the privilege. And he had asked for her company the following night. An evening on the town, he had said. £4 for the pleasure. Rachel drew in her breath, feeling somehow both edgy and excited. The thought of an entire evening in Burns' company left an uncomfortable churning in her stomach. But with the sum agreed, she would have enough for the coming month's rent and the clothes she needed for the mop fair. "I can manage an evening with Burns for that." Her new life felt tantalizingly in reach. She clasped her hands around the coins and drew in her breath. Might this man be my last ever client? Might I never be forced to do this again? The thought brought a faint flutter to her chest. She climbed from her sleeping pallet and dressed. It was early, she realized. She could tell by the pearly light filtering through the patched window. How long has it been since I've awoken so early? She took a large bite of the bread Mr. Jackson had brought her. At the thought of him, the ache inside her began to swell, and she pushed it aside. This thing between them was over. For the best. She told herself again. For the best. She had known from the beginning, of course, that their little tryst would have no future. It had gone on far longer than she had expected. And, yes, it had hurt much more than she had expected when it had come to its abrupt and bitter end. but she could not claim to be surprised. She pulled back the rags patching the window and glanced out into the street below. The cobblestones were bathed in morning sun, the sky above a vibrant blue. She could feel a warm breeze against her cheek. In such brilliant spring weather, even Bethnal Green managed to look something more than a cramped and filthy slum. "It's gone," Rachel realized suddenly. That feeling of being watched. She smiled to herself. "It's completely gone." She took another mouthful of bread and chewed, deep in thought. New underskirts, she thought suddenly. She had £2 in her pocket. Enough to buy herself new underskirts, along with the food and coal she needed. She would buy those skirts today. It would signal the start of her new life and stop her from thinking of Mr. Jackson each time she saw those cursed purple tulips. She slid on her cloak and made her way out into the street. Ernest forced down a few mouthfuls of congealing eggs, a headache thumping behind his eyes. His parents sat at either end of the breakfast table, barely acknowledging the other's existence. Ernest choked down another forkful of eggs and glanced at the Duchess. She sat hunched over her plate, wearing a colourless day dress and shawl, her grey hair ghosting around her face. Her clothes seemed to hang off her body. Has she always looked this fragile? Or is she losing weight? Ernest glanced at her plate. The eggs had barely been touched. Although, he reasoned, he'd hardly touched his either. They were exceptionally terrible eggs. The Duchess slid her long fingers through the handle of her teacup and took a delicate sip. She had not said a word throughout the entire meal, not even a cursory good morning to her husband or son. Ernest couldn't remember her speaking at all since the night he had discovered the laudanum on her nightstand and the embroidered squares all over her bed. The embroidered squares. Purple tulips. The thought yanked him back to Rachel and brought a stabbing pain to his chest. Their argument had circled through his head throughout the night, punctuated each time by the slamming of the carriage door as she disappeared into the night. The carriage door. Oh Lord, the carriage. How thoroughly he had lost himself when they had climbed into that carriage. She had filled the coach with her dizzying scent of rose water and he'd lost all ability to think. Suddenly, all that had mattered was her, the taste of her beneath his lips, the feel of her beneath his fingers. The only thing that had stopped him from losing control completely were those damn purple tulips. Suddenly hot with lingering, unsated desire, Ernest realized he very much did not want to be sitting beside his parents. He gulped down the last of his tea and hurriedly left the breakfast table, pulling on his coat and heading out into the grounds. He strode away from the manor and wove through the grove of pine trees, needing an escape from the stifling atmosphere permeating the house. Needing an escape from the cloud that hung permanently over his mother. Ernest noticed dimly how brilliant the day was. The sky was a fierce blue, stretching unbroken and cloudless to the horizon. He was warm in his coat, a reminder that the long days of summer were not far away. The weather did little to lift his mood. He was regretful, ashamed and edgy. What if someone saw me at the theater with Rachel? He cursed himself for the thought. Tried to push it away. He had convinced himself he didn't care. Somehow, he had managed to convince himself that a night with Rachel Bell was worth whatever came of it. And when they'd sat in the dark of the box with their hands intertwined, he had become sure of it. But all that had come from his evening with Rachel was a feeling of loss and hopelessness from the knowledge that he had ruined whatever fragile and fleeting thing the two of them had had. How would he defend himself if they had been seen? What possible explanation could he give that would not see him and his family embroiled in scandal? All the worries that had seemed so trivial when he was hyped up with lust and excitement suddenly came crashing back. He strode past the flower garden. The beds were awash with color, the blooms opening with the spring. Bees circled the garden, coming to land on the delicate petals. A warm breeze skimmed across the grass, making the flowers bend and sway. Those skirts. Tulips with intertwined leaves. Those skirts had ruined everything. Or rather, my obsession with them had. but he could not get the image of them out of his mind. The stitching on Rachel's hem was exactly the same as on Unity's smock. Exactly the same as the design his mother had stitched, again and again, on those small squares of fabric. This was no coincidence. He felt sure of it. But what possible explanation was there for an escort from an East End tavern ending up with those purple tulips embroidered on her skirt hem? He had to know where Rachel had bought them. He knew women like her rarely bought their clothes new. Most likely, she had found the skirts at a market or charity stall. She'd claimed not to remember. But had she just said such a thing out of anger? Anger that was well justified. Ernest sighed heavily. He knew he had almost no chance of speaking to Rachel about the skirts again. He had almost no chance of speaking to Rachel about anything. He longed suddenly for that dull, mind-numbing existence he had been drifting through before he had met her. That dull existence was mind-numbing, yes, but it was easy. This ache in his chest was far too painful. He dug his hands into his coat pockets and kept walking, doing his best to push Rachel from his mind. An impossibility, of course, but perhaps he might at least focus on something else. He realized he had arrived at his family's burial plot on the edge of the property. Is there where I was heading all along? Without thinking, he wove through the weather-worn graves toward Unity's headstone. Fresh flowers had been strewn across it, each bundle tied with a narrow ribbon. Many flowers. Many bundles. The Duchess had been visiting the grave more regularly than usual, he could tell. Beneath one of the flower bunches, he could see a scrap of white poking out beneath. He knelt to inspect it. A square of white fabric, embroidered with purple tulips. He sighed heavily. "Oh mother, what are you doing? And what did you do to my sister?" He tucked the fabric back beneath the flowers and pressed a hand to the earth beside the headstone. Is Unity truly down there? Though Ernest had never heard anyone outside his family speak of his sister, he supposed there must have been a time when people had known about her. After all, she had been the first child of a duke and duchess. A reason for celebration, despite not being the longed-for heir. Was her birth a reason for celebration and her death a cause for mourning? She would have had a proper burial, of course. A church service, prayers uttered at her grave. That was, of course, if there had been a body to bury. He needed to see the vicar. Ernest heaved open the church's heavy oak door and stepped into the stillness. Though he attended services here at St. Stephen's each Sunday, he couldn't remember the last time he had seen the place empty like this. There was something calming about the silence. Something calming about the way the sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, painting colored shadows on the floor. He drew in a deep breath, inhaling the scent of candle smoke. He made his way toward the vestry, his shoes clicking rhythmically on the tiled floor. He had known the vicar, Reverend Williamson, his entire life. Trusted him to answer his questions honestly. Trusted him with his secrets. But before he reached the vestry, a younger man stepped out into the church, dressed in customary black robes. He smiled at Ernest. "Good day, my lord." Ernest hesitated. "Reverend Williamson. Is he here?" "I'm afraid not, sir. But he'll be here tomorrow to meet with one of his parishioners about an upcoming wedding. Perhaps you might come by in the morning?" Ernest felt his heart sink. He had charged here full of restless energy and he needed answers now. He forced a smile. "I'll do that, Thank you." Disappointed, he made his way back to the manor. "Perhaps I'll go to the coffee house this afternoon. Seek out a little intelligent conversation. Perhaps I'll call on Archie." Ernest smiled dryly to himself. Whether or not Archie Worthington could deliver intelligent conversation was still under debate. Still, he'd take anything to distract him from the chaos inside his head. Anything to distract him from the blonde-haired beauty who would not leave his mind. As he approached the manor gates, he stopped walking. Approaching the house from the opposite direction was one of his father's footmen, Jones. His head was down, and his hands were dug into the pockets of a dark greatcoat. Strange. In almost 30 years, I've never seen Jones outside the house. He allowed himself a faint chuckle. Surely, not so strange. The man had a life outside of serving his father, Ernest was sure, even if he had never considered it before. But would my father release a footman from his duties in the middle of the day? Jones gave him a curt nod as he approached the gates. "My lord." His voice was husky and clipped, as though irritated at being seen. Ernest nodded in response. "Good day, Jones." He forced a smile. "Has my father sent you to run his errands?" Jones's lips quirked into a thin smile that vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "Something like that, sir." The footman slipped through the gates and marched toward the house with his head down, leaving Ernest in his wake. Chapter 27. Rachel could see Burns waiting at the corner of the street. He was dressed in the long black coat he had been wearing the day before, his hands clasped behind his back. She could see his eyes darting back and forth as he waited for her, as though keeping an eye on the street for any people he knew. She'd seen this many times, of course. Men waiting in the shadows or huddling in the corner of the tavern, praying they'd not be seen taking an escort to their room. Rachel had always found this behavior slightly strange. Men from every rung of society had sought her company, had sought the company of the other women at the White Lion. Some did it openly, others whispered behind their hands. But in a world where love for one's wife was all too rare, it was no secret that taking an escort was a widely done thing. Why should a man be ashamed of doing that which every other man around him was doing? If you're the escort, Rachel found herself thinking, then you've a reason to be ashamed. She wrestled the thought from her head. I do what I do to survive. I've no choice. And besides, I'll be done with it all soon. She pinned her eyes on Burns, letting herself think of the coins that were no doubt jangling in his money pouch. Tonight, she was wearing her new underskirts. She had bought them brand new from a dressmaker in Clerkenwell. She'd had no thought that skirts could be so brilliantly white. She felt sure it was the first item of clothing she'd ever owned that had not previously belonged to somebody else. Even as a child, when there had been a little money floating around her father's house, she'd still worn clothes outgrown by the other children on the street. No point spending the money on something we don't need, her mother had always said. Why buy something new when we've got perfectly fine dresses right here? But new clothes, Rachel was coming to realize, was something she did need. There was something so satisfying about wearing skirts that had never been worn by anyone else. They made her feel strangely worthy. Made her feel as though she was worth more than taking a stranger to her room for a quick servicing. The feel of the new skirts against her legs made her believe she had a chance of finding work in an honest, decent job. But as worthy as she felt, it didn't change the fact that there was a man waiting on the corner for her. That honest, decent job would have to wait just a little longer. Sucking in her breath, she smoothed her crimson skirts and made her way toward him, shoulders back and chin held high. The last time, she told herself. This will be the last time I ever have to do this. She plastered on her most charming smile. Good evening, Mr. Burns. He gave her a short nod. In the dim light of the street lamps, the lines on his face seemed accentuated. Miss Turner. His voice was stiff and unfriendly. He had been this way the previous night too. Cold and distant. She would have assumed herself not to his liking if it weren't for the ludicrous sum he'd paid for her company. Determined not to lose the opportunity for such a payment, Rachel didn't let her smile falter. She waited for him to offer her his arm. Instead, he dug into his pocket and produced a handful of coins. £2, he said gruffly, pressing them into her hand. And £2 at the end of the night. Rachel took the money and slid it into her pocket. Thank you. Money for a new dress. Money for new underskirts. Money for a new life. In exchange, Burns told her firmly, "You will do all that I ask." Rachel swallowed. She could feel her heart beginning to quicken. "And what exactly do you intend to ask of me, sir?" He fixed her with hard eyes, unsmiling. "Nothing I'm sure you've not been asked before." Rachel nodded. She was sure the man was right. 3 years as an escort had led her to experience more quirks and fetishes than she had ever thought were possible. Money for a new life, she reminded herself. "Very well, sir. Shall we?" she asked finally. Burns nodded. "I've a coach waiting." She took his half-heartedly offered arm and walked with him toward the carriage. He opened the door for her and helped her inside, before climbing onto the bench beside her. The carriage was lavishly decorated, with plush velvet benches and neat, elaborate paintwork. It reminded Rachel of the coach she had ridden to the theater in with Mr. Jackson. She felt an unbidden rush of desire. Burns rapped loudly on the wall of the carriage, signaling for the driver to leave. Rachel fluttered her lashes. "Where are we going?" Finally, a thin smile. "That's no concern of yours." She gave an airy giggle. "I do love surprises." She felt her stomach roll. She tried to peer through the window, but the blinds were pulled low and she could see little but passing grey flashes of the city. "A coffee house?" she ventured, desperate to fill the wordlessness. "The opera perhaps?" She giggled again, hearing the strain in her laugh. She wondered if Burns could hear it too. "Like I said," he barked, "it's no concern of yours." This time, there was no smile. Rachel felt the back of her neck prickle. Suddenly, she wanted to be anywhere but this coach. To hell with the money. She would find another way to earn what she needed. She glanced out the window again. The coach was moving steadily, but not quickly. What would happen if she were to throw open the door and hurl herself into the street? A few cuts and bruises, perhaps, but surely she would survive. Did he lock the carriage door? She eyed the latch. Before she had a chance to act, the carriage came to an abrupt stop. Rachel felt herself lurch forward. "We're here," Burns said. He threw open the door and it thudded heavily against the wall of the carriage. She waited for him to offer her his hand. When it was not forthcoming, she gripped her skirts in her fist and climbed carefully from the coach. The street was dark and narrow, barely wide enough for the carriage to fit. The bustle of the inner city had been replaced by a hollow stillness. She could hear the distant clatter of hooves. A dog barked in a nearby alley. Burns made his way to the box seat and mumbled to the driver. And there was the snap of reins and the coach disappeared around the corner, leaving her and her client alone. The clattering of the carriage faded and disappeared. Rachel pulled her cloak tight around her body, gripped with a sudden chill. She looked about her, trying to determine where she was. Is that the spire of St. Bartholomew's rising between those roofs? The street was lined with brick and stone houses, each more crumbling than the last. Some were leaning so sharply they seemed to be holding each other up. The single street lamp on the corner flickered in the wind, making grim shadows dance over the cobbles. "Where are we?" Rachel's voice felt trapped in her throat. He gave her a thin smile. "My lodgings." Rachel swallowed. "Your lodgings?" "Yes. It's always been my greatest desire to have a beautiful young woman in my home. I've never before had the opportunity." His words were stiff and controlled. He strode up to the front door of the house on the corner and wrenched the handle. The door opened with a groan, revealing a lightless hallway. Rachel thought of Burns' silk scarf. Thought of his luxurious carriage and the money in his pocket. Either he was an accomplished thief, or he had been lying when he told her he lived in this dilapidated hovel. She looked up warily at the crumbling facade. One of the windows on the second story had been boarded up, and she could see remnants of white paint flecked across the front of the house. A carved stone face loomed over the front door, its features worn by countless years of wind and rain. It reminded Rachel of the gargoyles she had seen on some of the city's older churches. She shivered. "I'm sorry, Mr. Burns. I don't wish to go in there. Perhaps we might go somewhere else." She tried to force a steadiness into her voice. "The Montague Hotel perhaps? Or I'll happily take you to the White Lion. It can't be far from here." Burns turned to look at her, fixing her with his cold eyes. "I paid you well," he said coldly. "And you assured me you'd do all that I asked." He stepped closer and she caught a hint of brandy on his breath. "This is what I'm asking." Rachel dug into her pocket and held out his coins. "Take them," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm sorry. I ain't going in there." Burns looked down at the coins glinting in her palm. Then he looked slowly back up at her. Rachel's heart hammered against her ribs. "Run." Seized with desperation, she turned and raced back down the dark street, her skirts held in fistfuls above her knees. She heard footsteps behind her, getting closer, getting louder. She kept running. Her lungs felt as though they were on fire. Closer came the footsteps. Louder still. Burns reached into the dark and snatched her arm, yanking her back toward him. Rachel tried to scream, but she felt strangely unable to make a sound. She thrashed wildly, her breath coming out fast and furious. Burns pulled against her arm, dragging her back along the slippery cobblestones. "Help me," Rachel managed. "Someone help me please." Her voice disappeared into the emptiness of the street. Burns yanked her closer and shoved a hand over her mouth. As he did so, she lurched toward him, bringing her knee swiftly to his groin. He hollered in pain and released his grip on her. Rachel ran and ran without looking back. Chapter 28. Rachel ran until her lungs blazed and her legs were aching. She wove through alleyways and along streets lined with locked-up shops and houses. She wove through drunkards stumbling out of taverns, and two young boys chasing a ball along the street. Finally, when she could run no further, she leaned back against the wall of an apothecary and gulped down her breath, tugging at her stays so she might fill her lungs. Has he followed me? Around her, the street was still. Somewhere inside a house, she could hear a baby wailing. The street lamps flickered as a gust of wind tunneled through the street. She pressed a hand to her chest, trying to slow her racing heart. I can't stay here. He could be right behind me. She looked about her. These streets of the East usually felt so crammed and noisy. People on every corner, spilling from every doorway. How was it possible she might suddenly be so alone? Where can I go? The streets around the White Lion would be busier, she knew. There would be drunkards and beggars lining the roads, voices bouncing across alley walls. But return to the tavern and Burns would know exactly where to look. Her apartment? No, she knew she'd not feel safe alone. Besides, she had felt herself being watched from her tenement many times. What if it had been Burns following her? What if he knew where she lived? Seized with fresh terror, Rachel began to run again. Where she was going, she had no thought. She only knew she needed to move. Slowly, the streets grew familiar. Busier. She was on the outskirts of Bethnal Green, she realized. Follow that road and it would take her to the White Lion. Follow this, and she would end up at Betsy's bakery. Rachel grabbed her skirts in her fist and hurried toward her friend's shop. In the late night, the bakery was empty. Rachel knew it would be several hours yet until Betsy and her husband awoke to begin making the bread. She thumped loudly on the narrow door beside the shop that led up to their living quarters. Silence. She knocked again, harder. Betsy, let me in, please. After a moment, she heard the stairs creak. Betsy pulled open the door, in her night shift, a blue woolen shawl tossed over her shoulders. She clutched a candlestick tightly, her coppery hair hanging down her back in a long plait. "Rachel? What's happened?" She ushered her inside and locked the door behind them. "Someone's after me." Rachel coughed. Betsy's eyes flashed. "Is it that nobleman? Mr. Jackson?" "No, of course not." Rachel gulped down her breath. "It's a client. He tried to take me into this dreadful old house. It was all run down and dark. He said it was his, but I didn't believe him." Her words spilled out in a breathless panic. "I managed to get away. But I'm afraid he's come after me. I'm afraid he's been watching me. And following me. I don't know why." Betsy pulled an arm around Rachel's shoulders and held her tightly. "It's all right," she soothed. "You're safe here. You're safe. I didn't know where else to go." Rachel's words were muffled against Betsy's shoulder. "I'm sorry." "Don't be foolish. There's nothing to be sorry for." Betsy put a gentle hand to Rachel's back, guiding her up the stairs. "Come on now. I'll make you some tea." Rachel nodded and tried to slow her breathing. "You're safe now," she told herself. "You're safe here." She walked up the stairs to Betsy's kitchen, gripping the banister to steady herself. Her legs felt as though they might collapse beneath her. Betsy's husband, Matthew, was waiting for them at the top of the stairs, a coat buttoned crookedly over his nightshirt. His dark hair was ruffled and angular with sleep. "What's happened?" he demanded. Betsy led Rachel to a chair at the table and eased her into it. "A dangerous client," she told her husband. "Tried to come after her." Rachel felt her cheeks grow hot with shame. What must Betsy's husband have thought of her? What must he have thought of a woman who earned a living the way she did? She blinked back tears of exhaustion and fear. Matthew lit a candle from the one Betsy had placed in the center of the table. He disappeared down the stairs. Rachel heard the front door click. "Please don't let Burns be out there. Please don't let any harm come to Betsy's family on account of me." She rubbed her eyes and tried to slow her breathing. Betsy bustled to the range to prepare the tea. After a few moments, Matthew returned, blowing out his candle and setting it on the table. A thin line of smoke rose up from the wick, filling the kitchen with a pungent smell of tallow. "Street's empty," he reported. "Don't look as though no one's followed you, Miss Bell." Rachel managed a smile of thanks. She accepted a steaming mug from Betsy and took a long sip, feeling it warm her insides. When Matthew disappeared back toward the bedroom, Betsy said, "Tell me what happened." Rachel drew in her breath. "He came to the White Lion last night. Asked to be taken to my room. Afterwards, he asked to see me again tonight. Said he wanted to spend the evening with me." She rubbed her eyes. "But all he wanted to do was take me back to that dreadful old house. Said he always wanted to have a woman in his home." She shivered. The place had an awful feeling about it. Made the hair on the back of my neck stand up and all. She thought of the weathered stone gargoyle staring down at her from above the door. "Full of monsters," she murmured. Betsy frowned. "Where was this place?" Rachel took a mouthful of tea. "East. Close to Spitalfields, I think. I couldn't see much through the carriage windows. But I thought I could see the spire of St. Bartholomew's. And I'm sure I could smell the market when I was running here." She could hear her voice rattling. He wrapped her fingers tightly around her cup. "When I told him I weren't going inside, he gave me this look that chilled me to the core. I've never seen a thing like it. He chased me when I tried to run away. Only got away by giving a knee to his privates." Betsy gave a small smile. The man ought to have known better than to mess with the likes of you. Rachel pulled her cloak tighter around her body, unable to warm herself. I knew he was trouble. I knew it from the beginning. Betsy put a gentle hand against her wrist. Then why did you agree to go with him? Money, Rachel admitted, feeling a fool. He offered to pay me well. She sniffed. I thought to buy myself new clothes to go to the mop fair. You know, look presentable. I thought if I looked the part, someone might hire me, even though I got no references. Betsy nodded wordlessly and took a sip from her own mug of tea. You got any idea who this man is? Rachel shook his head. Said his name was Burns. But I think he was lying. I don't know who he is or what he wanted with me. I only know I don't ever want to see him again. Betsy picked at a stray piece of wax clinging to the bottom of the candle holder. And he ain't got nothing to do with this nobleman? You're sure he didn't send him? Rachel felt a sudden flicker of anger. Of course not. I already told you that. Mr. Jackson would never do something like that. Why am I defending him? She wrapped her hands around her cup and peered up at Betsy. You were right about him though, she said after a moment. Her voice was involuntarily low. He was only using me to find his sister. I was nothing to him but a thing of use and a little entertainment. Rachel was glad Betsy had the decency not to look too self-satisfied. I'll not be seeing him again, she said, feeling the sting of the words. That's for the best, Betsy said gently. I'm sure you know that. Nothing good could have come from it. Rachel said nothing. She could tell herself it was for the best over and over, but it didn't make it any easier. You're right, she said finally. Nothing good could have come from it. The words felt forced. Betsy pressed a hand to Rachel's shoulder. You can take the girls' bed. I'll put them in with their brother. Rachel gave her friend a faint smile. Thank you. I appreciate it. Very much. She sat at the kitchen table and watched as Betsy disappeared into the girls' bedroom, returning with one young daughter slung over each shoulder. Rachel smiled to herself. It had been a while since she had seen her friends' daughters. Both had grown tall and long-legged like their mother, thick golden brown plaits hanging down their backs. Betsy flashed Rachel a smile. The room's yours for as long as you need it. Wearily, Rachel stumbled into the bedroom and rolled onto the girl's narrow sleeping mat. Her legs were aching with exhaustion and her mind was craving a few hours of unconsciousness. But as she closed her eyes, she felt herself back outside that dreadful stone cottage. Felt the eyes of the gargoyle staring down at her. Saw Burns' thin smile. I'm safe here, she reminded herself. I'm safe. She pulled the blankets up to her chin and closed her eyes, drifting into a troubled sleep. Chapter 29. Ernest awoke to the sound of rain hammering the roof. He climbed out of bed and pushed aside the thick damask curtains. The day was colorless, the cloud bank thick. Streams of rain flooded over the glass, blurring his view of the garden. He peered across the grounds to the burial plot. The headstones were tiny grey specks in the distance. Today he would speak to the vicar. Today he would find out whether or not his sister truly lay beneath that flower-drenched headstone. After breakfast, he took the coach to the church. Though his restless legs were craving a walk, he knew his questions were bound to raise the vicar's eyebrows. No doubt it wouldn't help the situation if he stumbled into the church looking like something that has been fished out of the river. He climbed from the coach and hurried through the rain, heaving open the church door. Inside, the hollering of street vendors and the clattering of hooves became muffled. The city felt distant. Rain drummed against the roof, echoing around the cavernous space. Long shadows lay over the church. Ernest made his way to the vestry. There was no sun to push through the windows today, he noticed. The colors of the stained glass were muted and dull. He knocked on the door of the vestry, smiling faintly at the sight of Reverend Williamson. "Ah, Lord Dalton." The vicar smiled. "I was told I could expect you this morning." The vicar's warm smile eased the thumping in Ernest's chest a little. He had grown up listening to Reverend Williamson preach, and at the sight of him, he felt suddenly like a child again. What an easier time that had been. A far simpler, easier time. Back then, he'd been content to live the life his father had set out for him. Back then, his sister had been silent and still in her grave. "Thank you for seeing me, Reverend." "Of course." The vicar frowned. He stepped from the vestry and gestured to Ernest to take a seat in one of the pews. "You look troubled, my lord. Has something happened?" Ernest drew in his breath. "I need your honesty." He hesitated. "And your secrecy." The vicar raised his eyebrows. After a moment, he nodded to Ernest to continue. "My sister, Unity," he began. "Do you remember her?" The vicar looked at his hands. "Of course." His voice was suddenly low and hesitant. Their housekeeper, Mrs. Graham, had done the same thing at the mention of Unity, Ernest realized. As had Phillips, the groom. Why does the mention of my sister fill everyone that knew her with such trepidation? "I have some questions about her," said Ernest. The vicar turned to look at him. "My lord, I feel I must warn you. Whatever questions you might have about your sister are best left unanswered. Believe me." He fixed Ernest with hard, knowing eyes. Ernest stared back. "Why?" he pressed. The vicar sighed. "Losing your sister was terribly difficult for your mother. She has never been the same since." Ernest's jaw tightened. Losing Unity definitely changed his mother. But how much of a hand did she have in it? "It would break her to know you were here asking questions." The vicar continued. "Indeed," said Ernest. "And that is why I need your secrecy." His voice was firm. He would not leave these questions unanswered, as the vicar wished. He'd had far too many unanswered questions. For a long time, the vicar said nothing. The rain began to beat louder against the roof. "What do you wish to know?" he said finally. Ernest could hear the reluctance in his voice. "You conducted my sister's funeral. Oversaw the burial." "Yes." Ernest pinned him with hard eyes. "And was my sister's body in that coffin?" The vicar exhaled sharply. "Are you asking me whether I put an empty coffin in your sister's grave?" "Yes," said Ernest. "That's exactly what I'm asking." Reverend Williamson gave a burst of short, humorless laughter. "Do you realize how foolish that question sounds, my lord?" "Just answer the question, Reverend. Please." "I can't answer that question, my lord." "Your father requested a closed casket, believing it would be less traumatic for the Duchess. As to the contents of the casket, well, that is a question for the undertaker." "Who was the undertaker?" "I've no idea." "I'm sure I don't need to remind you, my lord, that this all took place some 30 years ago." Ernest's thoughts began to knock together. "So you never saw my sister's body?" "No," said the vicar. "But that is not unusual." Ernest leaned back against the pew, his eyes fixed to a stone carving of the mother and child. "Before Unity's death," he began, "did you notice anything unusual about my mother? Was she behaving strangely perhaps? Erratically?" "Not as far as I could tell," said the vicar. He ran a finger over the polished wood of the pew in front of them. "Her Grace always had a way about her. A distance, perhaps. As though she were afraid to let anybody get close to her." Ernest nodded. He had never felt as though his mother had permitted him to draw close. Throughout his childhood, she had been little more than a vague, passing figure. Sometimes the Duchess felt like a veritable stranger. But it was only after Unity's burial that she became more withdrawn. Reverend Williamson continued. As the years passed, I began to see her less and less. He gave Ernest a small smile. I even thought to visit Greyston Manor on several occasions to check on her. Your father insisted there was little cause for alarm. Ernest gave a short nod. I appreciate your concern. He sighed heavily. Did you ever see my sister when she was alive? He asked suddenly. Of course, my lord. I baptized her soon after her birth. And did she seem a sickly baby? The vicar rubbed his chin. A sickly baby? No, not at all. He gave a short chuckle. She had a set of lungs on her, I remember that. Screeched all the way through the ceremony. He folded his hands in his lap. It came as quite a shock to hear she had passed. Ernest frowned. A sickly baby? Mrs. Graham had said. Weak from the moment she was born. He felt Reverend Williamson's eyes on him. May I ask, Lord Dalton, what exactly is it you are hoping to discover? Ernest hesitated. Sharing his concerns with Rachel in a candle-lit room above the White Lion was one thing, but telling his dangerous theory to the local priest was quite another. The vicar had promised his secrecy, yes, but Ernest was not sure how far such oaths would extend if he dared admit he believed his mother involved in Unity's mysterious disappearance. He shook his head. I'm sure it's nothing, Reverend. His thoughts were racing. A closed casket, less traumatic for the Duchess. It was only after Unity's burial that she became more withdrawn. He stood abruptly. Thank you for your time, Reverend. He met the old man's eye. You'll keep our visit to yourself, I hope? The vicar nodded. Of course, my lord. His eyes flickered momentarily, then he looked back at Ernest. I'm sorry I was unable to give you the answers you are looking for. When Ernest arrived back at Greyston Manor, he headed straight for the stables. Phillips looked up in surprise from where he was emptying a sack of grain into the horses' feed bags. What are you doing here, my lord? It's dreadful cold and wet out there. Feels like we're about to be washed away. He gave a snort of laughter. Thinking about building us an ock. Ernest reached for his saddle that hung from a hook on the wall. I want to take the mare out. The restlessness in him had brewed into a distinct sense of unease. He felt it thumping inside him. Now, my lord? Yes, now. Ernest felt as though he might explode if he didn't escape this place at once. He swung the saddle over the horse's slender back. She likes the rain. Phillips put down the sack of grain and eyed him curiously. Are you all right, my lord? No, I'm not all right. Nothing is all right. He was trapped in a world of falseness and frippery and was being thrust toward marriage to a lady he didn't love. He was coming to believe he had been lied to his entire life and he had no idea what kind of person his mother was. He went to the theater with an escort, and he was terrified of his father finding out. And, on top of it all, my heart is breaking because she'll not even answer the door to me to accept a loaf of bread. But to Phillips, he said, quite well. Thank you. The groom nodded, clearly unconvinced. He stroked the mare's silky black nose. Be careful with her. Have her back before dark. Her eyesight's not what it used to be. Ernest nodded, leading the mare toward the door of the stables. What have you done with my damn greatcoat, my lord? Phillips called after him. Ernest didn't look back. I'll bring it to you this afternoon. He felt something sink inside him. I've no use for it any longer. He led the horse out into the rain and swung himself into the saddle. Out of the manor gates, he rode, rain running down the back of his neck and turning his cheeks numb with cold. He rode until the city had vanished into the cloud bank. And then out before him stretched a carpet of rolling green moorland. Ernest nudged the horse into a gallop, and off they charged into the fields. The thunder of hooves rattled inside him, and he felt the vibration coursing through his body. Wind stung his ears and the rain pelted against his skin. He welcomed the feeling. His life had become suffocating. Wind and rain made him feel alive. Finally, as the light was beginning to drain from the day, Ernest rode the mare back toward Greyston Manor. The ride had gone some way towards settling him. At least he might manage a few hours of sleep tonight without waking with his head full of a blonde-haired escort from the White Lion. He took the mare back to the stables and gave her nose a final, loving stroke, before making his way back to the house. He stopped abruptly. The Duke was waiting at the front door, his arms folded across his chest. He looked up and down at Ernest's sodden, mud-splattered clothing. "Come inside, boy," he said stiffly. Ernest caught the faintly threatening edge to his voice. "We need to speak." Chapter 30. Ernest stepped inside the house, leaving trails of silvery water on the floorboards. "Clean yourself," said the Duke, his voice expressionless. "And then come to the smoking room." Ernest pulled off his muddy boots and trudged upstairs. He hung his wet clothes over the chaise to dry and changed into a dry shirt and trousers. Slowly, reluctantly, he made his way down to the smoking room. He knows about the theatre. He knows about Rachel. He felt a knot in the pit of his stomach. Good Lord, I'm a grown man. Why does my father have so much power over me? The Duke was waiting in his armchair, a glass of port in his hand. A second glass sat on the table beside him. He gestured to Ernest to take it. Ernest took the glass and sat in the chair beside his father. He sipped slowly. He had not been expecting a glass of port. He had been expecting cold words, fierce eyes. Had been expecting the Duke to throw things and demand an explanation for his son's most offensive and inappropriate behavior. Perhaps his father did not know about his visit to the theatre after all. The Duke looked curiously at Ernest, fixing him with dark eyes. "What were you doing out riding in the rain?" "I needed the air," said Ernest. "Needed to clear my head." His father gave a short chuckle. "And you thought to do it by riding halfway to Cornwall?" "Only you, my boy." Ernest smiled crookedly. It had been a while since he and his father had just sat and spoken in their smoking room like this. Just the two of them alone, without a throng of drunken lords in tow, or kitchen maids swanning around them at the dinner table. Ernest felt the anxiousness in his stomach begin to dissipate. "Have you spoken to Lady Catherine?" asked the Duke after a moment. Ernest felt a sudden tide of relief. "Ah, that's what this is about. Lady Catherine. He knows nothing of Rachel." "Yes, sir. At the garden party. I asked her forgiveness for my behavior at her father's ball." The Duke swallowed a mouthful. "Good. And I trust she gave it?" "She did." Ernest managed to smile. "She fears her father will marry her to the Duke of Harrington." The Duke gave a sudden, booming laugh. "Little wonder the poor girl is willing to accept your apology." Ernest felt the corner of his lips turn up. He had missed this, missed his father, missed his nearness, his confidence. He felt suddenly close enough to the Duke to blurt out the question that had been gnawing at him since Rachel's night with the Baron. "Do you know the Viscount of Annerley?" He watched his father's face carefully. The Duke snorted into his port, his smile disappearing. "I've had the misfortunate of meeting the man, yes." He narrowed his eyes. "Why do you ask?" Ernest shrugged. "I just heard talk of the man recently. I thought perhaps I remembered you speaking of him." The Duke poured himself a fresh glass of port. "That's unlikely," he said dismissively. "Is that so?" Ernest pressed. "I thought I'd heard that the two of you were friends." "This is dangerous ground." But I need to know more. I need to know if father knew of mother's dalliance with the Viscount. You're mistaken, said his father. The Viscount and I have not been friends for many years. Why not? Did something happen? The Duke set his glass on the table with a sharp crack. A hardness fell over his eyes and Ernest regretted pushing the issue. You were at the Theatre Royal 2 nights ago, the Duke said suddenly, with a woman. Ernest felt suddenly hot. The Duke's eyes were blazing. The camaraderie between the two men had vanished. Ernest felt a fool. He knew this game of his father's. He knew this little trick of his of drawing his son close and causing him to lower his guard, before delivering the brutal, knockout blow. He knew of this little trick and had fallen for it anyway, the way he always did. He took a mouthful of port, met his father's eyes. Yes, he said finally. I was. Suddenly he was a child again, staring up at the fierce eyes of his father after he had cut a hole through the hedges to see what was on the other side. The Duke sipped his port. He set the glass back on the table and folded his hands across his middle. After what felt like an eternity, he asked, who was she? Ernest sat stiffly on the edge of the armchair, his spine rod straight and his mouth dry. He would not lie to his father. And he would not lie about Rachel. She was worth far more than that. She was worth the glare he knew would appear in the Duke's eyes. Worth the shame of disappointing his father. She was an escort. He kept his gaze steady, despite the fire in his cheeks. For a long time, the Duke said nothing. He took another long drink. A man has his needs, I suppose, he said finally. His voice was strangely, eerily calm. The eruption was coming, Ernest felt sure of it. He knew how these things played out. The longer the silence, the bigger the outburst. And this would be an outburst to end all others. There would be flashing eyes and shouted cursing, claims that Ernest had betrayed his family name. This would be an outburst there would be no coming back from. He waited. Waited. His palms prickled with sweat. There was no outburst. This is not like you, Ernest, said the Duke. This is not like you at all. Ernest leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. No, he managed. It's not like me at all. But how could he tell what that even meant, when he no longer had a sense of who he was? He felt out of place in this home, this life. He felt lost, purposeless. He wanted to feel alive, the way he had when he had been studying, the way he had when he'd been fighting for his country. The way I'd felt when I was around Rachel Bell. He pushed the thought away. Now was really not the time. I'm sorry, Father, he said finally. I know I've let you down. The Duke hummed. Yes, he said. Yes indeed. He took a pipe from the side table and opened his carved tobacco box. He filled the pipe and lit it carefully. He leaned back in his chair and inhaled deeply, before blowing a long line of smoke into the air. I'm worried for you, he said finally. Very worried. You're an intelligent, likable young man, Ernest. You have a great future ahead of you. I don't want you to waste that. He took another long draw on the pipe, following it up with a loud cough. I just want to see you happy. He paused, then eyed his son. Happily married in a life of your own. Ernest hesitated. You believe marriage will make me happy, Father? The Duke nodded. I do. Ernest peered at him over the top of his glass. He thought of his silent, colorless mother. Thought of the way he had not seen his parents exchange more than cursory greetings for longer than he could remember. And you, Father? He said pointedly. Did marriage make you happy? For a long time, the Duke said nothing. Perhaps not as happy as I had hoped, he admitted. He is honest, at least. But fatherhood brought me great joy. For a long time, Ernest didn't speak. Even though you lost Unity? He asked finally. The Duke tossed back the last of his port and set it on the table. You've been restless of late, he said, gliding past Ernest's question. Don't think I've not been aware of it. I can see this life is not enough for you. And I honestly think what you need is a family of your own. He blew a cloud of smoke in Ernest's direction. With luck, word will not get back to Lady Catherine about your little dalliance at the theatre. No doubt she'll still have you if it spares her from the likes of the Duke of Harrington. I don't love Lady Catherine, Ernest said bluntly. I am not sure I even like her. The Duke snorted. Love. Put that foolish notion out of your head, boy. There are few men among us who truly love their wives. That's just the way things are. But with luck, Catherine will provide you with a fine heir. That's where the love in your life will come from. Ernest found himself pacing across the smoking room. His father had long since retired to bed and he'd not seen his mother since he'd returned from his ride. He could hear a distant clattering from the kitchen beneath his feet. The smell of his father's pipe smoke lingered in the room. Ernest found himself replaying their conversation in his head. I'm worried for you. It had been a miracle, Ernest knew, that his father had managed to remain so calm in the face of all he had discovered. It had been a miracle he'd not tossed his son from the family. The Duke's concern for him, Ernest could tell, was deep and genuine. Was his father right? Would having a family of his own bring him the joy he craved? Would it still this restlessness inside him? The Duke's words echoed in his head. There are few men among us who truly love their wives. That's just the way things are. Ernest had been determined to be different. One of those lucky few. He wanted marriage to a lady he felt excited to be around. A lady who made his heart thump and his skin burn. But he could see now that such a thing was not possible. The only person who made his heart thump and his skin burn was Rachel Bell. And that could never be. Never mind the gaping social divide between them, after their night at the theatre and his fussing over her underskirts, she would not even open the door to him. He dropped into an armchair and stared into the glowing remains of the fire. How could marrying Catherine still the restlessness within him if he were to spend his entire marriage thinking of Rachel? He had caught sight of it, what it might be like to spend his life with a wife he loved. Had caught a fragile, fleeting glimpse of it when he'd sat in that theatre box with his fingers laced through Rachel's. And now he had seen that, felt that, how could he possibly settle for less? Better he had no wife than a wife he didn't care for. He thought of his words to Lady Catherine at the garden party. I've no plans to marry. He had blurted the words out to fill the awkward silence that had fallen between the two of them. But had he actually meant them? He found himself thinking of his mother. If the stories in the letters were to be believed, she had had a man who had loved her, and she had chosen to marry another. Did my mother love the Duke? Or the Viscount? Perhaps neither. Ernest longed to ask his mother such things, but knew, of course, it could never be. Asking the Duchess to dig into the past any further would destroy her, he felt sure of it. He thought of the way his father had flared up when he had mentioned the Viscount's name. The two men had clearly not been friends. There had been a rivalry between them, perhaps. And from the look on his father's face, Ernest could guess it had been a bitter one. He realized he was pacing again. He had not even noticed himself begin to do it. He strode upstairs for his coat, then slipped from the house. He needed to know more about his mother and these two men. Perhaps the Baron of Clement could help him. Chapter 31. This was no time for games. No time for elaborate covers and ruses and escorts. He just needed answers. Ernest found the Baron at the Grand Hotel, sprawled out at the whist table with a glass of brandy in his fist. An easy man to find once you know where to look, Ernest thought wryly. The Baron was taking up at least 2 chairs. The buttons on his waistcoat looked as though they might go flying across the bar at any moment. Ernest waited until the Baron had finished his game, then followed the man to the bar. Lord Clement. The Baron turned. He pushed a shag of grey hair from his eyes and looked up and down at Ernest. I know you. Yes, I believe you do. Ernest held out a hand. My name is Ernest Jackson. I'm the son of Algernon Jackson, the Duke of Armson. The Baron wrapped a meaty hand around Ernest's and shook firmly. Ah yes. Of course. You were a scrawny teenager when I last saw you, Lord Jackson. I must say, you've filled out somewhat since then. Ernest hid a wry smile. The Baron had filled out somewhat since their last meeting too, though in slightly different places. He nodded toward the bar. A drink? The Baron nodded. Whiskey. Ernest bought the drinks and handed a glass to the Baron. He nodded to a table in the corner of the hotel. May we speak? The Baron sipped noisily. As long as you keep me watered with this whiskey, my boy. He gave a chuckle, and lowered himself into the chair, the seams of his trousers straining. He scratched his chin with a fat finger. For a fleeting moment, Ernest pictured those fat fingers working their way over Rachel's lithe body. Sickness rose in his throat. How could I have let her do such a thing for me? Ernest forced himself to focus. I've questions you might help me with. About my mother, Lady Sarah, and the Viscount of Annerley. The corner of the Baron's lips turned up. The Viscount of Annerley again? He said. Why does it seem as though everyone is suddenly interested in this man? He chuckled to himself, as the pieces of his thoughts came together. That little cuckoo in the red dress was your doing, I suppose. You sent her out doing your bidding? Ernest felt a knot of guilt tighten inside him. Sent her out to do his bidding. Yes, that was exactly what he had done. Coming from the Baron's lips, it felt like the greatest abomination. He closed his eyes for a moment. You knew the Viscount? He said, pushing past the question. The Baron nodded. And you know my father? Another nod. Ernest leaned forward in his chair. Were the two men friends? Did they get along? The Baron snorted. The Viscount and the Duke? Not for a moment. He let out a hearty chuckle. We couldn't leave them in the same room alone for fear of them engaging in a spontaneous duel. Ernest rubbed his chin. Just as he suspected. I see. And what brought about the rivalry? The Baron gave a toothy grin. Two young, strong-willed men. Who needs a reason? He sipped his drink and leaned back in his chair. It groaned ominously. Of course, the situation only worsened when your mother appeared on the scene. The Viscount loved my mother, said Ernest. That he did. But it was the Duke who won her hand. Did my father seek to marry her just to spite the Viscount? Ernest asked. The Baron laughed. Of course. Can't say I blamed him, though. The Viscount was as cocky as you like over the whole affair. He was sure Lady Sarah would accept his hand. Went about speaking like she was his wife already. He chuckled. I weren't the only one who quite enjoyed seeing the Duke take him down a peg or two. He took a mouthful of whiskey and leaned forward. Ernest caught a waft of sweat and pipe smoke. She was a fine prize, your mother. A great beauty in her time. And the daughter of a duke, herself. Right from the beginning, the Viscount made no secret of the fact that he was in love with her. But he and the Duke were bitter rivals. Your father would have done anything to take the man down. Even marry a lady he didn't love. Ernest felt a sudden pang of sympathy for his mother. How dreadful it must have been to be little more than a prize to be battled over. And all this even before she lost her daughter. Oh, don't look like that. The Baron chuckled. I can see that shine in your eye. that anger at your father. But he was just doing what any man would have done. He was just seeking to uphold his family name. Find himself a fine wife. He winked. It just made it all the more sweet that he managed to tear down the Viscount to do it. When did the Viscount leave London? Asked Ernest. The Baron's forehead creased in thought. It was many years ago, boy. My memory's hazy when it comes to dates and the like. But I imagined he did not stay around long after your mother married. Would have broken the poor fellow's heart to see the lady he loved with another man. Ernest made his way back to Greyston Manor on foot, needing the walk to straighten his thoughts. A rivalry between his father and the man who had loved his mother. Lady Sarah, the grand prize. It was a sorry tale, and one Ernest had never dared to imagine, but did the whole debacle have anything to do with his sister? He couldn't be sure. Either way, it went some way to explaining the mournful air that had hung about his mother for all his life. As he climbed the stairs to his rooms, he could hear voices coming from the Duchess' bedroom. He paused outside the door, listening intently. Another lullaby? But no, this was no lullaby. The Duchess' words were garbled and cracked. Beneath them, Ernest could hear her lady's maid speaking gently, doing her best to calm her mistress. He knocked, entering the room before the lady's maid had a chance to respond. At the sight of his mother, he felt his heart lurch. Her hair was tangled and loose, spilling wildly over her pillow. Her skin was almost completely without color, and her eyes were wide and bloodshot, darting back and forth across the room. She was thrashing on her bed, as though something wild had crawled inside her, cries of distress and mumbled words spilling from her lips. She caught sight of Ernest but showed no recognition. "What happened to her?" he demanded. The lady's maid pressed a hand to her chest. "Oh, my lord. I don't know. I put her to bed earlier tonight, and she seemed perfectly calm." The young girl sniffed. "Then I woke to hear crying out. I found her like this." "She's not taken any more laudanum?" The maid shook her head, knotting her hands in her apron. "I don't think so, my lord. Not that I've seen." Ernest leaned over his mother's bed, gripping her skeletal hand in his. "Mother, can you hear me?" He pressed a firm hand to her forehead, trying to still her. The Duchess' eyes met his and, for a moment, she was calm. "What happened, mother?" said Ernest. "What's upset you?" The Duchess began to writhe again. "Unity," she coughed. "Unity. My little girl." The knot in Ernest's stomach tightened. "Fetch the doctor," he told the maid. He swallowed heavily. "And my father?" Ernest stood edgily in the hallway, his back pressed to the wall. His father paced up and down the passage, not speaking. Finally, the door to his mother's room clicked open, and the doctor appeared. "I've given her an herbal tincture," he said. "It ought to help her sleep." "What do you think has caused this?" the Duke asked, rubbing his shorn chin. His eyes darted momentarily to Ernest. "The Duchess is showing signs of extreme anxiety. Has anything happened that might have caused her undue stress of late?" The Duke stroked his chin again. "No. Nothing at all." "There it is. Those smooth, polished lies. Pretending to the world that everything is as it should be. Keeping our secrets hidden behind an invisible curtain." He said nothing. "She will need to be kept under close supervision," said the doctor. "And it's vital she get as much rest as possible." The Duke nodded. "I understand. Thank you." The doctor buttoned his coat. "I'll call on her again in the morning." Neither Ernest or his father spoke. They listened to the doctor's footsteps echo down the staircase. Listened to murmurs between the doctor and the butler as he opened the door. Ernest stared at the floor. "This is all my fault," he said. "I ought never to have asked her about Unity. No, the Duke said finally. You're right. You ought never to have asked her about Unity. The name sounded strange on his father's lips. Ernest realized he had never heard him speak it before. How strange to have never heard a father speak his daughter's name. How thoroughly Unity's memory had been locked away until now. Little wonder digging into the past had rattled his mother so much. Ernest saw now it was best that Unity stayed locked away. It was the way it had always been, and that was the way it would stay, for the sake of his mother. All this prying, this searching, it simply had to stop. He had uncovered things about his mother, yes, but had anything he'd learned actually brought him any closer to the truth about his sister? No, all it had done was see his mother writhing about in her bed, crying out in distress for the child she had lost. He thought of her tangled hair, her blank, bloodshot eyes. Guilt tightened his stomach. This search for the truth had hurt his mother. And it had hurt Rachel Bell. The two women Ernest wanted least in the world to hurt. It has to stop. He made his way wearily to his bedroom. The first hint of dawn was pushing at the bottom of the sky. He kicked off his boots and sat on the edge of the bed, staring out at the pearly light. Perhaps his father was right. Perhaps this restlessness inside him would be settled with a wife and children of his own. In the morning, he sought out his footman. I need a message delivered to the Earl of Landon's house. Tell Lady Catherine I wish to call on her. Chapter 32. On Sunday morning, Rachel awoke to a cacophony of noise coming from Betsy's kitchen. Pots and pans clattered loudly, and she could hear the endless thudding of children's footsteps racing up and down the hall. Betsy opened the door to Rachel's bedroom and poked her head inside. "We're going to church," she announced. "Are you coming?" Rachel closed her eyes. She had not left the house since she had arrived in a panic 2 nights earlier. Hadn't dared step into the street for fear of seeing Burns' flinty black eyes again. Usually, she was a regular churchgoer. It felt like the least she could do, given the way she spent her nights. Though she was sure God had little time for a woman who sold her body for a few scraps of bread, attending church was a way to cling to that life of decency she craved. Every Sunday since she had begun working as an escort, she had hauled herself out of bed to sit through a service. But not today. The thought of stepping out into the street still made the back of neck prickle, even if it was with Betsy and her family. Even if it was to maintain that fading illusion of her decency. She shook her head. "I can't. Not yet. I want to stay here." Half expecting a lecture from Betsy, Rachel was glad when she said, "If you're sure. Will you be all right on your own? I can stay with you if you wish." "No, no need for that. I'll be all right. Best I start getting comfortable on my own again. I can't stay here forever." She had spent the past 2 days following Betsy like a shadow, helping out in the bakery and stealing more than a few bread rolls from the cooling racks. It had been a comfort to be among her friend and her family, but Rachel knew she would have to venture back out into the world soon. She listened as Betsy and her family clattered down the stairs and out the door. Silence fell over the house. Rachel dressed wearily. It was far too early for her liking. She stumbled out into the kitchen and hung the kettle over the remains of a fire. She poured herself a mug of tea and pulled a piece of bread from the loaf on the table. She sipped her tea and roamed restlessly through Betsy's house, trying to build up the courage to step back out into the world. "Come on now, Rachel. You can do this." She had always considered herself a brave person. Difficult to rattle. And yet something about Burns' eyes had given her a chill she'd been unable to warm from. They had sent her courage into hiding. She trailed her fingertips absent-mindedly across the doors as she walked the length of the hallway. The 2 children's rooms lay on one side, Betsy and her husband's room on the other, beside Mrs. Miller's. "Was it that nobleman who came after you?" Betsy's mother had asked when Rachel had admitted what had happened. The one I warned you away from? No, she said firmly. He would never do something like that. Though there was no doubt in her mind that Mr. Jackson had not been involved, there were coincidences she could not ignore. She had begun to feel as though she was being watched immediately after the Marquess had turned up at White Lion in his cups that night. The night I took him home to my bed. Rachel stopped suddenly in front of the clothes rack that stood drying by the hearth. What is that? In the middle of the rack hung a small white smock, clearly belonging to one of Betsy's young daughters. Tiny embroidered flowers were stitched along the hem. Rachel yanked the smock from the drying rack and peered at it closely. Purple tulips. Intertwined leaves. She thought of the stitching on the underskirts she had been wearing the night she had been at the theatre. Purple tulips. The very same design. Her heart began to quicken. The very same design Mr. Jackson had been so fixated on. Rachel took the smock back to her bedroom and sat with it in her lap, her thoughts racing. How had she ended up with the same embroidered pattern on her underskirts as Betsy's daughter? And how had they both ended up with the same design on their clothes as Ernest Jackson's sister? A memory swung at her suddenly. A great deluge of rain breaking the roof of the tenement. Water had cascaded down her walls, soaking everything she had owned. She had turned up on Betsy's doorstep, shivering in her damp clothes. Betsy had ushered her inside and sat her by the fire. Given her dry things to change into. Dry stockings. A dry twill dress. Dry underskirts with tulips stitched on the hem. Rachel's heart began to race. When she had returned Betsy's clothing after the leaky roof had been mended, she must have returned the wrong petticoats. The skirts with the tulips belonged to Betsy. Her thoughts knocked together. The skirts with the tulips belonged to Betsy, yes, but she still couldn't piece together why they might be decorated with the very same design Mr. Jackson claimed his mother had been so obsessed with. She began to pace. She needed to see him. She had promised herself she would not go near the man again. Promised herself things would be over between them. Promised herself she would not let herself get hurt again. But those damn tulips. The design had been so important to him, she knew there was no way she could keep this revelation to herself. He needed to know the skirts had belonged to Betsy. Needed to know the same stitching decorated her daughter's smock. Rachel quickened her pace, her boots beating a rhythm against the floorboards. How does an escort go about calling on a nobleman? She almost laughed aloud at the absurdity of the thought. Greyston Manor, Pimlico. She could find the house. Could make it to his front gates, at least. And then what? Surely a woman like her couldn't just sidle up to the front door and knock. Could she? It didn't matter. She would work out how to get her message to Mr. Jackson when she arrived. She only knew she had to see him. Had to tell him about all she had discovered. She slid the embroidered smock into the pocket of her cloak and, taking a deep breath, gingerly stepped into the street. Her eyes darted from side to side. There's no one here, Rachel. Just walk. Sucking in her breath, she began to stride down the street, her heart hammering against her ribs. I only have to make it to Bishopsgate. Then I can climb into a cab and hide myself from the eyes I feel watching my every move. The back of her neck prickled. She whirled around, felt a thick arm grab her around her waist. And then a second hand was clamped over her mouth to stop her scream escaping. Chapter 33. Betsy threw open the door of the house and marched upstairs. She slid off her cloak and bonnet and tossed them over one of the chairs sitting by the kitchen table. After church, her mother and husband had taken the children into town to watch the boats on the river. Betsy had felt a pressing need to return home and check on Rachel. Her friend, she knew, liked to portray a facade of strength, but it was obvious the incident with her client had rattled her. Rachel had been clingier in the past 2 days than Betsy's 3-year-old daughter. She knocked on the bedroom door. Rachel? Surely, she's not still sleeping. It's past noon. Then again, perhaps she was. Betsy knew her friend's lifestyle made her amenable to late nights and even later mornings. But when she opened the door a crack and peeked into the room, she could see Rachel was not in her bed. She had tidied the covers neatly and straightened the pillow. The crimson gown she had been wearing the night she had arrived was laid out neatly over the rocking chair in the corner of the room. Betsy had lent her a dress of her own so she might not be forced to gallivant about the house looking like a woman of the night. Rachel? Betsy poked her head into each bedroom, and she made her way downstairs into the bakery. No Rachel. She tried to ignore the churning in her stomach. There's nothing to worry about. She's likely just gone back to her apartment. Not bothering with her bonnet or cloak, Betsy set out toward Rachel's tenement. She felt edgy, as though she herself was being watched. There's nothing to worry about, she told herself again, but was unable to still the restlessness inside her. Rachel had left her crimson gown behind. Had left without a word, or a note. That morning she had been too afraid to even venture to church. She made her way up to her friend's apartment and thumped on the door. Rachel? Are you there? It's me. Silence. Betsy tried again. Answer the door, Rachel. I'm worried about you. An elderly man poked his head out of the room next door. Stop that hollering, he barked. Your neighbor, Betsy said urgently. Rachel Bell. Have you seen her? The man shook his head. Ain't seen her in days. Betsy nodded her thanks. She made her way downstairs and stood outside the tenement, wrapping her arms around herself anxiously. Rachel had been taken. She could sense it, could feel it as a tight knot in the pit of her stomach. She's been taken by that awful client of hers. Despite Rachel's protests, Betsy hadn't been able to shake the feeling that this had something to do with that nobleman. This trouble had started around the time Rachel had begun to speak of him. Perhaps he had not been the one to take her, but she felt for certain he was somehow connected. She began to pace. He was connected, yes, but what could she do about it? The man was a marquis. A lowly baker from Bethnal Green could not just stride up to his house and ask for an audience with the man. But Rachel's life was in danger. If this nobleman cared for her a scrap, surely he would be willing to hear what Betsy had to say. Graced in manner, she remembered Rachel telling her, giving an airy laugh. In the very heart of Pimlico. Can you just imagine? Betsy sucked in her breath and began to walk. There was nothing for it. She needed to find Ernest Jackson. I was very happy to receive your message, Lord Dalton. Lady Catherine chirruped, fixing Ernest with a syrupy smile. Curls danced around her rouged cheeks. They were sitting in the Earl of Landon's parlour, teacups and plates of sponge cake on the table in front of them. Ernest forced himself to smile. It was time to stop being childish and self-absorbed. His mother had suffered greatly as a result of all he'd done. And whatever the Duchess may have done to Unity, she was still his mother. Whatever she may have done did not stop him from caring deeply for her. Ernest knew too how lucky he was word had not spread further about his dalliance with Rachel at the theatre. He had found himself wondering distantly who it had been who had seen them. Who had sent word back to his father. It didn't matter. All that was over and done. There was to be no more theatre, no more Rachel, no more hunting for Unity. Just tea trays and sponge cakes. Do tell me about yourself, my lord, Lady Catherine said sweetly. The two of us have had such precious little time together. I should love to know more about you. Ernest forced a smile. Found himself rattling out a monotonous, abridged version of his life. Educated at Cambridge, 3 years in the army. Enjoys fencing and riding, hates hunting. Oh yes? Said Catherine. How interesting. Her eyes were large and vacant. Ernest felt quite sure he could have told her he had lived among the lions in deepest Africa, and she would still have given the same response. Perhaps she's a little nervous, he reasoned. After all, this marriage is being pushed upon her as much as it is me. He felt quite sure the surly, unsatisfied man he had become was not the most attractive prospect for anyone. Even if it would save Lady Catherine from climbing into bed with Duke of Harrington. So he gave her a warm smile. "And you, my lady? Tell me about yourself. I hear you've a great skill on the piano." "The piano? Oh no, my lord. Not me. I had lessons once upon a time, but I was simply dreadful. My two hands seem quite unable to work independently." She gave an airy laugh. Ernest mentally kicked himself. It was Lady Caroline with the great skill on the piano, he remembered, too late. He'd attended a soirée at her father's house 2 years ago when the Duke had her in his sights as a potential wife. Ernest had broken into thunderous applause after the first movement of Caroline's piano sonata, and she'd turned to glare at him as though he dared set off a round of fireworks. He'd not been invited to a soirée since. Lady Catherine prattled on and on about her ill-fated piano lessons, stopping every few moments to sip her tea. "My teacher said I ought not tell people I played the piano. He said I did something else to it entirely." She laughed. At least she had something of a sense of humor. Ernest took a mouthful of cake that he realized, too late, was far too big. Lady Catherine hid a smile, which turned into a faint giggle. He could do far worse, Ernest reasoned, struggling to swallow the explosion of jam and cream. Lady Catherine was sweet, polite, beautiful. She was everything a marchioness ought to be. She is everything Rachel Bell is not. He wrestled Rachel from his mind. How did she manage to do this? Worm her way into his thoughts, despite his best intentions? She had a way of making herself unforgettable, unable to be turned down. Ernest thought of the way she had sweet-talked the men at the garden party, of the way she had pulled information from the Baron. Good Lord, I'm bloody well thinking of her again. But, of course, Lady Catherine said, they say black cats are dreadfully bad luck. Ernest blinked. Pardon? Hadn't they been talking about her non-existent musical prowess? Black cats, my lord. They're a little dangerous, don't you think? One doesn't want to invite bad luck into one's house. Oh, Ernest said hurriedly. Yes. Of course. Lady Catherine's face lit up. I knew you'd agree, she said, lifting a minuscule forkful of cake to her lips. 2 teacups and another slice of sponge cake later, Ernest was back in the coach to Greyston Manor. His eyes, he felt sure, were as blank and vacant as Lady Catherine's. At least I managed not to offend her this time. As the coach rolled toward the house, Ernest caught sight of a woman standing outside the gates. She was dressed in a blue twill dress and wore no cloak or bonnet. He squinted. She had a vague familiarity with her. Stop the coach, he called to the driver. I'll get out here. He threw open the door and climbed out, his boots sinking into the damp earth. The woman made her way toward him. Ernest could tell he was the person she had come here to see. Her eyes were hard and determined. Yes, I had seen her before. But where? And as she drew closer, he realized. You're the baker, from Bethnal Green. She nodded. Yes. I'm sorry to intrude like this, my lord, but I need your help. Rachel Bell is missing. Chapter 34. Missing? The Marquess repeated. Yes, said Betsy. I believe she's been kidnapped. She watched a look of horror fall over his face. She had been unable to convince herself of this man's innocence entirely. But that look told her everything she needed to know. The Marquess had not harmed her friend. And he was as worried about Rachel as she was. Betsy had walked through the streets of Pimlico feeling an intruder. She had kept her head down as she wove past ladies in silk skirts, had looked up in wonder when carriages the size of her bedroom had glided down the road. How was it possible that this tree-lined, whitewashed place might exist in the very same city as her crooked and creaking bakery? She had asked directions to Greyston Manor from a lady in a lace-trimmed bonnet. She had kept walking as though Betsy didn't exist, not even turning her head to acknowledge she had been spoken to. Betsy had tried again, this time asking a woman dressed more similarly to her in a dark-colored dress and apron. And so, directions to Greyston Manor. She'd stood, staring up at the gates. So this is the home of Rachel's nobleman. How had her friend managed to involve herself with such a man? She had stood outside the locked gates for what had felt like hours. More ladies had walked past, staring through Betsy as though she were a ghost. Someone had shouted at her to move off. She'd hurried off down the street, before daring to return to the manor's gates 10 minutes later. With each feathered lady that had glided past the gates, Betsy had found herself glancing down at her patched and faded skirts. She'd not even thought to put her bonnet on, she realized. What a sight she must be to these people. Betsy had never considered herself a weak or nervous person. Her mother had taught her that life could be tough, and Betsy had risen to meet the challenge of it. But here in this polished, shimmering part of London, she felt so thoroughly out of place that it sent a rattle of uncertainty through her. A lady could dish out cold eyes all she wanted when Betsy was in the safety of her bakery, and she would think nothing of it. But here, outside the gates of this mansion, she felt as though she could be toppled by the slightest breath of wind. And then came the carriage. Betsy had recognized the man inside at once. The Marquess of Dalton. Rachel's nobleman. The man who had bought 5 loaves of bread from her bakery. Their eyes had met through the window of the carriage, and Betsy knew he had recognized her. Still, she'd been surprised when he'd leapt from the carriage without even bothering to make it through the gates. For the first time since she'd set foot in this part of the city, Betsy had stopped feeling invisible. Kidnapped? The Marquis repeated, his voice rattling. When? From where? Do you have any idea who might have done it? His eyes were wide and anxious. I believe she was taken this morning, Betsy told him. She's been staying with me for the past few days. When I got home from church, she was gone. She clasped her hands together. She came to me in the night earlier in the week. Said a client had tried to hurt her. The Marquis inhaled sharply. Wait for me here, he told Betsy. I'll have my driver bring the coach back around. Ernest's heart was knocking hard against his ribs as the coach rattled out of the manor and into the road. The thought of Rachel in trouble was turning his stomach into wild knots. He clenched his fists tightly in his lap. She said the man tried to take her to his house. The baker told him. She didn't like the look of the place. Said it were dark and crumbling. She refused to go inside. That's when the man came after her. The woman wrung her hands together. Her things are all still at my house, but there's no sign of her anywhere. No note, not a word. She inhaled sharply. I'm afraid the man's come back for her. The sickness in Ernest's stomach intensified. He thumped on the wall of the carriage. Can't you go any faster? He barked to the driver. She couldn't tell me where the house was. The baker continued. Just knew it was in the East End somewhere. Said she passed Spitalfields Market on the way to my house. Her dark eyes met Ernest's, and he saw in them the same fear he felt. There was something strangely comforting about the woman, he realized. Something strangely comforting about their shared distress. We'll find her, he said. I swear it. He was trying to convince himself as much as her, he realized. Forgive me, he said after a moment. I've not introduced myself. I'm Ernest Jackson. She gave a faint smile. Yes, the Marquis. He lowered his eyes. Indeed. I'm Betsy, she said. Betsy Ward. He offered her his hand. A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Ward. I'm only sorry it's under such circumstances. We've met before, she reminded him. You bought 5 loaves of bread from my bakery. I told you how to find Rachel's building. You remember me? Of course. You're something of a novelty in Bethnal Green. Ernest smiled wryly. He thought of his pathetic attempts to blend into the crowd on the East End streets. Thought of Rachel working lard through his hair. Thought of the delightful shiver it had sent racing down his spine. He willed the coach to go faster. Where are we even going? Neither he or Mrs. Ward had any thought of where that crumbling old house was. But a fast-moving coach, Ernest was coming to realize, went some way towards settling the fear that was racing through him. Fear would accomplish nothing. He needed to stay level-headed. Calm. Such a thing felt near impossible. I was rude to you the day you came to my bakery, Mrs. Ward admitted. I doubted you. And I feared you might have been involved in what's happened to Rachel. I'm sorry. I can tell you care very much about her. I know you'd never set out to hurt her. Ernest sighed inwardly. No, I had never set out to hurt her. And yet somehow, he still did. Chapter 35. Rachel opened her eyes, blinking slowly. The back of her head was drumming, and she could feel a dull pain behind her eyes. She was lying on her side, blanketed in darkness. The floor beneath her felt cold and damp. She tried to move, then realized she had been bound at the wrists and ankles by lengths of rope. Her heart began to speed as memories of the morning began to flood back. She had been going to see Mr. Jackson to tell him about Betsy's skirts. Had been grabbed from behind as she'd left the bakery, struck on the head. She began to thrash her body, trying to free herself. Her skirts tangled around her legs and she could feel the rope at her wrists and ankles digging into her skin. Her breath began to quicken, tears of fear stinging her eyes. No. Stay calm. Stay calm, Rachel. You're going to get out of this. She forced herself to breathe long and deep until her tears had disappeared and the rattling in her chest had begun to still. She wriggled on the earthen floor. Managed to pull herself into sitting. Her eyes adjusting to the dark, she could make out inky shapes around her. Barrels, she realized. Broken furniture, a few upturned chairs. She was in a basement, she thought, the damp earth clawing in her throat. Is this that horrible house Burns tried to take me to? The stairs creaked noisily, and Rachel's heart began to pound again. A door swung open and a man appeared in the basement, silhouetted by the lamp in the stairwell behind him. Ah, he said. You're awake. The voice was familiar. It sent a bolt of fear through Rachel's body. Burns, yes. I'm in that awful, crooked house with the gargoyle above the door. She forced herself to breathe. Please, she coughed. Just let me go. He stepped into the basement and made his way to her slowly. He dragged a rickety stool across the room and sat opposite her, resting his elbows on his knees. I can't let you go. I've got my orders. Orders? Rachel repeated, her voice cracked. Orders from who? Never you mind. He stroked his bristly chin, eyeing her, as though trying to decide what to do with her. Sickness rose in her throat. I promise, I'll not tell a soul about you. I'll never speak of this again. No one will know a thing. She swallowed heavily, her tears threatening to surface. He leaned forward on a stool, so his bristly face was close to hers. Rachel could smell the stale smell of tobacco on his breath. I told you, I can't let you go. You can't be trusted not to go prying into things that don't concern you. Prying into things that don't concern me? Rachel's heart thumped. What things? Burns snorted. You know what things, Miss Turner? He gave her that thin smile she was coming to know too well. Or is it Miss Bell? Her stomach knotted. You knew my name? Burns said nothing. You were following me. Rachel coughed. Why? I told you. I've got my orders. Her mind flickered back to those terrible days and nights she had felt herself being followed. The day after Mr. Jackson had slept in her room. The night with the Baron. The garden party. The theatre. Had Burns been following her each of those times? Her skin prickled, and her throat clamped. Please. She coughed. May I have a little water? Burns tilted his head in hesitation. Finally, he stood, the stool creaking noisily. He made his way back to the staircase, pulling the door closed behind him again and plunging the basement back into darkness. After a moment, he reappeared with a tin cup in his hand. He crouched beside Rachel and held it to her lips. She gulped at the water, half of it drizzling down her chin. This has to do with Ernest Jackson, she said finally. And his sister. Burns said nothing. I'm right, ain't I? Rachel said after a moment. If it weren't for Ernest Jackson, none of this would ever have happened. If she had never offered to help him fit in at the White Lion, she would never have found herself in such a dreadful predicament. And yet, strangely, Rachel felt no regret. If I had never met Ernest Jackson, none of this would ever have happened. And yet I'm still so glad I did. Burns lowered himself back to the stool. What do you know about the Marquess' sister? Rachel swallowed heavily. Nothing, she coughed. Nothing at all. I didn't find out a thing. And what do you know about the Duchess of Armson and the Viscount of Annerley? Her breath began to quicken. Nothing. Burns was suddenly close to her, the bristles on his chin tickling her cheek. Don't lie to me. Rachel heard a tiny cry of fear escape her. I'm not lying, she squeaked. I don't know a thing about Ernest Jackson's sister. She thought of the smock belonging to Betsy's daughter she had shoved into her cloak pocket. Had Burns found it? And if he had, would he have had any thought of its significance? She pressed her arm against her side, trying to feel for the bulge in her pocket. It was there, she realized. Burns had not found the smock. She felt suddenly, inexplicably grateful. You'll tell me what you know, he said, his breath hot against her nose. Rachel coughed back fresh tears. I don't know a thing, I swear it. Then you'll stay here until you're willing to cooperate. In spite of herself, her tears spilled. Please, just let me go. I'm not letting you go. You can't be trusted not to mind your own business. You can't be trusted not to go prying into things that don't concern you. He began to stride back toward the door. You can't be trusted not to go prying into things that are best left alone. Chapter 36. I've spoken to the watchman who was patrolling the area the night Rachel came to the bakery, Ernest told Mrs. Ward. He says he saw nothing. Mrs. Ward gnawed edgily on her thumbnail. I've asked everyone in the street. No one saw a thing this morning. Most of them were away at church. She snatched her thumb from her mouth and tucked her hand behind her back, as though she had just realized what she was doing. We need to go to the White Lion, said Ernest, turning and striding down the street. Perhaps someone there can tell us something about the man Rachel was with. Mrs. Ward jogged to keep up with him. Goodness, she said. You certainly know your way to the White Lion, my lord. Ernest managed a crooked smile. Yes, it seems I do. A grin lit the innkeeper's face as the two of them strode into the tavern. I know you, she said brassily, pointing a bony finger at Ernest. You're that dandy what nearly fell asleep on my bar. Ernest pushed away a flush of embarrassment. I'm here about Rachel Bell, he said. She's in danger. The innkeeper's smile disappeared. Miss Bell? What's happened? She was here with a client several nights ago. Mrs. Ward cut in. Do you remember him? That lass has more clients than I'm sure she knows what to do with, said the innkeeper. I can't be expected to remember them all. The back of Ernest's neck felt hot. We believed she's been kidnapped by the man. He felt his voice rising, as he struggled to keep his composure. We need to know what he looks like. And anything else you might be able to tell us about him. The innkeeper gave a solemn nod. Like I said, I can't be expected to remember everyone what comes in here. He pointed toward a woman at the back of the tavern dressed in a low-cut blue gown. But try asking Lucy over there. Maybe she knows something. Ernest looked at the woman. She had a faint familiarity with her. Did he speak to her the night he stumbled drunkenly into this place, desperately searching for Rachel? The night was a haze, punctuated by the smell of rosewater and Rachel's sharp blue eyes. He gave a nod of thanks to the innkeeper and made his way toward Lucy, Mrs. Ward following close behind. Lucy's eyes lit up. I remember you. You're... Yes, yes, Ernest said impatiently. I'm the dandy who almost fell asleep on the bar. Lucy's lips quirked. I was going to say the man who fancies Rachel. Ernest swallowed. That too. He inhaled sharply. We need your help. Miss Bell is in trouble. Trouble? What kind of trouble? He pushed past her question. I need to know if you can tell us anything about a client of hers. A man who was here at the tavern 3 nights ago. Lucy's dark eyes hardened. I remember him all right. Didn't like the look of him one bit. Ernest exchanged anxious glances with Betsy. You were older, said Lucy. 50, perhaps, or 60. Tall, dressed in black with a silk scarf at his neck. Rachel and we both noticed him soon as he come in. That scarf stolen, I said. Rachel said she didn't care. Long as there was money in his pocket, it didn't bother her where it came from. Ernest shifted uncomfortably. I thought to approach the man. Lucy continued, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. But he came straight for Rachel like she was the one he'd been looking for or something. Soon as he started speaking to her, I could tell she were uncomfortable. Thought she were going to tell him to leave, but she ended up taking him upstairs. She gave a wry smile. I suppose he had plenty of money in that pocket of his. Ernest let out his breath. Why would she go with him when she knew there was something not right about him? Lucy gave a snort, as though he just asked the world's most foolish question. Why do you think any of us do this? It sure ain't for the joy of it. Ernest felt himself grow hot. How brutally unfair life can be. There are those of us with more money than we could ever need, and others like Rachel that have to spend their nights with dangerous men just to survive. He felt that old hatred of the ton rearing up inside him. She was talking about going to the mop fair, said Lucy, wrapping a coil of dark hair around her finger. Said she couldn't do this no more. She was going to find herself honest work, she said, soon as she could afford new clothes. That's why she wanted the money so bad. Her eyes hardened with fear. Do you really think this man's taken her? Ernest didn't answer at once. There was no doubt in his mind this client had kidnapped Rachel. There must be something else you can tell us. He pushed. Did you overhear any of their conversation? Where he lived, perhaps? Or what his name was? Lucy shook her head. I'm sorry. That's all I know. But you can be sure if he gave her his name, it weren't a real one. That's what wealthy men do when they come into this place. Hide behind false names. Pretend to be something they're not. She gave Ernest a sly, sideways glance. You know all about that, I'm sure, my lord. He felt his cheeks blaze. Mrs. Ward pressed a hand to Lucy's arm. "If you see this man again, I need you to tell me right away." "The bakery on the corner of King Street." Lucy nodded. "Of course." As they turned to leave, she lurched after Ernest, snatching his arm roughly. "You make sure you find her, my lord. You bring her back safely." Her eyes were wide and anxious. Ernest gave a short nod. "I'll find her, I promise." He felt his stomach turn over. What was she thinking? He demanded, as he and Mrs. Ward left the tavern. She knew the man was dangerous. Surely no amount of money was worth risking her safety? Mrs. Ward gave him a sad smile. "It's a different world here, my lord. Sometimes it's a struggle to eat or feed our families. Sometimes it's a struggle to keep a roof over our heads." She looked at her feet as she walked, a thread of auburn hair falling over one eye. "Sometimes we do things out of desperation. We've no choice." Guilt turned Ernest's stomach. He had known from the beginning, of course, just how much Rachel despised working as an escort. Knew she longed for a better life. "I ought to have helped her. I could have helped her eat. Helped her keep a roof over her head. I could have bought her new clothes for the mop fair." As though reading his thoughts, Mrs. Ward said, "She wouldn't have accepted help from you. She's too strong-willed. I tried to help her myself once. Give her a little to mend her broken windows. She flat out refused." The corner of her lips turned up. "Now I just give her a free feed. My bread smells so damn good, she forgets her stubbornness a while." Ernest smiled crookedly. "Your bread does smell wonderful." He dug his hands into the pockets of his coat. There were eyes on him, he realized. His silk shirt and waistcoat were drawing plenty of attention. He wished suddenly for Philip's old greatcoat. His appearance was making it difficult to search for Rachel surreptitiously. "She said she passed Spitalfields Market on the way to your house. We need to start looking there." Mrs. Ward nodded, gesturing to the street they ought to take. "And what are we looking for? A rundown house? Every second house in this place is crumbling." "We've not much to go on." "I know," said Ernest. "But we need to begin somewhere." Chapter 37. Mrs. Ward was right. Almost every house they passed had broken windows or crumbling walls. Any of these places, Ernest realized, could look ominous in the flickering shadows of the street lamps. Mrs. Ward pointed to a thin grey church spire piercing the skyline. She thought she could see St. Bartholomew's from the house. "The house has got to be close to here." And so, with little else to do, they went from crumbling house to crumbling house, knocking on doors and asking questions. "Have you seen an old man in a long black coat? A woman with blonde hair and blue eyes?" Their descriptions were so vague, so common, it was almost laughable. "And did the woman appear to be distressed? Did she look afraid?" The questions felt harsh and bitter on Ernest's lips. "Oh no, sir," came the answer each time. "She didn't look afraid. No, the man looked quite friendly." "Kidnapped?" "Oh goodness me, no, the man and woman I saw were only the grocer and his wife." Ernest sunk wearily against the wall of a house, rubbing his eyes in exhaustion. What was it he'd thought when the idea of finding his sister had first come to him? How does one go about finding a woman in the heaving mess of London? The sick feeling in his stomach began to intensify. He could live with never finding Unity. But he couldn't live with never finding Rachel. The house above her was silent. Rachel had been sitting in the dark, listening to the floor creak for what felt like days. And now, silence. "I have to take my chance." When Burns had opened the door and allowed a thread of light into the basement, she had caught sight of a sharp edge protruding from a broken chair leg. She shuffled across the earthen floor toward it, able to see nothing more than dark outlines around her. She reached her bound hands in front of her, her fingers finding the sharp edge of the chair. Carefully, she slid the rope binding her wrist back and forth over the jagged shard of wood. She could feel the rope loosening. Rachel held her breath, kept sliding. And then she yanked hard, the rope falling free. She stifled a cry of excitement. Rolling her stiff and aching wrists, she tore away the ropes binding her ankles. And she was free. Tentatively, she climbed to her feet. Her legs felt unsteady beneath her, and she could feel the basement roof looming low over her head. She pressed a palm to the dusty wall and made her way toward the staircase. Holding her breath, she pushed open the door, just enough to let a sliver of light into the basement. She stopped. Despite the silence, she couldn't be sure whether or not Burns was still in the house. And she knew there was a chance he might not be alone. "I need a weapon." She rifled through the shadows of the basement until she found a twisted brass candle holder. She wrapped her fist around it. It felt sturdy in her hands, heavy. It would serve her well as a weapon. Her knuckles white around the base of the candle holder, she made her way up the stairs, barely daring to breathe. She paused, motionless, as one of the stairs gave a loud creak beneath her. Silence. She kept moving. And then she was at the top of the stairs, the dilapidated house stretching out in front of her. Rachel let out her breath. There was not a single piece of furniture in the room, and the hearth in the corner sat cold and empty. Dust lay thick across the floor, along with shards of stone she guessed had crumbled from the walls. "I was right. Burns doesn't live here. No one lives here." Gripping the candle holder, Rachel made her way across the empty room. Long shadows lay over the house, and she guessed it was early evening. "I need to get out of this place. Now." The thought of spending the night here made the muscles in her neck tighten with fear. She made her way to the window and pulled back the thin grey curtain that hung across it. She let out her breath in frustration. Thick planks of wood had been hammered roughly across the window frame. There was no way she could escape through it. She would have to find another way out. She tiptoed across the room and pushed gently on the door. She had no thought of where it might lead. Peeking through the crack, she could see an empty hallway, as dilapidated and filthy as the rest of the house. And then she froze. Voices. Men. Their words were mumbled and incoherent. Rachel recognized the low drone of Burns. But who was he speaking to? Whoever it was, she didn't care. The only thing that mattered was getting out of this cursed place. She gripped the doorframe, trying to determine where the voices were coming from. From the other side of the hallway, she guessed. Edgily, she poked her head out from behind the door, trying to see into the passage. At the far end of the corridor, she could see another room with its door hanging open. Could hear the men's voices coming muffled from inside. There's the front door. She would need to pass the men to reach it. She stepped back inside the empty room, pressing a hand to her chest to slow her racing heart. Suddenly, she caught hold of the men's words. "The Marquess." She held her breath. Edged back into the hallway. "What about the Marquess?" said the voice Rachel didn't recognize. Anger in his words now. The voices were growing louder. "He's been prying, too. It ain't just the girl." A pause. "What are we to do about him?" Rachel held her breath. "The Marquess is no business of ours. We've got our orders. And those orders only involve Rachel Bell." "What do you mean the Marquess is no business of ours? You think getting rid of the girl is going to stop his prying? Sooner or later he's going to find out the Duchess' secrets." Rachel shifted in surprise, freezing as the floorboards groaned beneath her. The men stopped talking. "Run. Get out now." She darted into the hallway and raced toward the front door. Burns stepped out in front of her, a pistol in his fist. He raised it slowly. "And where do you think you're going, Miss Bell?" His voice was calm and controlled. Rachel held the candle holder out in front of her, her hand trembling in fear. A candle holder, she knew, was no match for Burns' pistol. Her heart thundered against her ribs. He walked toward her with agonizing slowness. "The basement, Miss Bell." He jabbed the nose of the pistol into her shoulder. "Walk." Tears pricking her eyes, Rachel turned and made her way back toward the basement. Burns' breath was hot against her neck. When they reached the bottom of the staircase, he looked down at the sawn ropes scattered across the floor. He looked up at Rachel and shook his head in dismay. "This is no good, Miss Bell. No good at all." Rachel held back a murmur of fear. Burns grabbed the remains of the rope and used them to bind her wrists and ankles. The bindings were much tighter this time, the coarse rope biting into her skin and tearing her stockings. He took the broken chair with the sharp edge and flung it out of the basement. "What are you going to do with me?" Rachel asked, fear shaking her words. Burns rubbed his bristly chin. "That's not up to me, Miss Bell. Like I told you, I'm just taking orders." He lurched suddenly toward her, making her cry out in shock. "But you've proven once again you can't be trusted. And for that, I'm sure you will be punished." Chapter 38. The last of the light was draining quickly, and the streets were bathed in long shadows. Betsy wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. Her family would have returned home from the river long ago. She knew they'd be wondering where she was. If she didn't return soon, she knew her husband would begin to worry something had happened to her too. "I'm sorry, my lord," she said. "I wish I could stay out here all night looking, but I've got to get back to my family. My husband will be starting to worry." The Marquis nodded. "Of course." Betsy watched him turn up his collar against the colt. She hesitated. "Perhaps you might come with me? Have yourself a little tea and supper?" The moment the words left her lips, they sounded foolish. "What am I thinking? This is a nobleman. How could I think for a second he might wish to have supper in my cramped and overcrowded house?" "I'm sorry," she said. "That was too—" "Thank you," he said. "A little tea would be wonderful. Although I'm not sure I could manage any supper at the moment." "No," said Betsy. "Nor could I." She held his glance for a moment, before gesturing down the street. "It's this way." Mrs. Ward unlocked the door beside the bakery. A narrow staircase led up to the rooms above the shop. Ernest could see the warm glow of a lamp flickering at the top. He caught the lingering smell of baking bread. Mrs. Ward gestured to the stairs. "Please, my lord." Her voice was thin and edgy. "Concern over Rachel, or concern over inviting me inside?" He hated that she might feel so uneasy over the thought of him being inside her house. He gave her a reassuring smile and began to climb up to her living quarters. Mrs. Ward pushed open the door at the top and ushered Ernest into a cramped living area. A rickety table took up most of the room, 9 pins were strewn across the floor and a child's cloak draped over a chair. The room smelled of wood smoke and tallow. The moment they reached the top of the stairs, a tall, dark-haired man came barreling out of the kitchen. "Betsy," he gushed, gripping her hands. "I was worried. Where have you been?" Mrs. Ward let the man pull her into a gentle embrace, then explained in a soft murmur all that had transpired. "Rachel in trouble. Kidnapped." Ernest felt a chill go through him at her words. "Do you think it that client of hers?" the man asked, his voice low and anxious. Mrs. Ward glanced at the 3 young children playing with knucklebones by the fire. "Perhaps we might speak of it later." Ernest felt the man's eyes on him. Mrs. Ward turned to face him. "This is Ernest Jackson." He cut in before Mrs. Ward could inundate her husband with a barrage of titles and formality. "I'm a friend of Miss Rachel Bell." The man gave his hand a firm shake. "Mr. Jackson. I'm Betsy's husband. Matthew Ward." Mrs. Ward made her way to the children, bending to kiss each of them on the cheek. Their little voices began to cheer up all at once, as they poured at their mother and told her tales of boats and watermen. "The tide was in, Mama," cried the little boy Ernest guessed to be 7 or 8. "And the boats went so fast they nearly went straight past the docks." He grinned, revealing a gap where his front teeth had been. "The ladies in furs were shrieking and everything." Mrs. Ward smiled. "It sounds like quite an adventure." Mrs. Ward looked over her shoulder at her husband. "Where's Ma?" she asked. "Resting." He gave a small smile. "The children ran her ragged at the river today. She took them all the way to the tower. I dare say she'll be sleeping till next week." Mrs. Ward climbed to her feet and smoothed her skirt. She gestured to the crooked dining table in the center of the room. 6 mismatching chairs were crammed around it. Tallow candles flickered and hissed in the center. Mrs. Ward lifted her daughter's cloak from the back of the chair and hung it on a hook beside the door. "Please, Mr. Jackson. Sit. I'll make us some supper. I know you don't much feel like eating, but you ought to try and take a little. Best you keep your strength up." Her voice was kind and motherly. It made a small smile appear in the corner of Ernest's lips. And before he knew what was happening, he found himself seated at a crooked dining table in front of the fire, Mrs. Ward and her husband on one side of him and 3 dark-eyed children on the other. A bowl of bone broth sat in front of him, hunks of bread and cheese in the center of the table. It was by far the simplest meal Ernest had ever eaten. And, he realized, strangely it also one of the most delicious. He was glad Mrs. Ward had talked him into eating. The bread had the same delicious flavor as the loaf he had eaten at Rachel's apartment, and the warmth of the broth brought back energy to his legs he had not realized he was missing. "Who's this, Mama?" asked one of Mrs. Ward's daughters, staring up at Ernest and lifting a spoonful of broth carefully to her mouth. The 2 other children were watching him with keen eyes from across the top of the soup bowls. Mrs. Ward reached over to smooth her daughter's hair. "This is Mr. Jackson. He's to have a little supper with us tonight. Tell him, good evening." The little girl managed to smile. "Good evening." "Mama," said the boy. "Why is he dressed like that?" Mrs. Ward bit her lip and flashed Ernest apologetic eyes, but he smiled to himself. He did look quite the sight, he imagined. He was dressed in the embroidered silk waistcoat he had worn to visit Lady Catherine earlier that day. How distant that tea and sponge cake seemed. Had that really only been that morning that he had resigned himself to life as Lady Catherine's husband? Had he truly sat opposite her that very day and sworn to himself he would have nothing more to do with Rachel Bell? How could he have let himself think such a thing? Rachel was achingly precious, he saw that with such clarity now. She was achingly precious, and she was in danger. He wanted nothing more than to squeeze her in his arms and never let go. Out of the corner of his eye, Ernest saw Mr. Ward reach across and cover his wife's hand with his. He gave it a gentle squeeze. And with that tiny, simple gesture, Ernest felt suddenly an intruder. He felt suddenly, wildly jealous. How I long to sit at the table beside a woman I love. And how desperately he wanted that woman to be Rachel. With supper finished, the children were herded off to bed. Ernest sat back in his chair and glanced out the window. Night had fallen emphatically, and there was little to see beyond the hazy glow of the street lamps. Faint specks of rain were dappling the glass. He felt his stomach lurch at the thought of Rachel out there in the dark and cold. Is she inside at least? Is she warm and dry? Mrs. Ward returned from the children's bedroom and caught his gaze. He could see the same worry in her eyes. "I'll make you a little tea, Mr. Jackson," she said. "It'll help settle." Gave a small smile. "Thank you. Tea would be wonderful. A mouthful of tea to warm me, and then I must go back out." Wherever she is, I must find her. He found himself wandering edgily through Mrs. Ward's house, back and forth across the kitchen, up and down the corridor. He stopped abruptly outside one of the bedrooms. The door hung open and there, draped over a rocking chair in the corner of the room, was Rachel's crimson dress. He remembered her wearing it the night she had been with the Baron. Without thinking, he made his way into the bedroom and lifted it from the chair. He held it to his chest and ran his fingers over its silky fabric. He could smell the faint scent of rose water. He squeezed the gown tightly in his fist. How will I live with myself if something has happened to her? He perched on the edge of the narrow bed, clutching the dress in his lap. If they found Rachel, he would make sure she never worked another night as an escort again. She could protest all she wanted, but he'd rather stand guard at her door each night than let her in the company of dangerous men again. If they found Rachel, he would do everything in his power to give her that decent, honorable life she craved. He would do everything in his power to make her happy. No, not if. When? He couldn't bear to think of the alternative. Couldn't bear for there to be a world without Rachel Bell in it. He looked around the tiny room. A wooden rocking horse sat in one corner, a small blue dress tossed over the saddle. The room clearly belonged to Mrs. Ward's daughters. In spite of himself, he felt surprisingly comfortable here in Mrs. Ward's house. Surprisingly comfortable in this world of knucklebones and tallow candles. Is this what life would be like if I were to turn my back on the nobility? He found himself wondering. If he were to give up his life of embroidered waistcoats and sponge cakes, would it be replaced with a world where he might clutch a woman's hand while he spooned down mouthfuls of bone broth? It was a strangely alluring prospect. The floor creaked, and he looked up to see Mrs. Ward in the doorway, a mug of tea in her hand. Ernest glanced down at the dress in his hands, dimly aware that he ought to have been embarrassed. Instead, he pulled it tighter to his chest. "If you need a bed for the night," said Mrs. Ward, she faded out. "I know it's not much, but—" Ernest laid the dress over the end of the bed and smoothed it carefully. "Thank you. But I need to go back out. Try and find her." He stood. "There'll be watchmen out on the streets by now. Perhaps I can ask their help." "Of course." Mrs. Ward handed him a mug of tea. "There's milk and sugar in the kitchen." "Thank you," said Ernest. "But I don't take either." Mrs. Ward flashed him a small smile. "No. Nor do I." Rachel sat with her knees pulled to her chest. She could hear the pale and distant coo of an owl. Nighttime. She shivered, pulling her knees closer. What difference did it make, she asked herself. Night or day, there was darkness down here, thick and unyielding. She could barely see her hand in front of her face. A fresh wave of panic began to rise within her, and she forced herself to choke it down. Panic would accomplish nothing. Betsy would know she was missing. She would see that she left her things thrown over the rocking chair in her daughter's room. Would know she would not have left without saying goodbye. Yes, Rachel told herself, Betsy will know something has happened to me. Someone will find me. The thought came to her unbidden. What if that person is Ernest Jackson? She almost laughed. Whatever fleeting and fragile thing had existed between her and the Marquis was well and truly over. And yet she couldn't help the quickening in her chest when she imagined Ernest Jackson being the one to break down that cellar door and untie these cursed ropes. Couldn't help but imagine how it might feel to be curled up in his arms, away from this horrid, lightless cellar. Ernest Jackson had made it clear she was nothing more to him than a means of finding his sister. And yet she had been unable to stay away. She had been on her way to his manor house with information when Burns had snatched her. Rachel wished she could push him from her mind. Now, of all times, thinking of Ernest Jackson would do her no good. She let out an enormous sigh and closed her eyes against her knees, trying to convince herself the darkness was a choice. She looked up as the door creaked noisily. A man stood in the doorway, a lamp in his hand. The light flickered on his face. It was not Burns. This man was younger, shorter. The man Burns had been speaking to earlier, she guessed. In his hand, he held a thick crust of bread. A canteen of water was tucked beneath his arm. He came to Rachel and sat the lantern on the earthen floor. Here. He held out the bread and water. Thank you. Her voice was husky. She squinted in the hot light. Perhaps you might untie me a moment? So I can eat and drink? The young man hesitated. I ain't supposed to. Rachel bit back her sharp reply. She would accomplish far more, she knew, if she made herself appealing to the man. You brought me food and water, she said sweetly. Am I supposed to just look at them? The man scratched his chin. Finally, he knelt and pulled away the ropes at Rachel's wrists. She rubbed her aching arms. Thank you. She brought the canteen to her lips and took a long mouthful. The man sat beside her, one thick leg stretched out in front of him. She eyed him. There was a familiarity to his face. Despite his stocky build, she could see plenty of her client in the young man's face. You're Burns' son, she said. The man nodded faintly. What do you want with me? What does your father want with me? He said nothing. Rachel broke off the end of the bread. Play this man. You owe him no decency. She gave him a coy smile. We can speak, she said sweetly. It's all right. Who do you imagine I will tell? She peered up at him with hooded eyes. A tiny smile appeared in the corner of his lips. You don't know me, she said. What will you gain by keeping me down here? The man shrugged. Is he a fool, or is he just acting like one? This was a man sent out to do another's bidding, Rachel felt sure. A man sent out to do the bidding of someone wiser and more manipulative than himself. Who are you and your father working for? Rachel pressed. Someone is paying you to do their work for them. Who is it? He gave a snort of laughter. I ain't telling you that. Rachel pressed light fingers to his arm. No, that would be too easy. She blinked at him. But if I were to guess, you could tell me. Just a nod. That's all. Just a little nod of your head. The man said nothing. Is it the Viscount then? She asked. Is he back in London then? Is he angry that I went prying into his lovelorn past? The man made no response, just looked at her with dull, unintelligent eyes. Rachel cursed herself silently. I'm losing my touch. Why does it matter who we're working for? Burns' son asked gruffly. Ain't going to change the fact that you're trapped down here like a rat in a cage. Rachel swallowed, forcing herself to keep the lightness in her voice. No, she said. It ain't going to change that. But whoever you're working for has an interest in the Marquess of Dalton. And I don't want to see any harm come to him, especially not on my account. The man laughed loudly, a sound that made Rachel's skin crawl. You care for him? Care for him? Rachel repeated, forcing out an airy laugh. Don't be mad. What right would a girl like me have to care for a marquis? He leered toward her. I can see it in your eyes, girl. Rachel cursed under her breath again. Perhaps the man was not as foolish as she had first believed. He gave her a toothy grin and snatched the last piece of bread from her hands. He began to bind her wrists again, tighter this time. That why you got involved with all this mess then? Because you care for the Marquis so? Rachel clenched her jaw. Why I got involved is none of your business. And you? What is you prying about in someone else's affairs? He climbed to his feet and lifted the lamp, making shadows seesaw over the room. Money, of course. He gave a snort of laughter, shooting Rachel a withering look. You'll likely be imprisoned if you're caught as a kidnapper. she called after him, as he made his way to the door. Transported, perhaps. And what if I'm to die down here? She pushed aside the tremor in her voice. Where would you be then? I hope you're being paid enough to risk a date with the hangman. The man gave another snort. You think anyone will give two tosses that we've kidnapped a little escort? He laughed. I've been paid well for the pleasure, my girl, don't you worry. I've a level head on my shoulders. Far more than the likes of you. I know it's far wiser to work for money than for love. Chapter 39. Ernest awoke to see a pair of legs in tattered trousers crossing his line of vision. The ground was solid and cold beneath him. He sat, disoriented. Where was he? Of course. Here he was in the eternal grey and grime of Bethnal Green. He had left Mrs. Ward's house after he had finished his cup of tea and had spent the night hounding useless, blank-eyed watchmen for information. No one had seen a thing. None knew of any abandoned houses, none were able to point Ernest in the direction of the bastards who were keeping Rachel prisoner. He had carried on walking the streets, asking and searching, hopelessness swelling inside him. He had sat down to rest a moment, he remembered, before his exhaustion had gotten the better of him. He must have slept for several hours. When he'd sat wearily to rest, the night had been thick and dark. Now the sky was white, and the smell of fresh slaughtering was rising fiercely from the nearby market. He dug a hand into his pocket, realizing despondently that his watch had been stolen. He felt in his other pocket, grateful to find his coin pouch was still there. He would have means to get home once he'd found Rachel. Means to provide her with food and warmth and whatever else she needed. He stumbled wearily to his feet, wiping at the dust clinging to the sleeves of his jacket. He stretched his back and shoulders, rolled his neck in a vain attempt to relieve its tension. He felt stiff and dirty. Felt somewhat like a miner, he realized, wincing at the irony. Mr. Jackson. He turned at the sound of Mrs. Ward's voice. I'm glad I found you. She frowned. Are you all right? He rubbed his eyes, trying to make them focus. I fell asleep a while, is all. Out here on the street? Ernest nodded. Did you see anything while you were out here last night? Were the watchmen able to help? He shook his head. Not a scrap. It's as though she and the man have simply vanished. The words left an ache inside him. It wasn't true, he told himself. Rachel was here somewhere. And he damn well wasn't leaving this place until he found her. Mrs. Ward handed him a small bundle, wrapped in a cloth. Here. I thought you might be hungry. Ernest unwrapped the bundle to reveal 2 warm bread rolls. In spite of his anxiety, his stomach groaned loudly. He gave Mrs. Ward a small smile. Bless you. He bit into the first roll hungrily, feeling the food bring back a little of his energy. Mrs. Ward was one damn fine baker, he thought. Her bread would not be out of place on the breakfast tables of the nobility. A shame they would never find her all the way in Bethnal Green. I thought to go back to Rachel's tenement, she told him. If she managed to escape somehow, she'd go back there, wouldn't she? She wrapped her arms around herself and shivered, as a cold wind tunneled through the streets. I know it's unlikely she'll be there. But there's a chance. And if she got back to her tenement, perhaps she'd be too afraid to leave again and tell me she was safe. Ernest could hear the uncertainty in her voice, the desperation. It's a good idea, he told her. He swallowed the last of his bread roll. I'm coming with you. The sight of Rachel's building brought an ache to his chest that Ernest had not been expecting. Suddenly, he was back on that sleeping pallet with Rachel looming over him, tendrils of blonde hair tickling his cheeks and liquor spinning the world. And he was reaching for her, feeling her lips so lightly, so fleetingly graze his. How wrong it felt to be standing here outside that crooked building, knowing that, in all likelihood, Rachel was not inside. Still, Mrs. Ward was right. There was a chance Rachel had escaped and made it back to her apartment. And it was a chance he had to cling to. He pushed open the door and climbed the narrow staircase up to Rachel's apartment, Mrs. Ward following close behind. He knocked loudly. "Rachel? Are you there?" The silence was unsurprising but still made his stomach roll. He tried again. "Rachel, if you're there, please let us in." The door creaked open beneath his fist. Ernest swapped an anxious glance with Mrs. Ward. "Rachel?" she called softly. "Are you in there?" She pressed lightly on the door, pushing it open further. If she were here, she would have locked her door, she said anxiously. She'd never have left it open. Ernest stepped inside the room, his heart thumping. There was no sign of Rachel. No sign of anyone. If someone was here, they're long gone, he reported. Mrs. Ward followed him inside and cast her gaze over the gloomy apartment. Ernest went back to the door and peered closely at the lock. Rough scratches marked the wood and the rusting metal of the catchment. "It looks as though someone picked the lock," he said. "That they did," said a gravelly voice behind him. Ernest looked up to see an old man poking his head out from the door beside Rachel's. "You saw someone here?" Mrs. Ward pushed, coming to join Ernest in the doorway. The old man nodded. "They was making one hell of a racket. Told them to bloody well keep it down. Some of us were trying to sleep." "Who is it?" Ernest asked impatiently. The man scratched his bristly grey chin. "Some man I'd never seen before. Didn't like the look of him." "A tall man with grey hair and a dark coat?" Ernest pushed. "Unfriendly eyes?" The old man shook his head. "No, this fellow was younger. Dark hair. Not so tall." Ernest swapped glanced with Mrs. Ward. "Are there two men involved in Rachel's kidnapping?" "I told him Miss Bell weren't here," her neighbor continued. "Told him I'd not seen her in days." He sniffed loudly. "He said he weren't looking for Miss Bell. Said he knew where she was. Said he was looking for some Marquess. Thought he might be hiding himself here." "What?" The knot in Ernest's stomach tightened. The man chuckled. "I know. I said the same. Told him he were mad, thinking there'd been any such man floating around in this place. But he broke in anyway. Said he had to find the Marquess and he had every reason to believe he were hiding out in Miss Bell's apartment." He snorted. "Wrong though, weren't he? Just like I said." Mrs. Ward wound a stray strand of hair around her finger. "When was this?" Ernest could hear the impatience in her voice. The man shrugged. "Early this morning. Don't know what time. Bastard woke me up, didn't he?" Ernest gave a short nod. "Thank you for your help." He let out his breath as the old man disappeared back inside his apartment. "They were looking for me." He folded his hands behind his head and began to pace across Rachel's apartment. "Why?" He rubbed his eyes. "I'm the reason Rachel's been taken. This is my fault. Every bit of it. And I'll be damned if I don't make this right." Mrs. Ward looked over at him with sympathetic eyes. After a moment, she said, "We ought to check this place. Perhaps whoever came looking left some clue as to who they were." Ernest nodded. Inch by inch, they searched the apartment, scouring every floorboard, every inch of the table. Searching in the cold, ash-filled grate, inside pots and pans. What were they looking for? Ernest was not even sure. A button perhaps? A thread of hair? Anything that might give some clue as to who this mysterious second man might be, or where he might be keeping Rachel. He made his way to the sleeping pallet. The thin blanket was tossed messily across it. The ache inside Ernest intensified. How he longed to be lying on that flimsy mat again, Rachel's blue eyes close to his, the smell of rose water lingering on her skin. And there, tossed onto the end of the mattress, were the underskirts embroidered with tulips. Ernest stared at them, unable to pull his eyes away. Mrs. Ward followed his gaze. She gave a wry smile and picked the skirts up from the bed. "I suspect one day she's planning to give these back to me." Ernest whirled around. "Those skirts are yours?" Mrs. Ward held them up and smoothed the fabric, toying with a loose button. "I lent them to Rachel when her rooms got flooded." She folded them neatly and set them back on the sleeping pallet. "I was starting to believe I was never going to see them again." Ernest tried to swallow. He ran a finger over the embroidered tulips. "That stitching," he said huskily. "It's very fine. Did you do it yourself?" Mrs. Ward peered down at the stitching as though she had forgotten it was there. "Oh, yes, I've always liked to sew." "The design?" Ernest said, his heart thumping. "Where did you find it?" His voice came out strangely high and hoarse. "Good Lord, what's wrong with me? Why am I having such trouble speaking normally?" Mrs. Ward hesitated. She raised an eyebrow at Ernest. He was acutely aware of how bizarre his questioning must seem. "I had a dress when I was a child," she said, "with these flowers stitched on it. One day I thought to try and copy it. I've always liked the pattern." Ernest felt hot and unsteady. "Yes," he managed. "The pattern is lovely indeed." Chapter 40. "There's nothing here," said Mrs. Ward. "No trace of whoever was here looking for you. We ought to leave." She frowned. "Are you all right, Mr. Jackson? You've gone awful quiet since you found those skirts." He gave a slight nod. "I'm just concerned about Rachel," he said distantly. "I know. So am I. Let's go out there and find her." Ernest nodded silently. He followed Mrs. Ward back out of the apartment, careful to close the door firmly behind him. He found himself sneaking sideways glances at her as they wove their way back toward the streets surrounding the market. "Stop this. It's impossible." "No, not impossible. Unlikely. Tremendously, exceptionally unlikely." But she had owned a dress with those very same tulips on them. Owned a dress identical to the one he had found in the trunk full of Unity's clothing. And yes, Betsy Ward looked to be the same age as his sister. She was tall and broad-shouldered like the Duchess. And those strands of hair escaping out of her bonnet, Ernest realized, were exactly the same color as his. But then, of course, he remembered. Betsy Ward's mother lived above the bakery with them. Betsy Ward's mother was not a noblewoman with a head full of secrets. She was not the Duchess of Armson. He felt a strange sinking inside of him. A coincidence, he told himself. The skirts were nothing but a coincidence. He dug his hands into the pockets of his coat and kept walking. His legs were aching with exhaustion, and his eyes were heavy. But there was no time to sleep. Not with Rachel out here in danger. Nor was there time to contemplate the strange coincidence of Betsy Ward's skirts. He had put his search for Unity ahead of Rachel in the past. He would not do such a thing again. And so back they went to those creaking and crumbling houses by Spitalfields Market. Back to the houses that lay in the shadow of St. Bartholomew's spire. They questioned and door-knocked and pried through windows. Even kicked down a door of a house that looked to be abandoned. They found not a hint of Rachel or the black-eyed man who had taken her. Ernest felt the sinking feeling inside him intensify. "No, I must stay positive. I must believe we will find her." But he knew well how unlikely their search was to yield results. He knew that, Even if they were to find the crumbling house Rachel's client had taken her to, there was no guarantee she would still be there. "I'm sorry," said Mrs. Ward, in the early afternoon. Her voice was flat and tired. In her words, Ernest could hear the hopelessness he was trying not to feel. "I need to rest a moment." She sank to the damp cobbles on the side of the road, her blue skirts pooling around her. Ernest sat beside her, bringing his knees to his chest. "We'll find her," said Mrs. Ward, more to herself than Ernest. "We'll find her and bring her home safely." She sighed heavily, threads of coppery hair blowing in front of her eyes. It was only a matter of time before she found herself in danger like this, wasn't it? "I should have done more to help her." Ernest nodded slowly. "As should I. I ought to have been more aware of how difficult life was for her. Being the child of an escort and all." Ernest raised his eyebrows. "Your mother was an escort?" Mrs. Ward looked at the ground. "Yes." "Well, my birth mother was. I never knew a thing about her beyond what she did for a living, but I'm sure life couldn't have been easy for her. Finding herself with child and all." Ernest's heart began to thump. Mrs. Ward wound the string of her bonnet around her finger. "I thought to search for her once, but—" She shrugged. "I had no idea where to start. Even if I'd found her, I'm suspect she'd not be overly excited to see me. After all, she gave me up for a reason." Ernest realized he was staring. "Yes," he said throatily. "Yes, I'm sure she had a reason." He dropped his voice involuntarily. Whatever that might be. He could feel the back of his neck prickling. "Anyway," said Mrs. Ward, "my adoptive mother has always been wonderful to me. I never wanted for anything. We never had much money, but I've always been happy." "I'm glad of it," Ernest said. His voice came out sounding like someone else. "I'm sorry," Mrs. Ward said suddenly, her cheeks flushing wildly. "I don't know what I was thinking telling you all of this. I don't know what came over me. I'm sure you—" "No," Ernest said hurriedly. "I'm glad you did." He lowered his voice. "Very glad." For a long time, neither of them said nothing. 1,000 questions raced through Ernest's mind. There was so much he needed to say. So much he needed to ask, to explain. And yet he felt suddenly, strangely unable. "Rachel says you are looking for someone too," Mrs. Ward said finally. He swallowed. "Yes, my sister." He stared into his clasped hands, unable to look at her. "I grew up believing her dead. But now I am not so sure." He drew in a long breath. "Rachel believed she'd been little help to me in my search. But she's been more helpful than she could know." He could feel Mrs. Ward's eyes on him. "You really do care for her, don't you?" she said. He nodded. "Very much. Though I'm afraid I've not always done right by her." His mind flickered back to their night at the theater. How edgy he had been afterward at the thought of being caught. How shallow and cowardly. If only he could find Rachel Bell safe, he would take her proudly anywhere she desired. He would feel no shame, no guilt. Let the ton say what they like. I don't care anymore. All he cared about was seeing those piercing blue eyes again, feeling her silky skin against his, smelling that heady scent of rose water. All he cared about was that Rachel was safe. He glanced sideways at Mrs. Ward. What must this woman think of me, blurting out my secrets like this? Because for all Ernest's suspicions as to who Betsy Ward truly was, he knew he was nothing more to her than the strange nobleman who had barreled up to her door asking for Rachel one day. And had bought 5 loaves of bread. "When we find her," she said. "Will you tell her this?" Ernest nodded. "All of it." The urge to tell Rachel exactly how he felt was a powerful blaze inside him. All of it and more. How I long to tell her I love her. The realization struck him hard, leaving a knot of heat in his core. He felt suddenly breathless. He'd never loved a woman before. But this was it. There was no doubt in his mind. It was love for Rachel Bell that had him sleeping in the streets and chasing after dangerous men who hid in abandoned houses. "I'll tell her every word," he said. "I'm glad of it." Mrs. Ward gave him a faint smile. She back against the wall behind them and let out a long breath. "Monsters," she said suddenly. "Pardon?" She scrambled to her feet. "When she came to my house that night, Rachel told me the house was full of monsters. I didn't think anything of it. But..." She pointed up at the crumbling facade of the house on the corner. The twisted stone face of a gargoyle loomed over the front door. She inhaled sharply. "You don't think..." But Ernest was already charging toward the house. Chapter 41. Ernest tried to peer through the slats of the boarded-up window at the front of the house. He could see little more than tiny pieces of the room beyond. The floor was covered in dust and broken fragments of the stone walls. He could see no furniture. Could see no people. "What do you see?" Mrs. Ward hissed. "It looks abandoned," Ernest reported. He could feel the stone eyes of the gargoyle staring down at him. "Any sign of Rachel?" "I can barely see in," he told her, his heart thumping. "I need to get inside. I've no weapon. If Rachel is in here, the men holding her are likely dangerous." But what choice did he have? There was no way he was going to waste time trundling back to Greyston Manor for a pistol. He yanked at the rickety wooden fence at the edge of the property. A piece snapped off in his hand. A meager weapon, but it would have to do. How do I get inside? Walking through the front door was far too dangerous. He would have to find another way inside. He looked back at Mrs. Ward. "I'm going to find another way in. Stay here." After all the danger he had put Rachel in, there was no way he was going to risk Betsy Ward's safety too. Especially not after all he had discovered. But she fixed him with hard eyes and said, "If you think I'm staying out here, you're mad. Rachel could be in there. Besides," her voice lost a little of its sharpness, "besides you might need my help." Ernest opened his mouth to speak. "This is not open for discussion," said Mrs. Ward, in a voice Ernest felt sure she often used with her children. He nodded wordlessly, feeling suitably chastened. With fingers tight around the fence post, he led her down the narrow passage at the side of the house. The neighboring building was close, and they were forced to walk sideways to make it through the cramped space. Shadows lay thick over the walkway. The sunlight felt muted and pale. At the back of the house, Ernest found a second boarded window. Using the fence post, he pried at the boards until they snapped with the pressure. He held his breath. Silence. He yanked away the sharp ends of the broken boards and hauled himself through the window. He held his breath. Around him, the house was still. The room was bare and dirty, its bare stone walls swathed in a thick layer of dust. A disused fireplace sat in one corner, a door at each end of the room. A rat darted out from within the hearth and darted across the floor. Ernest turned back to the window and nodded at Mrs. Ward. Gripping her skirts in her fist, she scrambled through the window, accepting his outstretched hand. She straightened her skirts and looked about her, shivering at the sight of the empty, lightless room. From somewhere within the house, Ernest heard the soft sigh of footsteps. "Someone's here." Mrs. Ward inhaled sharply. "We need to find Rachel." Ernest nodded toward the door nearest to them. "Let me go first." The shard of the fence held out in front of him. He crept across the room, pausing as the floorboards groaned beneath their feet. Tentatively, he pushed open the door and peeked out into the hallway. 3 doors lined the passage, one firmly closed, the others swinging on rusted hinges. Long shadows lay across the hallway. And again came the footsteps. Soft and steady, as though someone was pacing. He could hear no voices. He bit back the urge to call Rachel's name and felt a line of sweat run down his back. What he would give for a pistol. Over here. Mrs. Ward's whisper made him start. She was peering through a door at the other side of the room, beckoning to him frantically. Ernest hurried to her and peeked through the door. Below them, a crooked staircase led down into the darkness. At the bottom, Ernest could just make out a cellar door, a thick plank of wood jammed against the handle, preventing it from opening. A chair lay in pieces at the bottom of the stairs. He glanced at Mrs. Ward. Her eyes were wide with apprehension. Gripping the banister, Ernest lowered himself onto the staircase, hearing it groan beneath him. He kept walking, down toward the barricaded door at the bottom. His heart hammered against his ribs. With each step, he felt his fear intensify. Sickness rose in his throat. He had found himself in far more deadly situations than this. Had marched in battle and faced a sea of French bullets, had watched friends and colleagues fall around him. And yet the thought of opening that cellar door and finding Rachel hurt or worse made his legs weak and his heart thunder. He climbed over the chair that lay on its side at the bottom of the stairs, careful to avoid the sharp edges that were jutting out from the broken legs. Silently, he slid the plank of wood from beneath the handle and pushed open the door. A sliver of light fell on a figure huddled on the floor. Her head snapped up at sight of them. Rachel. He gushed, suddenly overcome with a sudden swell of relief. A mumbled cry fell from her lips. She was cowering in a corner of the basement, her wrists bound tightly. Her blonde hair was loose and tangled around her shoulders. Ernest felt his heart lurch wildly. He hurried to her and dropped to the floor, pressing a hand to her cheek. "I." He looked into her eyes. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head, coughing back a sob of relief. "You found me?" She gushed, her eyes wide. "Oh, Ernest, you found me." Ernest. How achingly sweet his name sounded on her lips. Fighting back the urge to hold her, he worked frantically at the ropes tying her wrists. He yanked the ropes away and pressed an impulsive kiss into her neck. She threw her arms around him and squeezed tightly. Ernest slid his arms around her waist, holding her close, feeling the weight and warmth of her in his arms. He never wanted to let her go. Rachel climbed tentatively to her feet. She leaned heavily on Ernest as she tested first one leg, then the other. "Can you stand?" he asked anxiously. She nodded. "My legs are just a little stiff." She darted suddenly toward Mrs. Ward and threw her arms around her. "Thank you, Betsy." Ernest heard her whisper. "Thank you for coming for me." She smiled. "I knew you'd find me." Mrs. Ward squeezed her arm. "You would have done the same for me." Rachel looked upwards to the dark roof of the cellar. "They're up there," she breathed. "I heard them." "Is it your client?" Mrs. Ward asked darkly. "The one who came after you?" Rachel nodded. "Yes, Mr. Burns and another man. His son. I'd never seen him before last night." "But Burns isn't who he says he is." "I'm sure of it." She turned to Ernest, her eyes wide and anxious. "This is about you and your search for your sister. Whoever Burns is working for wants to stop you from looking. They're afraid of what you might find out." Ernest inhaled sharply. He had begun to fear as much. But hearing Rachel speak the words made his stomach tighten. He heard the creak of footsteps. "Who would be willing to go to such levels to stop me finding Unity?" He swallowed heavily. With each passing second, he felt surer that his missing sister was standing beside him. What secrets were about to come spilling out? And what dreadful consequences were they all about to face? "I'm going after Burns," he said firmly. He turned to Mrs. Ward. "Go back the way we came. Get Rachel out of this place." "No." Rachel's voice was a sharp whisper. "I'm not leaving you alone. It's not safe for you here," he said, his voice rising involuntarily. "Either of you." His eyes fixed on Mrs. Ward's. "Especially not you." Mrs. Ward gave a faint nod and wrapped her fingers around the top of Rachel's arm. "He's right," she said finally. "We need to get you out of this place. I'll take you back to the bakery." Rachel shook her head firmly. "Burns found me there. I want to go back to my building." "You can't go back to your building," Ernest whispered. "Someone was there looking." He hesitated. "Looking for me. If they've already been, they'll not come again," Rachel said firmly. "I'm going back to my building. The bakery is where they'll expect me to go." After a moment, Ernest nodded acceptingly. Together, the three of them made their way back up the stairs. When they reached the top, Ernest nodded toward the door. "Go. Out the window. Get away from here as fast as you can." Rachel reached for his hand. Her fingers were cold against his. "I don't want to leave you here alone. I don't want you to worry for me," he told her, her concern over him making his chest ache. "You need to leave now. It's my fault you're in this mess. And I'll not see any harm more come to you." She gave a reluctant nod and stepped close to him, pressing her palms to his cheeks. I'm the spear of light piercing the slats across the window. He could see the faint freckles sprinkled over her nose. "Be careful," she said, her voice low. "Please." She planted a gentle kiss on the side of his lips. Ernest waited until he heard Rachel and Mrs. Ward's footsteps disappear out of the house. He made his way across the room with the fireplace and pressed near to the door. The footsteps had fallen silent. He heard no voices. Perhaps Burns or whoever he was alone. Ernest glanced down at the fence post in his hand, a meager weapon. But he could not let this man go free, not after all he had done to Rachel. More than that, he needed answers. Needed to know who the man was working for. He took slow, silent steps down the passage, barely daring to breathe. If he got to the door without Burns hearing, he would have the element of surprise on his side. Could charge into the room and ambush the man. Force him to confess all he knew. He reached the room in which he had heard the footsteps. Nothing but silence inside now. And then the soft creak of a chair. Ernest lurched forward to charge through the door when he was grabbed suddenly from behind, the post knocked from his hands. He writhed against the thick arms, breaking free long enough to throw a wild punch, striking the man on the side of the head. And then more arms were around him, thick and tight around his neck. Ernest thrashed against him, struggling to break free, struggling to see the man's face. The fence post lay several feet away, and he threw his weight forward, trying desperately to reach it. The first man lurched, snatching the post from the floor. Ernest glimpsed his face. The man was a stranger. He was young and thickly set, the man who had been at Rachel's apartment, he felt sure. For a second, the grip on his neck loosened, and Ernest spun around, trying to see the face of the second man. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the post come at him. Pain seared the side of his head. And then there was black. Chapter 42. Ernest opened his eyes slowly. The side of his head was throbbing, and a trickle of blood was running into his eye. He used the cuff of his jacket to wipe it away. Slowly, tentatively, he brought himself to his knees, the world swaying slightly around him. He listened. Silence. He climbed to his feet, leaning on the wall to keep his balance. He picked up the fence post from where it lay discarded on the other side of the room. Slowly, He made his way through the house, checking each empty room, climbing down the stairs of that damp and lightless cellar. The men were gone. No sign of that man Burns, or the man who had attacked him. Damn them to hell. His head throbbing, Ernest stumbled to the door. I have to get to Rachel. At the thumping on the door of her apartment, Rachel leapt to her feet. Ernest stumbled inside, a line of blood running down the side of his head. You're hurt, she gushed, her stomach clenching at the sight. She had been fiercely reluctant to leave Ernest alone to fight Burns and his son. Had turned to go back for him twice before Betsy had gripped her arm and practically forced her back to the tenement. When they'd arrived, she had found herself pacing from one end of the room to the other. She stopped at the washstand to scrub the filth of the cellar from her body, then began to pace again. She'd been repeating her routine since she'd returned. Wash and pace, wash and pace. I'm sorry, Ernest coughed. They got away. I couldn't catch them. He charged across the room and pushed aside the rag covering the window. Are they here? Had they come for you? The fear in his words made her chest ache. Rachel took his arm gently. It's all right, she said softly. It's all right. No one has come for me. No one is here. Betsy stood wordlessly, making her way toward the door. Ernest turned to her, anxiety in his eyes. Burns got away. He may be waiting for you. I ought to see you home safe. No, Rachel said firmly, tightening her grip around his arm. You've been hurt. You need to rest. She's right, said Betsy. I'll be just fine. I promise you. I've barely a block to walk. She flashed him a smile. And besides, neither of the men that took Rachel even saw me. I'm not in any danger. Ernest watched reluctantly as she disappeared out the door. It's all right, Rachel said gently, feeling the muscles in his arms tense. She wanted more than anything to take away his anxiety. It's all right. Come and sit down. Please, let me fix that cut. She led him to the table and eased him onto one of the stools. She took a cloth from above the range and pressed it gently to the cut on the side of his head. At that moment, she cared nothing of Burns or his blank-eyed bastard of a son. Cared nothing of what would happen to him, or who he was working for. All she cared about was that she was out of that dreadful basement, with Ernest Jackson sitting in front of her. Ernest, without easing the pressure on his head, she pulled a stool toward her and sat opposite him. She pressed her free hand to his arm, feeling his muscles soften slightly at her touch. He closed his eyes. And slowly, she felt him begin to relax. Rachel brushed a strand of auburn hair from Ernest's forehead. Warmth swelled in her chest. He had come for her. Had risked his life for her. Now she knew for certain she was more to him than just a way to find his sister. How did you find me? She asked huskily. Ernest opened his eyes, the intensity of his gaze making something move in her chest. The gargoyle above the door, he said. Mrs. Ward remembered you saying the house was full of monsters. When we saw it, we thought, perhaps. He faded out. Rachel allowed herself a faint smile. The gargoyle. How the sight of the thing had sent a chill through her. And yet it had saved her. He reached over and covered her free hand with his. Rachel, he began softly. I'm so sorry about what happened that night at the theater. I'm so sorry I made you feel as though you were nothing to me than a means to finding my sister. His hand tightened around hers. You are so much more than that. Rachel managed a faint smile. Perhaps I overreacted that night, she said, feeling suddenly, inexplicably shy. Perhaps I was. She drew in her breath. Perhaps I was afraid. Afraid? Ernest repeated. Afraid of what? Rachel swallowed. Of the way you make me feel. She lowered her eyes. Of the things I felt for you in the carriage that night. After a moment, Ernest nodded. Yes, he murmured. I understand. I understand exactly what you mean. Silence hung between them. Rachel could hear him breathe. She lifted the cloth from Ernest's forehead and peered at the wound. It stopped bleeding, she announced, too loudly. She reached for the kettle and wrenched off the lid, dipping the edge of the cloth into the water. She used the damp cloth to wipe the blood from his skin. He flinched slightly at her touch. Gently, she pushed his damp hair back from his face, letting her fingers work their way through its thickness. She thought back to the night in the White Lion when she had worked the lard through his unflappable locks to turn him into a lowly miner. Ernest caught her smile. What are you grinning at? His fingers slid through hers. Rachel swallowed heavily as his thumb ran gently up and down her index finger. The tiny action made heat rise in her core. What was this power he had over her? His ability to set her on fire with nothing but the lightest of touches? She smiled. I'm thinking of you with lard in your hair. Trying to pretend you were a miner. He laughed, making warmth erupt in Rachel's chest. I'm quite sure no one was convinced. Although I'm ever so glad I asked a beautiful young lady there for her help. He cupped Rachel's cheek and drew her toward him. She felt the warmth inside her intensify as his lips touched hers. The kiss was gentle, feather-light. Perfect, and yet nowhere near enough. Rachel parted her lips beneath his, longing for more. She heard a soft sigh escape her as his tongue ran over hers. He gripped her waist and pulled her toward him, deepening the kiss. Rachel felt need build within her, spreading from her core over every inch of her body. The softest touch from Ernest Jackson set her alight. This deep, possessive kiss was almost more than she could take. Almost more than she could take, yet there was so much more she wanted, so much more she needed. Men had touched her, pawed at her, toyed with her endlessly, but none of them had ever made her feel anything close to this. Ernest pulled her nearer, his lips not leaving hers. She slid downwards onto his lap, feeling him hard and ready beneath her. The feel of it made a deep murmur of desire escape Rachel's lips. Ernest gripped a fistful of her hair, working his fingers through her thick blonde locks. She shifted on his lap and heard a throaty groan escape him. I'm doing this to him. He could have any lady in the world, and I'm the one bringing him such pleasure. The thought filled her with sudden, girlish pride. She had made men grunt and groan and pant more times than she could count. She'd never felt anything beyond the relief that it was over and done. But she'd never felt such fire in their touch. Never seen such intensity in their eyes. She pulled back a moment and smiled at him. You ought to be resting, she said, a teasing shine in her eyes. You've been hurt. Ernest grinned. Perhaps I ought to stop? No. She choked out the word. No. Don't stop. Please don't stop. She pressed herself hard against him and met his mouth with hers again. His lips worked their way down her neck, burning her skin as they touched it. He worked his way along her neckline, pausing a long moment at the hint of cleavage that peeked out the top of her bodice. Rachel let out a sigh of pleasure. His fingers found the lacing at the front of her stays. Cautiously, they slid down the bodice, until they rested on the knot at the bottom. His eyes met hers, seeking permission. Rachel nodded, unable to speak, barely able to breathe. She wanted those hands on more of her, all of her. She could feel her nipples straining against the coarseness of her stays. She arched her back toward him, her eyes pleading with his. Ernest slid the laces from the eyelets with achingly perfect slowness. He slipped a hand inside her open bodice, cupping the swell of her firm breast beneath the soft fabric of her shift. Rachel buried her face in his neck as a soft moan escaped her. He slid her dress from her shoulder, pressing his lips into the white skin beneath. Forcing herself to keep his slow pace, she slipped the coat from his shoulders and began to work at the waistcoat buttons down his middle. The gold-threaded fabric had become discolored and dirty, Rachel noticed, from his creeping about in the cellar, his nights searching the streets for her. Overcome with gratitude, she yanked his silk shirt over his head and pressed her lips to the hot skin on his chest. She could feel his heart thudding hard beneath her mouth. Ernest stood suddenly, lifting her up with him. He moved slowly to her sleeping pallet. Rachel glanced down at the thin mattress. Can he truly want to love me here on this tiny bed? Here, with the East London slums rattling outside? But the intensity in his eyes told her he wanted more than anything to love her right here, right now. It told her he thought nothing of the tiny bed or the slums outside. The only thing he saw was her. And so she let herself forget the thin mattress and the rattling slums. Let herself forget everything but the man standing before her who had risked his life to save her. Gently, he lowered her onto the thin mattress, pushing her hair back from her face as he did so. Rachel felt a bulge of fabric beneath her. She reached down and pulled out the embroidered underskirts. The sight of them yanked her back to the morning she had been taken. She had been on her way to Greyston Manor to tell Ernest all she had discovered. The skirts, she said breathlessly. They belong to Betsy. I know. Ernest snatched them from her hand and tossed them from the sleeping pallet. They came to rest on the table. I know, but I don't care about any of that right now. All I care about is you. His lips came down hard over hers, claiming her with such intensity that all thoughts of the skirts left Rachel's head immediately. Slowly, he trailed his hand down from the top of her neck, pausing to circle her nipple with his thumb through the thin fabric of her shift. Rachel dug her fingers into his shoulder and arched her back toward him, begging him for more. His thumb kept circling, slowly at first, then faster, until Rachel was unable to hold back another, louder cry. His hand slid downwards, over the gentle curve of her hips, until they found the warm skin on the inside of her thighs. With a feathery touch, he slid his hand beneath her shift, grazing the hot wetness Rachel could feel building and intensifying with each passing second. Gently, he slipped his finger inside her, his own groan of pleasure mingling with her own. Rachel clung to him. Her heart was racing. I'm nervous, she realized. How many times had she taken a man to her bed? And yet she felt suddenly, strangely unsure of herself. Suddenly like an innocent, jittery bride. And then his hands were no longer on her. Rachel heard herself cry out in protest as she reached up for him, wanting him, needing him. He gripped the hem of her shift and slipped it over her head, leaving her naked before him on the sleeping pallet. Rachel inhaled sharply. She had never felt more exposed, more vulnerable. Never felt so ablaze with desire. Please, Ernest, she murmured. I want you. Her hoarse, pleading whisper was all he needed. His fingers worked deftly at the buttons on his trousers, and he slid them off his body. Are you certain? He said, his voice barely more than a whisper. Rachel met his eyes. She had never been more certain of anything. Yes, she breathed. I'm certain. So certain. She reached down gently to guide him inside her. She let out a long exhalation as he filled her so perfectly, so completely. Groaning into her shoulder, he began to move inside her with such aching gentleness it took Rachel's breath away. How was it possible this could feel like this? How could this act she knew so painfully well, feel suddenly so unfamiliar, so new, so wonderful? But soon, gentleness was not enough. She wrapped her legs tight around him, drawing him deeper. More, she whispered. Please. Ernest's gentleness fell away as their desire built together, their bodies moving as one on the thin coarseness of the sleeping pallet. Suddenly Rachel felt herself hurtling her toward release. The force of it tore through her body, and she cried out, burying her face in the hot skin of Ernest's neck. She clung to him as though he might save her from drowning. Clung to him as though they were the only two people left in the world. She felt him shudder in her arms as he reached his own release moments later. She wrapped her legs tightly around him, unable to surrender their closeness. She pressed her bare chest hard against his and felt his heart thudding hard against her own. He pressed a kiss into the soft skin below her ear, a kiss that was at once both painfully gentle and blissfully possessive. Rachel closed her eyes and concentrated on the feel of his breath against her skin. Where were they to go from here? Were they to do their best to pretend they were not on opposite ends of the social ladder? Or were they to just enjoy the perfection of this moment and know that it could never be anything more than this? She couldn't think of it. Couldn't bear to think past this very moment. The future would come, and she had no thought of where it would take them. All she knew was that, right now, at this moment, Ernest Jackson was hers. And she was his. Chapter 43. Ernest lay with his eyes closed, Rachel nestled in the crook of his arm. The pain in his head felt distant. Everything felt distant. Everything except Rachel. And there was perfection to it, perfection to her. Outside the apartment, Ernest could hear the world trying to draw them into it. Street vendors hollered, footsteps clattered, dogs barked, and babies wailed. The rest of the world was there, he knew. But just for now, he allowed it all to fall away. Let everything else disappear for a while. For a long time, he lay without speaking, feeling the smooth skin on Rachel's shoulder, the silkiness of her hair. Feeling the warmth of her and her soft weight against his shoulder. She shifted in his arms, and Ernest felt his heart swell. This was love. He knew it with certainty. He knew this was that elusive thing so many men of his class were denied. This was that elusive thing so many noblemen gave up in search of good breeding or the finest of matches. But those things meant nothing to him. Now he had felt this mysterious thing called love, there was no way he was going to let it go. Rachel peered up at him, brushing a strand of hair from his eyes. "Are you in pain?" she asked, after a long silence. "Your head?" Ernest chuckled. "Pain?" he repeated. "No, I'm not in pain." He bent to kiss her, holding his lips to hers. "Believe me, I'm not in pain." He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her naked body to his and holding her close. He never wanted to move from this place. He wanted to take her again, feel every inch of her, and hear her cry out his name. But her words had shattered the stillness. Had reminded him that, as much as he longed for it, the rest of the world was still there waiting. And then, before he knew what he was doing, he blurted, "I believe Betsy Ward is my sister." The words sounded strange as they hung in the air. Rachel sat up on her elbow and stared at him. "What?" Ernest ran his fingers down her side, making her shiver slightly. "The tulips on the skirts," he said. "It's the design my mother stitched on Unity's dresses. And Betsy has a dress just like it." Rachel finished, for her daughter. She reached for her cloak that hung over the back of the chair and pulled out a small white bundle from the pocket. She handed it to Ernest. "I saw this on the drying rack at Betsy's house. I thought it her daughter's. But perhaps it was hers once." Ernest unfolded the bundle. He let out his breath. The smock was an exact match for the one he had found in Unity's chest. Rachel sat up on her knees, her long blonde hair spilling over her shoulders. Ernest grabbed her hand impulsively and pressed a kiss into her palm. His lips lingered a moment at the red raw skin on her wrist where the ropes had cut into her. "Betsy always said her birth mother was an escort," said Rachel. "Her adoptive mother, Mrs. Miller, said she raised Betsy as her own when her friend couldn't manage it." Her eyes fixed on Ernest's. "Do you think there's a chance Mrs. Miller could be lying?" He sat suddenly and reached for his shirt. "We need to speak to Betsy and her mother." Ernest felt his stomach turning over as they approached the bakery. Was he really about to do this? He stopped for a moment on the corner. Through the open door of the shop, he could see Betsy behind the chipped and crooked counter, wiping down a large tray. How will she react when I tell her what I believe? He knew his story would upturn everything she had known to be true. It would shatter her entire sense of who she was. But Betsy Ward, he had come to see, was difficult to rattle. Look at her, wiping down her shop counter as though she'd not spent the morning hunting down kidnappers in their basement lair. Betsy Ward was difficult to rattle, yes. And she also deserved to know the truth. Especially if there were men who sought to keep her existence a secret. Rachel glanced at him and squeezed his arm. You need to tell her, she said gently. He nodded. Yes. He needed to tell her. The truth had been buried for long enough. He strode into the bakery. Betsy looked up in surprise. I wasn't expecting to see you again today. Her eyes darted between the two of them. Has something happened? Has Burns showed himself again? I need to speak with you, said Ernest, holding her gaze. It's very important. She frowned, fear darkening her face. What is it? Ernest hesitated. Perhaps we might sit down? No, said Betsy, twisting the cloth in her hand into a tight knot. No, whatever it is, we can speak about it here. Behind them, Rachel pushed the bakery door closed and turned the key in the lock. Betsy watched her in surprise. She tossed down her cleaning cloth and turned to Ernest expectantly. My search for my sister, he began. I believe it involves you. Betsy shook her head. No, Burns didn't see me. He doesn't know I was involved. That's not what I meant. Ernest reached into the pocket of his coat and produced her daughter's smock. She snatched it from his hand. Where did you get this? I know where the design came from, he told her, pushing past her question. The purple tulips. My mother drew them. She stitched the pattern on my sister's baby clothes. Betsy paused, her lips parting. She looked down at the dress, then back to Ernest. What exactly are you saying, Mr. Jackson? Ernest glanced at Rachel. She nodded for him to continue. I believe my mother, the Duchess of Armson, gave up her daughter for reasons I don't understand. He drew in his breath, looking Betsy in the eye. And I believe you are her daughter. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Ernest's words dropped heavily into the silence. Outside the shop, a dog began to bark. That's impossible, Betsy said finally. Why? Ernest pressed. You said yourself, you knew nothing about your birth mother. My birth mother was an escort. She cried, the smock tight in her fist. Not a duchess. She began to pace back and forth across her tiny shop. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Rachel reached for her hand, stilling her. Betsy gave an enormous sigh and rubbed her eyes. That's impossible, she said again. Her voice was softer this time, thinner. I'm sorry, said Ernest. I know this is difficult for you. He tried to catch her eye. After a moment, she let him. It's not been easy for me either. Betsy said nothing. Ernest watched her take a long breath. She rubbed her hand over her eyes, leaving a streak of flour along one cheek. You're telling me all this because of a little embroidery? She demanded, her voice rattling. I stitched some tulips on my underskirts, and now you're telling me I'm your sister? As she spoke the words, Ernest felt something shift inside him. My sister Unity was born in 1788. He told her. I grew up believing she died that same year, but I've come to see that this was a lie. I believe she stayed at Greyston Manor until she was perhaps a year or two old. He paused. After which my mother gave her up. I don't know why. Betsy stared at the floor. She brought her thumbnail to her mouth and chewed edgily. After a moment, she drew in a long breath and looked up at Ernest. "We need to speak to my mother." Chapter 44. Betsy led them slowly up the stairs to the rooms above the bakery. In the kitchen, an old woman Ernest guessed to be her adoptive mother sat drinking tea at the table, while the 3 young children played beside the hearth. The old woman looked up in surprise. "Betsy? What's going on? Why are you not in the shop?" Betsy knelt down beside the children. She smoothed back her son's coppery hair. "Why did you go and play in the bedroom a while? We'll not be long." Ernest could hear the tremor in her voice. Obedient and oblivious, the children disappeared down the hall. The old woman climbed to her feet and frowned. She looked between Ernest and Rachel, then back to her daughter. "What's all this about?" "Ma," said Betsy, knotting her fingers in her flour-covered apron, "this is Ernest Jackson." "He? Jackson?" The woman's voice was stiff. "You're the Duke and Duchess' son." There was a hint of animosity in her voice. Or was it regret? She turned to Rachel. "I see you did not heed my advice, Miss Bell. I thought I made it clear no good could come of spending your time with a nobleman." Rachel frowned. "You knew Ernest was the man I was speaking of, Mrs. Miller?" The old woman stared into her teacup. "Ma," Betsy pushed. "Please, tell us what you know." With a sigh, she looked up at Rachel. "You came asking about George Owen." Rachel shot Ernest a sideways glance. "You knew the man?" Mrs. Miller nodded slowly. "Yes. George Owen and I worked together many years ago." She looked at her hands. T. At Greyston Manor. Ernest heard himself inhale sharply. "When you came here asking about George, I knew the nobleman you were spending your time with could be none other than Lord Jackson." Rachel frowned. "Why did you lie to me?" The old woman said nothing. She shook her head slowly, as though unwilling to speak. Ernest felt strangely unsteady. "Ma," Betsy said, her voice beginning to waver. "Answer her. Why did you lie to Rachel? And why did you lie about working at Greyston Manor?" She sat opposite her mother and clamped a hand over hers. "Please, I need to know. Why did you lie?" Mrs. Miller let out her breath and looked up at her daughter. She squeezed her hand with sudden ferocity. "To protect you, my darling. Everything I did was to protect you." Chapter 45. "Protect me?" Betty replied. "Protect me from who?" Her heart was racing. Everything felt unsteady beneath her. She felt disoriented and off balance, as though she were standing on a ship in the middle of the ocean. Her mother stared into her teacup, unable to look at her. Unable to look at Mr. Jackson or Rachel. "To protect you from your past," she croaked. Betsy let out her breath. She had been afraid of such an answer. "What does that even mean, Ma?" "I've said too much," her mother told her. "I've said far too much." She climbed hurriedly to her feet, clattering into the table and knocking over her cup. The remains of her tea drizzled onto the floor. Betsy picked up the cup and gripped her mother's shoulders. "No, Ma. I need to know more. I need to know the truth." She looked into the eyes of the woman who had raised her. The woman who had fed her, clothed her, loved her. The woman who had been her mother in near every sense of the word. Betsy found it impossible to believe the woman might have spent her entire life lying to her. "Was my mother an escort?" she asked firmly. "Or was she someone else?" The thought of having noble blood in her was so absurd, so laughable she couldn't voice the words. "It can't be true. There's no way." Her mother's eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry." She coughed. "I wish I could tell you everything, my darling. I really do. But it would only put you in danger." She wiped her eyes. I hated having to lie to you. But I swore to her I'd never tell a soul. Betsy's grip on her mother's shoulders tightened. Who, Ma? Whose secrets are you keeping? Her mother sniffed loudly, pulling her eyes from her daughters. The Duchess of Armson. Betsy felt both hot and cold at once. She released her mother's shoulders. Fresh tears spilling down her cheeks, the old woman pushed past her and hurried to her bedroom. Betsy's legs felt suddenly weak beneath her. She sank into a chair, watching the remains of her mother's tea drip onto the floor. Her thoughts were charging. This can't be true. It can't be. This is nothing but an elaborate joke at my expense. The thought of such a thing was cruel, but it felt strangely easier to carry than the possibility of her being the Duke and Duchess of Armson's daughter. A chair groaned as it slid across the floor. Ernest Jackson sat opposite her, his eyes level with hers. And Betsy saw it then. She saw him looking back at her with eyes so like her own and saw hair falling over his forehead in the same coppery hue as hers. She felt something tighten in her chest. Tentatively, he reached over and placed a gentle hand against her arm. The feel of it was oddly steadying. Oddly reassuring. Betsy, he said, his voice thin. We need to go to Greyston Manor. We need to speak to our mother. Betsy sat in the coach with her hands clasped edgily in her lap. She realized she was gnawing on her thumbnail again, an old childhood habit she had never been fully able to dispense with. She watched the streets slide by, feeling as though she were trapped in a dream. She had always known, of course, that the woman who had raised her was not her real mother. She had grown up believing herself the daughter of an escort. Her adoptive mother had made no secret of it. Betsy had always welcomed the honesty, the openness. It had helped her make peace with the fact that she would likely never discover her true roots. Likely never know her real family. But had such honesty, such openness been a lie? Had she spent her entire life being deceived? Despite her mother's tearful confession, this all felt so difficult to believe. She found herself glancing at Mr. Ernest Jackson. Is it possible he is truly my brother? It felt ridiculous to even think such things. But her adoptive mother, in her floods of tears, had as near confessed such things as she was able. Ernest was staring edgily out the window too, she realized, his hand wrapped firmly around Rachel's. So it seemed he was making good on the promise he had made when they'd been trawling the streets searching for her. He was a marquis and she an escort. How did he imagine they might build a future together? Betsy thought of the situation she had suddenly found herself in. A marquis loving an escort, she realized, would by no means be the strangest thing to ever occur in this world. No, a marquis loving an escort would not even be the strangest thing to occur that day. Ernest's eyes met Betsy's suddenly. He managed a tiny, hesitant smile that she found herself returning. She looked back out the window. Here they were back in Pimlico. Here were the streets walked by those ladies in feathers and lace who had turned their backs on Betsy when she'd asked their help. Was it possible she might have been standing there in her patched skirts, while a Duke and Duchess blood coursed through her veins? The carriage rattled through the gates of Greyston Manor, and Betsy felt her heart quickening. The possibility of having noble blood in her had not dampened the feeling that she did not belong in such a place. She felt more of an intruder than ever. Wait, she said, as the carriage drew to a halt. This is dangerous. The Duchess has secrets she doesn't want anyone knowing. Secrets that put Rachel in danger. Secrets that involve me. I can't just walk into that house. If I was welcome there, the Duchess would never have given me up in the first place. Ernest let his hand fall from the catch on the carriage door. He nodded his understanding. He looked out the window at the house and rubbed his smooth chin, as though deep in thought. I need answers, he said finally. Don't you? Betsy hesitated. A part of her wanted answers, yes. A part of her was desperate to know who she truly was, and why her birth mother had seen fit to give her up. But another part of her longed for her old ignorance, longed to go back to being the escort's daughter she had been when she'd woken that morning. "Perhaps you're right," said Ernest. "Perhaps you ought to stay here. Let me go and speak to Mother alone." Betsy shook her head, suddenly determined. "No." She sucked in her breath. "You're right. I need answers." She caught Ernest's eye. "We need answers." So out of the carriage, they climbed. Ernest Jackson marched up the front path with Rachel and Betsy on either side of him. Betsy felt her stomach roll. The house loomed in front of them, a great white palace with more chimneys and windows than Betsy could count. Behind it, the garden stretched out in an endless plain of green. "Is this the house I was born in? Did I spend the first 2 years of my life here as Ernest Jackson claimed? My sister Unity," he had told her. She could not deny the name had stirred a faint sense of recognition inside her. She tried to dig through her memories. Was there any fragment of this house in her recollections? Was there any fragment of Unity Jackson? She felt something heave itself up from deep inside her. Roses. She remembered walking among roses. Did I walk among roses in the gardens of this enormous house? She and her adoptive mother had lived only in tiny apartments and townhouses. Certainly, nowhere they might have grown roses. She tried to dig deeper into the memory, but it was too faint and fragile to be able to grasp properly. She followed Ernest and Rachel up an enormous winding staircase, her hand tight around the banister. She watched Rachel's head move from side to side as they walked, taking in the lavish, white and gold surroundings. What did she think of this place, Betsy found herself wondering. Was she too awed by the scope of this house? Had she finally now, having stepped inside Ernest Jackson's mansion, come to fully appreciate the gaping social divide that existed between the two of them? She thought back fleetingly to the way he had gripped her hand so tightly in the carriage. She thought back to the nights he had spent on the streets searching for her, and the relief in his eyes when they had found her in that cellar. Perhaps that gaping social divide was not so uncrossable. Ernest led them down a wide corridor, stopping outside a closed door. He turned to face the Rachel and Betsy. "Wait here." He knocked lightly on the door, then slipped inside. Betsy's heart hammered. She fought the urge to turn and run. She was grateful when Rachel reached over and gave her wrist a gentle, reassuring squeeze. "I've brought someone to see you, Mother." Ernest's voice was muffled through the closed door. The Duchess' response was inaudible. The floor creaked, then Ernest pulled open the door, nodding to them to enter. Hesitantly, Betsy took a step forward. Rachel stayed with her back pressed against the passage hallway. "I ought to stay here." "No." Ernest reached for her hand. "This involves you too. You need answers like the rest of us." Rachel gave a faint nod. Betsy sucked in her breath and stepped inside the room. In a wide, curtained bed, a lady sat in her night shift, a thick grey plait spilling down her back. Her face was long and thin, her eyes wide and brimming with sadness. She gripped her blankets with skeletal white fingers. She stared at Betsy for a long time. Her lips parted. "Unity," she breathed. Betsy stiffened. The Duchess threw back her blankets and slid from the bed. She hurried to Betsy, pressing paper-thin hands against her cheeks. "Oh, my darling girl." Her voice was cracked with emotion. "Is it truly you?" She wrapped her arms around Betsy's shoulders, pulling her close as tears spilled down her cheeks. Betsy stood motionless, feeling strangely breathless. Her insides felt as though they were twisting themselves into knots. She had not been expecting tears and embraces. Her birth mother had given her up. She had been unwanted, cast aside. And yet the Duchess was clinging to her so tightly it seemed she never wanted to let go. Despite the fragile thinness of her arms, her embrace was hard and fierce. An embrace, Betsy realized, that felt distantly familiar. Finally, the Duchess stepped back, her eyes glistening. She gripped Betsy's hands and squeezed. "You can't be here, my darling," she said, her voice growing firm and dark. "You must leave right now." Betsy opened her mouth to speak. "Right now?" "No, Mother," Ernest said, his voice rising to meet hers. "You can't do this. We need the truth. You owe it to me. You owe it to Betsy. To Unity." The Duchess' eyes drifted out the window to where a man in a long black coat was striding up the front path. Her breath began to quicken. She turned back to face them, her eyes wide with fear. "Ernest," she said, "you have to get your sister out of the house. Right now. She's in terrible danger." He looked out the window at the man marching toward the house. "Danger? From who? I don't understand." He frowned. "That's just Jones, Mother. You know that. It's just Father's footman." But Betsy could see the color draining from Rachel's face. "That's him," she said. "Mr. Burns. That's the man who kidnapped me." Chapter 46. "Are you certain?" Ernest pushed, gripping Rachel's arm. "Yes." She kept her gaze fixed out the window, watching the man approach the house. "That's him, Mr. Burns. I'm sure of it." Ernest whirled around to face the Duchess. "Mother? What's this about?" The Duchess' eyes were wide with fear. She showed no sign of registering that Ernest had spoken. "Come with me." She wrapped her fingers around Betsy's arm and tugged her to the door. "We need to hide." Ernest gripped Rachel's shoulders. "Go with them." "Hide." "I'm going after Jones." Rachel shook her head. "I'm coming with you." She fixed him with her piercing blue eyes, and Ernest felt something shift inside him. "Don't argue." Gripping Rachel's hand, he strode out of the Duchess' bedroom. He looked down from the top of the staircase to the entrance hall below. There was no sign of Jones. Ernest hurried down the stairs, tugging Rachel behind him. Ernest saw a flash of movement. A figure, emerging from the parlor. He let out his breath in relief at the sight of the Duke. "Father," Ernest said, hurrying down the stairs toward him. "Where is Jones?" The Duke looked up and down at Rachel. "Who is this?" "Father, listen to me." Ernest pushed. "You need to find Jones. He kidnapped Miss Bell. I believe Mother's in danger." He hesitated. "And so is my sister." He paused, waiting for the Duke's surprised reaction. Instead, a look came of his father's eyes that Ernest had never seen before. A look of hatred. Darkness. "So you're the famous Miss Bell," he said. "The escort who can't mind her own damn business." Ernest felt suddenly hot and unsteady. "Father? How do you?" The Duke walked toward the staircase, forcing Ernest and Rachel backward. He climbed each step with slow, careful movements. Up they went, higher and higher. "Why did you get involved?" the Duke asked Rachel. "What do you want?" "Money? Did you think to con my family into hauling you out of your depraved life? Is that it?" Rachel shook her head stiffly. Ernest felt the pieces slowly slide together. He stared at his father. He felt cold and sick. "You sent Jones after Rachel. You had him kidnap her." He felt the banister disappear from beneath his hand. They were back at the top of the staircase. "Father?" His voice began to rise. "Tell me I'm wrong." The Duke said nothing. He looked over his shoulder to where Jones was standing at the bottom of the staircase. "Leave us," he barked. "She's here, sir," Jones said gruffly. Unity. She. I said leave us. The Duke didn't look back at his footman. He kept his eyes trained on his son. Ernest felt wild anger beat around inside him. How did you find Rachel? He asked, his voice coming out thin. His breath was short and fast. How did you know she was helping me look for Unity? I had my footman follow you the night you ran from the Earl of Landon's ball. I knew you couldn't be trusted. Especially not after you found that cursed chest of your sister's. The Duke snorted. Imagine my surprise when my footman told me he'd followed you all the way to Bethnal Green. He spat the words out as though they were poison. And to the home of an escort, nonetheless. His eyes fixed on Rachel, dark and hard. After that night, I sent my footman out to follow her again. The Duke continued, his eyes not leaving Rachel. And I find out that not only is this wench seducing my son, she is also helping him hunt down his missing sister. The Duke reached into his pocket and slid out a pistol. He raised it slowly, training it on Rachel. She let out a tiny murmur of fear. A wench like her needs to be stopped. Ernest's heart shot into his throat. He stepped in front of Rachel, his eyes hard on his father. You'll have to kill me first, he hissed. The Duke laughed coldly. His eyes were dark and cold. The eyes of a stranger. Always the honorable young man, aren't you, Ernest? Will you truly risk your life to save a lowly escort? Yes, he hissed. I'd do it 1,000 times over. The Duke snorted. Where is your sister? He asked, his words dripping with hatred. Ernest stared back at him. He shook his head. Tell me where your sister is, boy. Or I'll be forced to do something rash. Ernest could hear Rachel's breath rattling behind him. He reached back and gripped her wrist in a vain attempt to reassure her. The Duke took a step toward them. He fired a wild shot over Ernest's shoulder. It lodged in the wall and sent shards flying. Rachel let out a panicked cry. Tell me where your sister is. I'm here. Ernest abruptly turned as Betsy stepped from the guest room. Don't shoot them, she said. Please. The Duchess hurried out of the room after her, her face ashen and her eyes wide. The Duke turned slowly and trained the gun on Betsy. Little Unity. My, how you've grown. He looked up and down at her, taking in her patched skirts and threadbare cloak. He gave a short chuckle before his eyes grew dark and hard again. Your brother was a fool to bring you back here. Betsy said nothing. She glared back with hot, dry eyes. How can you raise a gun to your own child? Hissed Ernest. What kind of monster are you? The Duke laughed again. She is no child of mine. Out of the corner of his eye, Ernest saw his mother's jaw tremble. Your whore of a mother tried to play me for a fool, hissed the Duke. She married me knowing well she was already carrying a child. His eyes flashed. Carrying the bastard child of the Viscount of Annerley. He stepped close to the Duchess, his eyes hard on hers. He never loved you, Sarah. You were nothing but a prize to be won. You know that, don't you? The Duchess shook her head. No, she croaked. You're wrong. He loved me. And I loved him. She lifted her chin. If the choice had been mine, I would have married him in a second. Mother? Ernest demanded. Is that why you gave Unity up? Because she was the Viscount's daughter? Tears spilled down the Duchess-lined cheeks as the Duke loomed over her. I had no choice. Your father. He wanted her gone. He was afraid the Viscount might come back and claim her. He was afraid people would find out she was not his daughter. She coughed back a sob. He was afraid everyone would find out about the shame I'd brought to this family. She turned back to glare at her husband, her eyes glassy and unflinching. He lied and told everyone Unity had died. She continued, eyeing the gun in the Duke's hand. Even had a headstone made for her. Had Reverend Williamson conduct a service. He told me I was to give her away, said we were to do our best to forget she had ever lived. She swiped at the tears that were now falling freely down her cheeks. I resisted for as long as I could. Kept her at the house with me, making sure no one ever saw her outside the manor. And then... She choked back a violent sob. And then what, Mother? Ernest pressed. The Duchess turned to look at Betsy, a fresh flood of tears spilling down her face. I caught him standing over your bed with a pillow in his hand. I screamed at him to stop. I told him I would give you away at once if only he would let you live. She began to sob uncontrollably. Betsy let out her breath. She reached across and felt for the Duchess' hand. Ernest felt his stomach roll. Betsy looked up at the Duke with fierce eyes. You tried to kill me as a child? She hissed. What kind of monster are you? The Duke chuckled, waving his gun beneath her nose. You're a fool to have come here, girl. He said darkly. I should have killed you then, and I will happily kill you now. You know far too much. I'll not have shame brought to my family because of you. Ernest lurched forward suddenly, snatching the gun and trying to wrestle it from his father's hand. He felt a sudden flash of white-hot pain as the Duke's fist connected with the side of his head. He stumbled forward in shock, his mother's cries ringing in his ears. How dare you? The Duchess shrieked. How dare you lay a hand on your own son? When Ernest looked back at his mother, there was a ferocity in her eyes he had never seen before. She stood in front of Betsy, her arms outstretched, trying to shield her from the Duke. If you hurt one of my children again, she hissed, I will kill you. Do you understand me? The Duke snorted. Get out of my way, Sarah. Her eyes flashed. Never. I let you win once, and I will never let you come between my children and me again. The Duke took a step closer to her, the gun taut in his fist. And how exactly do you plan to stop me? He cocked the trigger, aiming the gun over the Duchess' shoulder at Betsy. Ernest kicked hard, striking his father on the side of his knee. With a cry of shock, the Duke stumbled, his shot flying wildly. The Duchess screamed and fell to the floor. Mother. Ernest dropped to his knees beside her. A bloom of blood was spreading across her shoulder. Betsy yanked off her neckerchief and pressed it hard against the wound. Rachel shook Ernest's arm frantically. Your father, she hissed. Ernest whirled around to face the Duke. He was fumbling in his pocket for his powder flask and hurriedly reloading the pistol. Ernest stepped between the nose of the pistol and his sister. He heard a groan of pain from the Duchess. A thin smile turned the Duke's lips. So you'll do this then, will you? He said. Risk your life for the sister you barely know? Ernest held his gaze, his heart thumping. Yes. The Duke chuckled. You're a fool, boy. I ought to kill you, too. I'll not have you bring shame to this family by spending your nights in the arms of an escort. Ernest glared at him, unflinching. I love her, he said. The words spilled out without him having any thought of it. Behind him, he heard Rachel's sharp intake of breath. You love her? The Duke snorted. Then you're even more of a fool than I first believed. Who was this man, Ernest wondered, that stood before them with a pistol aimed at his own son? How could he never have seen the truth of who his father was? How could he have been so desperate for this man's approval? I almost gave up Rachel on account of his wishes. Ernest eyed the tall glass vase on the sideboard opposite him. Could he reach it? Strike the Duke and knock the gun from his hands? He had to try. He sucked in his breath and lurched suddenly toward the sideboard. He heard the roar of gunfire as he tumbled to the floor. He waited for the pain. It didn't come. Instead, he heard the cry of the Duchess, the gasps of Betsy and Rachel. On the floor beside him lay the Duke, blood pooling across his chest. Beside him lay his pistol, blackened and smoking. The acrid smell of smoke hung in the air. Ernest's breath came hard and fast. "What happened?" coughed Rachel. On his knees, Ernest hunched to peer at the pistol. "The gun," he said. "It misfired." He tried to cough the smoke from his lungs. He must not have loaded it correctly. He stayed on his knees and closed his eyes momentarily, trying to steady himself. A strange stillness hung over the house. "Is he dead?" Betsy asked after a long silence. Ernest turned to look at his father. His eyes were open and glassy, the crimson stain at his chest beginning to spread. He nodded. "Yes, he's dead." He reached over and closed the Duke's eyes. Slowly, dizzily, Ernest climbed to his feet. He felt a hand around the top of his arm. Rachel stood beside him, sliding a hand around his waist to steady him. Ernest looked down at the Duchess. Her eyes were wide with shock, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. He could see lines of blood escaping out from beneath the neckerchief Betsy was holding to her shoulder. The sight of her snapped him back to reality. "I've got to fetch the doctor," he said. "We've got to get my mother help." Chapter 47. Ernest pushed open the door of the Duchess' bedroom. His mother was lying on her back, with her grey hair fanned out across the pillow. Her skin was pale, but the expression of grave anxiety was gone. In its place, a look of peace. "The doctor expects you to make a full recovery," he told her. "But he's asked that you get as much rest as possible." The Duchess smiled and nodded weakly. Ernest sat on the edge of the bed, gently touching the wrist of his mother's injured arm. On her other side sat Betsy, the Duchess' hand in both of hers. "What of Jones?" asked the Duchess. "He confessed to everything," said Ernest. "He told me father was paying him well to follow Rachel and keep track of our search. He claimed he wanted no part in the kidnapping, but the Duke threatened to take away his job. He tried to give his mother a reassuring smile. I told him I'd take it no further if he left the house immediately. He'll not be bothering us again." The Duchess sighed heavily. "The man spent more than 30 years in your father's service. He was the most loyal and trustworthy of his footmen. I always thought him a decent man. But it seems I was wrong." Her voice dropped slightly. "Or perhaps I was not the only one afraid of your father." "I wish you'd told me," Ernest said gently. "I wish you'd told me what he forced you to do. I wish you hadn't had to carry all that alone." The Duchess' hand tightened around his. "I wish I'd told you, too, my darling. But I was so afraid of what your father would do if he found out." She blinked back a tear and cast her eyes to Betsy. "I saw what he was willing to do to my Unity. I couldn't bear for him to hurt you too." Ernest closed his eyes for a moment. His thoughts were knocking together. "But it's all over now," the Duchess continued. "And Greyston Manor will finally have a good and honest master." She smiled at Ernest. He drew in his breath. Yes, this was all his now. His father's house, his father's title. The thought of it was far too overwhelming to take on right now. "What of the other man?" asked Betsy. "Was he Jones's son like Rachel claimed?" Ernest nodded. "He lost his job a while back. Jones claimed he needed the money." Betsy let out her breath. "What desperation will make people do?" Ernest said nothing. He thought of Rachel and the way she had agreed to take Jones on as a client. He pushed the thought away. Never again, he told himself. "So, Rachel is safe?" asked Betsy. Ernest nodded, feeling the relief of it in his chest. Yes. Rachel is safe. Now my father is gone, she has no reason to be afraid. Their mother looked from one of them to the other. I'm sorry, she murmured. For everything. None of it was your fault, Mother, Ernest said gently. You had no choice. I should never have lied to you. I should have told you the truth about your sister. She blinked back her tears. But I was so ashamed of the things I'd done. I blamed myself for all of it. The Duchess turned her head on the pillow and smiled up at Betsy. She ran a feathery hand down her cheek. Mrs. Miller was my lady's maid, she told her. She and her husband were unable to have children of their own. Her voice wavered. She was so good to you when you were a baby, so sweet, so gentle. When I knew I had to give you up, I asked her if she'd take you. She wiped away a stray tear. I swore her to secrecy. I told her to lie to you about who your birth mother was. I told her to lie about ever having worked at Greyston Manor. I knew the truth would put you both in danger. Her hand tightened around Betsy's. I asked that Mrs. Miller never tell me where she had taken you. I knew I would not be able to help coming to visit you if I knew where you were. And I couldn't risk the Duke finding out your whereabouts. He had only spared you on the condition that you no longer be a part of our lives. She sniffed. He told everyone you were dead. And he told me we were to act as though it were the truth. Ernest thought back to that night when he had wandered into the guest room looking for his lost fencing saber. The night he had found the chest full of Unity's clothes. How could he have imagined pulling that chest from the wardrobe might lead them here? I'm sorry, Mother, he said. For digging up the past. For causing you so much pain. The Duchess gave an airy laugh, her face lighting in a way Ernest had never seen before. Pain? Oh no, my darling. You've made me happier than I ever thought possible. You can't imagine how much I've longed to see the two of you in the same room. I never dared believe it might be possible. She sniffed, squeezing Betsy's hand. I never thought I would see you again. Betsy smiled. I used to play in the rose garden here. The Duchess gave a sudden, joyous laugh. Yes, yes my darling, you did. You just loved the scent of them. I had our gardener, Mr. Owen, cut off the thorns so you wouldn't hurt yourself. She shifted against her pillow and winced at the pain. Ernest pressed a gentle hand to her uninjured shoulder. You ought to rest a while, Mother. Try to sleep. The Duchess nodded wearily. She let out a long, contented sigh and closed her eyes. Almost immediately, she was breathing deeply and rhythmically, lost in sleep. Ernest glanced at Betsy. It was the first time they had been alone together since their revelation, and he felt slightly uncertain around her. Will you come downstairs? He asked tentatively. Perhaps I can show you around the house? Soon. Betsy smiled. She nodded toward the Duchess. I think I'd like to stay with her a while. Of course. Ernest stood, careful not to wake his mother. How do you feel? He asked her. I know this all has been. He faded out, unable to find the right words. Betsy gave a faint smile. I don't know. She took a long breath. This is all so much to take in. Ernest touched her shoulder gently. Betsy looked up at him. I'm sorry about your father, she said. My father tried to kill you, said Ernest. My father was the reason you grew up not knowing your family. He felt a dull ache inside him. My father was a monster. Yes. Betsy's voice was low. But he was still your father. And I'm sorry for your loss, my loss. Yes, there was an ache of grief there, sitting not so far beneath the surface. But it was not grief over the Duke's death. It was grief at the loss of the father Ernest had known. The grief that the illusion had been torn away, revealing the terrible truth beneath. Grief, but also a sizable portion of relief, as though the weight of expectation had been lifted from his shoulders. Relief that he might no longer feel the pressure to walk in the ill-fitting footsteps of his father. He looked across at Betsy. "My sister." The words felt strange, and yet, somehow undeniably right. Somehow, the restlessness in him had begun to still. Perhaps he had lost the illusion of his father, but he had found a sister in his place. For the first time since he'd pulled that embroidered smock from the chest, Ernest began to feel the joy of it. "What will you do?" he asked Betsy finally. She ran her fingers along the silky trim on the edge of the blanket. A faint frown creased her forehead, as though she were deep in thought. "I have my life at the bakery," she said after a moment. "And a family of my own. A wonderful husband. A wonderful adoptive mother." She looked up. "But I've always had a need within me to know who I truly am. Where I truly came from. And I want my children to know their grandmother." She gave Ernest a faint smile. "And their uncle." She looked down. "I don't know how to go about such a thing. How do I manage to be both a baker from the East End and a Duchess daughter?" Ernest pressed a hand to her shoulder and smiled down at her. "You'll find a way," he said. "I'm sure of it." "And you?" said Betsy. "What will you do?" Ernest raised his eyebrows. "About what?" Betsy gave him a knowing smile. "About my dear friend Miss Bell. It seems the two of you are quite taken with each other." Ernest didn't answer at once. If a baker from the East End could also be a Duchess daughter, perhaps a Marquess and an Escort might find a way to be together. Former Escort, he reminded himself. Now Rachel was safe from harm, he would see she never needed to sell her body again. "You love her?" said Betsy. He nodded. "Yes, very much." He lowered his voice. "And I need to make sure she knows it." He sucked in his breath and stood. "Will you excuse me, Betsy? There's somewhere I need to be." Rachel sat on the chaise in Ernest Jackson's parlor. She was alone in the enormous room. She was alone, and she was glad of it. The events of the day had left her feeling unsteady. She could barely imagine how Ernest and Betsy must feel. Rachel couldn't help but feel an intruder in this house. She had felt it the moment they had walked in the door, when they had climbed that gold and white staircase, and when the body of the Duke had been carried from the house in somber, stony silence. She felt an intruder. And yet, Ernest Jackson had said he loved her. The words had spilled from his lips in a fear-induced fury. And in spite of the grave situation they had found themselves in, Rachel had been unable to stop the leap of her heart. Ernest Jackson loved her. And she loved him. Might they somehow find a way to bend the rules of this society? Might they somehow find a way to be together? How desperately she wanted it. And yet, how afraid she was to let herself imagine it, in case it might never be. The door creaked, yanking her from her thoughts. She leapt from the chaise as Ernest made his way into the room. "How is your mother?" she asked. Ernest smiled. "She will be fine. The doctor expects her to make a full recovery." He let out his breath. "I just can't imagine how difficult the last 30 years must have been for her. Imagine carrying around such a dreadful secret." He paused. "Imagine being married to a man who had threatened to kill your child." Rachel reached for his hand. "She no longer has to carry around that dreadful secret," she said. "And it's all because of you." His lips turned up. "It's all because of you, Rachel." He grinned. "Well, you and those underskirts." Rachel laughed. After a moment, her eyes grew serious. "And how are you?" Ernest reached for her suddenly, pulling her into a tight embrace. Rachel slid her arms around his waist, trying to steady him, trying to steady herself. Everything felt easier with Ernest Jackson in her arms. "I've a lot to take in," he admitted. "But I'm sure I'll cope." He pushed a strand of blonde hair from her cheek. "And I have you." Rachel held her lips gently against his for a moment. She could sense the tension lingering within him. How she longed to take it all away. He stepped back, squeezing her hands in his. "Perhaps we might walk?" The last of the light was fading, and they stepped out into the manor gardens. The sky was drenched in orange and pink, the sun dipping toward the horizon. "There'll be sun tomorrow," said Rachel, looping her arm through his. She pointed. "Pink sky. It means there'll be sun." Ernest smiled, pulling her close. Yes, he believed her. They walked in pleasant silence for a while, feeling the cool breeze against their cheeks. The evening chorus of birds was twittering around them. Ernest felt the tension in his body begin to melt away. He glanced sideways at Rachel. There was so much he wanted to say, so much he needed to say. And yet his words felt suddenly trapped on his tongue. "Rachel," he began. She turned to look up at him. The intensity of her gaze made something swell in his chest. He hesitated. "I know you took Jones on as a client because you wanted the money to escape your old life." She nodded, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Yes, I was a fool." "No." Ernest gripped her hand. "You're not a fool. You're strong, independent and determined. But I want to help you have that better life you've dreamed of. You deserve it. You deserve far better." She eyed him uncertainly. There was more, of course. He wanted far more than to simply help her escape her old life. "I want to wake up beside her every morning for the rest of my life. I want Rachel Bell to be my wife." He thought of all he had been afraid of. Disappointing his father. Shaming his family name. But that name had been shamed when the Duke had lifted a pistol and sought to take his own son's life. No, that name had been shamed many years ago when he had sought to kill an innocent child in her cradle. His father was gone, and he had taken with him Ernest's need for approval. Manor was his now, and in it, he would live a life that made him happy. A life with Rachel Bell. "I want to help you find that better life," he said huskily. "Because Good Lord, I'm so certain of this. How can speaking these words be so difficult?" He swallowed. "Because I hope you might do me the great honor of becoming my wife." Rachel's lips parted. Ernest could tell that, despite all that had happened between them, she had not been expecting this. "I can't marry you," said Rachel after a long silence. Ernest's heart plunged. "Why not?" "Because," she said, her eyes down. "You're and I'm." Ernest lifted her chin, making her look him in the eye. "You're strong, intelligent and beautiful," he told her firmly. "I love you. And I want you to be my wife." Rachel let out her breath. "I love you, too," she said shyly. "But that doesn't change who we are." "It doesn't matter who we are," Ernest said gently. "I can see that now. I've spent my life trying to please my father, and live up to a family name that carried the darkest of secrets. It's never made me happy. And it never will." He squeezed her hands. "The only thing that will make me happy is you." People would talk. Let them. It didn't matter. All that mattered was that he had found the woman who made him feel excited to be living. He had found her, and she was safe. And now that she was here with him, he would never let her go again. Finally, Rachel looked up at him. "To think," she said, her voice quiet, "that Betsy might find herself the daughter of a duchess. And I might find myself the wife of a duke." Ernest grinned. "Are you saying you will be my wife?" Rachel pressed her lips into his and held them there for a long second. "Yes, Ernest Jackson. There is nothing that would make me happier than being your wife." Epilogue. 3 months later. Rachel knelt down and pulled a basket out from underneath the bed in her room at the White Lion. There was her bottle of rose water, her wash ball, her lamp black, just as she had left them. She clutched the basket to her chest, unable to stop the enormous smile that was spreading over her face. She looked back over her shoulder at the room, before she closed the door for the very last time. She knew every inch of this place, every creaking floorboard, every lump of the bed. It had been 3 months since she'd set foot in the room. She'd not stepped into the White Lion since the night she'd taken Burns as a client, but there was a need in her now to see this place one last time. She carried the basket downstairs. In the late afternoon, the tavern was still quiet. Lucy was perched on a stool at the bar, twirling her dark hair around her finger, the way she did when she was bored. She and the barkeep watched as Rachel made her way to the bar. The barkeep looked at the basket and let out an enormous sigh. So it's really happening then. My dear Miss Bell is moving on to better things. Rachel grinned. Better things indeed. When she had imagined herself crawling out of the White Lion for the last time, it was to take up a position in the scullery of a nobleman's manor. Not to take up the position of lady of the house. The barkeep snorted. I still think you're lying. You ain't marrying that toff what nearly fell asleep on my bar. Course she is. Lucy scoffed. Didn't you see the way he looked at her that night? That's love if I ever saw it. She gave a wistful sigh. I only hope I'm as lucky one day. Rachel couldn't stop her smile from widening. Yes, she was the luckiest woman in the world. Tomorrow, she would walk down the aisle and marry a man who made her heart swell. Tomorrow, her new life as a duchess would begin, and her days at the White Lion would become a distant memory. But in spite of herself, she couldn't deny the faint flicker of affection she had for this smoke-stained, liquor-scented place. Yes, she had spent countless nights in that dank, creaking room upstairs, but when she thought of the White Lion now, it would be with Ernest inside, lard in his hair and lampblack on his hands. When she looked at this bar, she would see him sitting at the counter waiting for her in his rolled-up silk shirt sleeves. She turned to Lucy and pulled her into a tight embrace. Perhaps you will be so lucky, she said, close to her ear. Life has a way of surprising us. Ernest buttoned his waistcoat and drew in his breath. His heart was hammering with nerves. A knock at the door made him start. Betsy poked her head around the door. May I come in? He smiled. Of course. I could use the company. I'm working myself into quite the state. His sister grinned. Matthew was the same the day he married me. Came into the church with his buttons done up all wrong. She walked into Ernest's room with a hand behind her back. I've something for you. Perhaps it might steady the nerves. She gave a short laugh. Or at least take your mind off them for a time. From behind her back, she produced a thin silver sword. Ernest's eyebrows shot up. Is that your fencing saber? She said. Mother found it among your father's things. She said you had quite the talent for it. She smiled. She asked me to give it to you. Ernest took the saber, turning it over in his hands. The feel of it beneath his fingers was pleasantly familiar and brought a broad smile to his face. There was none of the restlessness he had felt when he had first gone searching for the saber. Then, he had been hunting for it so it might fill the chasm that had sprung up inside of him, hunting for some lost part of himself. How distant that time felt. It had only been 3 months since he had met Rachel and Betsy, but he could not imagine his life without them. He and Rachel had spent many happy evenings around Betsy and Matthew's kitchen table. There had been more candle-lit suppers of bread and broth while Ernest ploughed through the endless questions of his adoring nieces and nephew. Despite his invitation that she join him at Greyston Manor, Betsy had been reluctant to leave her bakery in Bethnal Green. This is my home, she told him. Daughter of a duchess or no, I don't feel as though I belong at the manor. Ernest couldn't argue. didn't want to argue. The evenings he spent around Betsy's crooked dinner table were some of the happiest of his life. One day, perhaps, when all this was not quite so new, Betsy might feel at home in the manner she had been born in. One day, she might truly feel as though she belonged when she walked the halls of her family home. Ernest ran a light finger along the edge of the saber. "Thank you," he said, his voice suddenly husky with emotion. "You're right. This has helped my nerves. It's reminded me that I'm about to have the life I've always dreamed of." Betsy smiled. "I'm glad of it." She glanced out the window at the carriages. "We ought to go. You don't want to keep your bride waiting." Rachel stood outside the church, smoothing her cream silk wedding gown. For a fleeting moment, she wished her father might be there with her, offering her his arm as she walked down the aisle to the man she loved. Papa was not there, of course, but Rachel had no doubt he was watching her. And Mama too, of course. They had seen it all, she felt certain. Seen her struggles, and the desperate acts she had committed to survive. And now they would watch from afar, as she lived this life beyond her dreams. The church doors opened, releasing the gentle strains of a string orchestra. She felt no nerves, Rachel realized, as she took her first steps down the aisle. Her eyes met Ernest's, and his face broke into the broadest of smiles. No, there were no nerves. There was just excitement. Since the day she had wrangled Ernest Jackson's hair with lard, her life had been the greatest of adventures. And as she looked into the eyes of her husband-to-be, she felt certain that the adventure of their lives was only just beginning. The End. Extended Epilogue. 2 years later, Ernest leaned back in his chair and smiled as he brought a glass of brandy to his lips. Lady Catherine's garden party was in full swing, a dizzying array of feathers and laces and clinking glasses. Champagne was overflowing, and hunting stories abounded. Lady Catherine flitted around the tent on the arm of her husband, the Duke of Harrington. Dressed entirely in pale pink, she was all airy laughter and exaggerated hand gestures. 35 years older than her, Archie told Ernest over the top of his glass. "Wonder what tricks the old dog has up his sleeve to keep her giggling like that." Ernest chuckled. It was a little secret that Lady Catherine and the Duke were madly in love. Ernest's gaze was quickly pulled from Lady Catherine as he heard Rachel's bell of a laugh rise up from the crowd. His smile widened as he watched her. As always, there were men and ladies clustered around her, laughing along with her as she engaged them in one of her many stories. A part of Ernest didn't dare think what bawdy secrets she might be revealing about this Duke or the Marquess. Another part of him loved that Rachel had been made so welcome at events such as this. Neither Rachel or Ernest had made any secret of how they had met. They had told their story openly, had steeled themselves for the shocked expressions and whispers behind their backs. And the shock and whispers had come, of course, in great supply. In the first months after their wedding, they had been shunned from social events out of principle. Then Archie and his wife had invited them to their Christmas ball, and the ton had fallen in love with Rachel. The new Duke of Armson's wife, it seemed, could breathe life into any room and tell a few interesting stories while she was at it. Nor had Ernest made any secret of the events that has unfolded at Greyston Manor, resulting in his father's death. He had lived among secrets for far too long. Secrets had destroyed his family. And so he would be nothing but honest, even in the face of scandal. The ton had pretended they had known all along. Had seen it coming, of course. "I could tell the man was no good, couldn't you?" At first, their know-it-all reactions had made Ernest angry. Still, he reasoned, he supposed it was easier to pretend they had seen it coming than admit they too had been blinded by the Duke of Armson's charms. Rachel flitted over to her husband, grazing gentle fingers over his shoulder. Ernest felt a shiver go through him. 2 years of marriage had not dampened his desire for Rachel. He reached for her hand and looked up at her with hooded, desire-filled eyes. She was dressed in a simple pale blue gown, a pearl-studded comb sweeping her blonde hair back from her face. Ernest loved how simply she dressed. Though she was the wife of one of the highest-ranking men at the party, she never thought to festoon herself in ribbons and laces. What need did she have for such a thing, Ernest thought. She was already the most beautiful lady here. She smiled down at him. We ought to leave. We've somewhere very important to be. Ernest grinned. Of course. Making their goodbyes, Ernest and Rachel headed for their waiting carriage. Ernest reached for her hand as the coach rolled through the gate. She shuffled across the bench and pressed herself against his side. See, she said, that party wasn't so bad now, was it? Ernest chuckled. These things are far more bearable now I have you. He held his lips against hers for a moment. Everything is wonderful now I have you. Soon they were clattering through the crowded streets of Covent Garden. Their driver drew the horses to a halt as they reached the edge of the Strand. Ernest pointed through the carriage window to a shop front on the corner. It's that one, he told Rachel. She grinned. Oh yes. I see your mother and William. She bounded from the carriage without waiting for Ernest and hurried toward her mother-in-law. She scooped her son from his grandmother's arms. Thank you for bringing him, Rachel told the Duchess, planting a kiss on the baby's rosy cheek. I know he's very glad he can be here to support his auntie. The Duchess smiled broadly, tucking a lock of hair beneath her grandson's cap. Of course. Ernest joined them on the street, sliding an arm around Rachel's waist and pulling her and their son close. When they had welcomed William 8 months earlier, Ernest had come to see that the Duke had been right about one thing. Fatherhood was the greatest of joys. And it was made all the more sweet by having a wife he loved to share it with. He peered through the window of the shop in front of them. Shelves lined the glass, filled with cakes and sweetmeats of every color. It had taken months of persuading, but Ernest had finally convinced his sister that her bread and cakes were good enough to be sold to London's wealthy upper class. Though Betsy was fiercely determined to keep her bakery in Bethnal Green running, she had agreed to open a second shop here in Covent Garden. Betsy and her husband had provided jobs to a number of older children from the workhouses, teaching them to make the same baked goods that filled Bethnal Green with such delicious aromas each day. Today, the new bakery would open to the public for the very first time. In the back of the new bakery, Betsy wiped her hands on her apron and pinned a stray strand of hair back into the knot on her neck. She smiled as her husband appeared behind her, sliding his arms around her waist. We did it, he said, close to her ear. Everything is ready. And your family is outside waiting. He turned to face her. Shall we go and see them? See these doors open? Betsy smiled. My family. It had been 2 years since her family had grown to include a mother and brother from the top of the nobility, no less. Sometimes Betsy still had to pinch herself to believe it. Other times she felt as though she had known Ernest and her birth mother forever. She nodded to Matthew. Let's go. He caught the strings of her stained apron, tugging her back toward him. No need for this. He grinned, undoing the laces and tossing it on the table. Betsy returned his smile. Daughter of a duchess or no, she still felt the most comfortable in a flower-stained apron. So much so, she usually forgot she was wearing it. Clutching her husband's arm, she made her way out into the shop. She looked around at the perfectly decorated shelves, the delicate decorations on the cakes, thought of the shiny new oven she had installed in the back. Her 2 workhouse apprentices were waiting eagerly behind the counter to serve her customers. Drawing in her breath, Betsy turned the key in the lock and opened the door. In rushed the crowd of people that made up her family now. There were her 3 children, as noisy as ever, herded inside by their 2 grandmothers. Betsy's adoptive and birth mothers had become close friends over the past 2 years. Both Betsy and her adoptive mother had been anxious when the Duchess had requested an audience with her former lady's maid. After all, the Duchess had sworn Mrs. Miller to secrecy, and her inability to do so had almost resulted in several deaths. But their anxiety had been for nothing. When Mrs. Miller had arrived at Greyston Manor in a flood of nerves, the Duchess had pulled her into her arms. "Thank you," she gushed. "Thank you for keeping my daughter safe for me for all these years. I can never thank you enough. It was unbearably difficult not having her in my life, but it made it a tiny bit easier knowing she was safe with you." Both had erupted into tears, and they had been near inseparable since. They stood on either side of Betsy now, each clutching one of her arms and bombarding her with congratulations. She felt a swell of warmth in her chest. What a joyful thing it was to have two mothers, and what a joyous thing it was that she was somehow managing to exist on both edges of society. Behind her mothers were Ernest and Rachel. William clamped to his mother's hip. Ernest caught Betsy's eye and gave her a knowing smile. Betsy had been reluctant to attempt this venture the first time Ernest had suggested it. She had been reluctant the second, third and fourth time he had suggested it too. But the sight of the shop filled her with an enormous sense of pride. She was glad she had listened to her brother. He wove his way to her through the sea of customers who had begun to flood into the shop. "Yes," said Betsy, before he could speak. "You were right. I'm very glad I decided to do this." He grinned and kissed her cheek. "Congratulations." He gripped her hands. "A celebration tonight at Greyston Manor. I know you'd rather have it at your house above the bakery, but I'm afraid we just won't all fit around your dinner table." Betsy laughed. "You won't all fit through my front door." It had taken many visits before Betsy had begun to feel at home in the monstrous house she had been born in. She was still not sure she was entirely there yet. But while Greyston Manor did not feel like home, she no longer felt like an intruder in the place. And that, she knew, was something. She smiled at Ernest. "That would be wonderful." Rachel lowered her son into the crib and smoothed his fine auburn hair. She stood watching him as his little chest rose and fell in sleep, an enormous smile spreading across her face. She had not wanted a nurse for William. He was her son, and she would be the one to care for him. She had laughed at the shocked expressions on the faces of the other noblemen's wives. "But you're a duchess. You can't be expected to clean up after a baby." Rachel had laughed to herself. She had done far worse things in her life than clean up after a baby. She bent to give William a final kiss, then pulled the nursery door closed and made her way downstairs. She could hear voices rising up from the parlor, the loud, boisterous laughs of Ernest and Betsy's husband and the giggles of William's three cousins. She slipped through the door to find the men with brandy in their hands and the children midway through a game of ninepins. The Duchess and Mrs. Miller sat together on the chaise, while Betsy chased after the children's ball as it hurtled toward a priceless porcelain vase sitting beside the door. Rachel grinned. She wondered what the other noblemen's wives would say if they saw this chaotic affair. Their maid, Mary, scurried to her. "Would you like something to drink, Your Grace?" Rachel smiled at her. "Wine, thank you." Mary bobbed a curtsy and hurried to the kitchen. Even after 2 years, Your Grace still felt odd. She was a woman from the slums of Bethnal Green. A woman who sold herself to greedy men so she might scratch together a living. No, she had to remind herself regularly. She was that woman no longer. Nor would she ever be again. Now she was Your Grace, but far more importantly, she was Ernest Jackson's wife and William's mother. She was happier than she had ever imagined was possible. Ernest sidled over to her and slid an arm around her waist, pulling her close. Rachel could smell the faint hint of brandy on his breath, and it took her back to their nights of drinking together in the tiny room above the White Lion. "William is sleeping?" he asked. Rachel smiled. "Somehow. Don't know how he's managing it with all this noise going on down here." Ernest grinned. "I'd have it no other way." Impulsively, Rachel reached for the collar of his shirt and tugged him into a kiss. His lips were hot against hers, and they sent a rush of desire through her. She pulled back and looked him in the eye. "No," she said, I'd have it no other way either. No other way at all. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.